Welcome to AudioNovel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For more captivating stories, visit my Patreon page. Chapter 61, Aries and Cara Part 2. Eru's benevolent smile persisted as he observed the joy reflected in the eyes of Cara and Aries. Acknowledging their happiness, he spoke with a resonance that echoed through the divine chamber. Now, for Cara and Aries, I have crafted ideal weapons for you both. With a graceful sweep of his hand, Eru conjured a majestic bow into existence. The divine weapon radiated with an otherworldly glow, its intricate design reflecting the essence of each god's destined prowess. As the bow materialized, it symbolized not just a gift, but a conduit for the gods' heirs to channel their divine purpose and power. The bow is crafted from the celestial Kachaka wood, a mythical material renowned for its immense strength, resilience, and divine aura. Imagine a polished deep brown wood, radiating a subtle warmth to the touch, with intricate grain patterns swirling like constellations. It is a recurved bow with slightly bent ends. A graceful crescent, polished to a gleaming ebony sheen, its ends curving upwards like defiant horns. The bowstring is shimmering emerald green cord, pulsating with raw power. The grip is wrapped in celestial silk, a luxurious golden silk, woven with celestial threads, shimmering with every movement. Giving soft yet firm, offering a perfect hold for Cara's unwavering hands. The grooves where the arrows rest might be carved with intricate cosmic symbols, glowing faintly with divine energy. When drawn, the Vijaya reportedly emitted a thunderous roar, echoing like a storm across the battlefield. Imagine a sound resonating with the power of a divine bolt, striking fear into the hearts of Cara's enemies. The bow is said to radiate an aura of power and invincibility, shimmering with celestial light. Imagine a faint golden glow enveloping the bow, emanating from its divine materials and Cara's own warrior spirit. Eru, holding the majestic bow, directed his attention to Cara with a knowing smile. Cara, I heard you were a prodigy in archery, so this is for you. The bow glowed with a divine light as he presented it to the young god, who accepted it with a mixture of reverence and gratitude. As Cara carefully took the bow from his grandfather, his eyes gleamed with excitement and gratitude, a silent acknowledgement of the honor bestowed upon him. Meanwhile, Eru turned his focus to Aries, acknowledging his interest in the mace. Aries, I heard you are interested in the mace, so this one is for you. With a wave of his hand, a medium-sized baton materialized before Aries. Eru continued, this mace is similar to Perseus' trident and will reveal its true form when it comes in contact with you. Aries was excited and took the unassuming guise of a medium-sized baton, concealing its true might. However, upon activation its metamorphosis begins. The once inconspicuous baton transforms into a formidable mace, radiating a red-hot glow that emanates an otherworldly aura. The three hammer-shaped flanges that extend from the head of the mace enhance its menacing appearance, while intricate celestial symbols etched onto its surface further emphasize its divine origin, captivating all who behold its godly splendor. Aries, in awe of his newly bestowed mace, couldn't help but mutter, amazing. His eyes gleamed with admiration for the divine craftsmanship that had materialized before him. Meanwhile, the divine parents, including Surya, Nyara, Set, and Nephthys, extended their heartfelt congratulations to the young gods for their extraordinary gifts. The air was filled with a sense of familial pride as they witnessed the unfolding destinies of their heirs. The grand throne room became a tapestry of joy and celebration, as smiles adorned the faces of the gods and goddesses. Soon divine assembly of Eru, Olmo, Surya, Mandos, Horus, Set and Anubis stood on the terrace, gazing down upon the unfolding events in the mortal realm. Eru's watchful eyes observed as Valyria sank into increasing darkness, mirroring the descent of King Arion into the abyss of dark magic. The plight of the slaves worsened, a stark reflection of the corrupting influences at play. Eru, sensing the burden on his grandson Perseus, sighed and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You are not responsible for their bad decisions, Eru uttered with a gentle tone, attempting to alleviate the weight that weighed on Perseus's heart. Perseus, conflicted, muttered, but. The turmoil within him hinted at the complex emotions swirling as he could not do anything to move them from this path. In the tapestry of ancient history, the enigmatic prowess of Cara became legendary for his mastery in archery, specifically the divine art of Danurveda. Gifted directly by Lord Eru himself, Cara's skills surpassed the mortal realm, delving into the mystical realm of astras, supernatural weapons invoked through potent mantras. In the heat of battle, Cara wielded these astras, transforming ordinary arrows into divine instruments of unparalleled power. Prince Karna's battlefield exploits were nothing short of extraordinary, as he single-handedly vanquished entire armies utilizing the vast range of Astra abilities. Despite numerous attempts by others to replicate his skills, the secrets of Danarveda remained elusive, reserved only for the sacred connection between teacher and disciple, in this case, Lord Eru and his exceptional protege. In the same epoch, the birth of the god of war, Ares, unfolded into a well-known saga. Revered by humans and warriors alike, Ares became a beacon of strength and guidance. His divine presence was invoked through prayers, and warriors sought his aid in the tumult of battle. Ares, also serving as Eru's enforcer, took on the responsibility of dealing with kingdoms that dared to harm innocent devotees of the ancient gods. His justice was swift and unyielding, echoing the divine order established by Lord Eru. Excerpt from Tales of Ancient Gods and Demigods by scholar Norvos from Tower of North. Chapter 62, Chapter 53. Under the ancient boughs of the orchard, the family gathered. Lucian with Raven joined mother and father in quiet family moment. Raven was lucky enough to have a small part of Eru's divine energy, so she graced the mortal realms as the goddess of night. Because of her immortal identity, she had connections that spanned continents across Essos and Et, weaving temples adorned in her honor, echoes of prayers filling the night sky. Lucian, after 200 mortal years, gracefully yielded his title of Lord Teeps to his son. Embracing the afterlife, he assumed the role of protector alongside his father. Together with Raven, they traversed the realms. Eliza joined alone time with her husband and children. Lucian, Raven, and Eliza kicked back with Eru, chatting about their adventures in the Shadowlands. Lucian grinned, "Father, you won't believe the crazy demons and monsters we faced. Shadows everywhere." Raven chimed in, "We went on this hunting spree. You know, just your usual sibling bonding in the dark abyss." Eliza, with a casual air, shared her concerns, "Just be careful, those red priest/priestess and other dark magic users have been eyeing anyone with special abilities or godly blood." Eliza has seen there has been attempts made at Perseus's descendants, although none of the attempts were successful thanks to Ulmo's protection. Eru smiled and said, "Don't worry, they do not dare do anything so openly." Eliza was slightly relieved, but she was still worried about Lucian and Raven traveling to the Shadowlands. As Raven spoke up, "We bumped into these dark magic folks, necromancers, nightwalkers, you name it." Lucian added, "Oh, and those inquisitors, torturers, and poisoners. Yeah, they got a taste of my blade." Raven laughed, "And don't get me started on the worshippers, Black Goat, Bacallan, Lion of Night, we faced them all." Eliza frowned hearing this, while Eru comforted her and said, "I know you are worried about them, but you must not forget they are not children and they are powerful enough to defend themselves." Eliza nodded, slightly letting go of the argument. While as past Eru started teaching Karna and Ares their respective fighting styles fitting for their weapons. In the vast expanse of the training ground, Karna was practicing his bow, while Ares was practicing his mace swings. Eru, a master archer, stands with a bow in hand and an arrow notched. He begins a ritualistic chant or mantra, invoking the ancient powers of the cosmos. As his mantra ends, the arrow ignites with a blazing crimson hue, pulsating with raw energy. With a fluid motion, he releases the arrow, and it streaks through the air with the fury of a comet, finding its mark dead center on the target. The impact sends slight shock waves through the ground, and the target erupts into a brilliant inferno, flames engulfing it. Young Karna stands in awe, witnessing the spectacle of his grandfather's mastery. Overwhelmed by the display, he kneels before Eru, his determination burning as brightly as the flames before him. "I will devote myself to learning, grandfather," he declares with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Ares, Karna's rival, watches with a mixture of envy and admiration. Unable to resist the allure of such skill, he rushes to join them, dropping to his knees beside Karna. "Teach me too, grandfather," he implores, his ambition shining in his eyes. Eru, sensing the tension between the two, offers a reassuring smile. "Fear not, my children," he says, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "There is room for all who seek knowledge and mastery. Together, we shall forge a path of strength and honor." With his words echoing in the air, Eru leads his eager disciples into the realm of archery, where the secrets of the bow and arrow await their eager hearts. Eru taught them to use different weapons, making them an all-round warrior. But still Karna favored the bow, while Ares was more into sword and mace. Both were written histories for their heroic deeds. Chapter 63, Creation of Braavos. During the dark reign of Valyria, where Lord of Light's priests, a large group of slaves hatched a daring plan to break free from their captors. Rising as one, they overpowered their Valyrian oppressors and commandeered the ships that were meant to transport them to an uncertain fate. Knowing the harsh consequences they would face for such a rebellion, the former slaves sought refuge as far away from the Valyrian freehold as possible. The slaves are huddled together on the ships, planning where to escape to. All of them were afraid of the being once again captured of Valyrians. Among the slaves were Priestess of Eru, who were imprisoned for speaking against such practices. They could tell Lawler's influence was gathering in Valyria. These priestesses were chosen by Eru, so they had very big influence, and Valyrians did not dare harm them, fearing Eru's wrath. Also, these priestesses can live for 300 years or more, and they have direct visions from Eru from time to time. So Valyrians imprisoned them. Now they were free. The wise women priestesses approach, their faces serene yet determined. The oldest was Priestess Arya, placing a gentle hand on a slave's shoulder, said, "My dear children, fear not. Eru's guidance has led us to this sacred place. Here, amidst the fog and the pine-clad slopes, we shall find sanctuary." Slave 1 was worried and questioned, "But Priestess Arya, we know not what awaits us beyond these waters. Our captors will be relentless in their pursuit." Priestess Lisa smiling reassuringly and answered, "Have faith, Lord Eru has foreseen our destiny, and the mists will shield us from those who seek to harm us." Slave 2 nervously asked, "But what if the world beyond these shores rejects us?" Priestess Alia placing a hand on the slave's heart and said, "Trust us, Lord Eru has given us visions for brighter future. Keep your spirit strong, embrace your worth, for Eru has chosen you to shape a new destiny." Slave 3 was now hopeful and asked, "What will become of us once we arrive at this distant lagoon?" Priestess Arya smiled and replied, "Lord Eru has already made sure the land provides all our needs." This calmed down the slaves, while Sister Lyson, her voice filled with conviction, added, "We shall create a city, a place of unity and strength, where all who seek solace and prosperity will find a home." The slaves look at each other, their determination growing. Slave 4 with a resolute voice spoke up, "Then let us set sail. We shall face whatever comes our way with Eru's guidance." Slave 1 firmly nodded and added, "We are no longer slaves, we are the architects of our own fate." As the slaves prepare to sail into the unknown, the wise women priestesses stand with them, their hands raised in a silent blessing. Guided by a group of wise women priestesses who followed prophecies from the enigmatic deity Eru, they sailed across treacherous waters to reach a distant lagoon, shrouded in a perpetual thick fog that concealed them from passing dragon riders. It was here, amidst pine-clad slopes and scattered islands, that they finally found sanctuary. Their newfound home became known as Braavos, a city that expanded across the lagoon, thriving as a haven for those seeking freedom and prosperity. To safeguard their freedom, the refugees devised ingenious ways to protect their identity and their stolen Valyrian ships. They used a dye derived from local snails to stain their ships' hulls and sails a deep purple, an ancient tradition that the Braavosi still uphold to this day. As generations passed, Braavos remained hidden from the world, its existence a well-kept secret. The city's elected leader, the Sea Lord, who is the leader of Braavos. The city thrived during that time. Among Braavos' landmarks stood the statue of Eru, a colossal fortress guarding the harbor entrance, towering nearly 400 feet tall. This imposing structure served not only as protection but also as a symbol of the city, with Eru's image adorning the Braavosi coinage. Deep within the city, concealed on a small island in the lagoon, lay the House of White and Black. This enigmatic temple served as the headquarters of the Faceless Men, a guild of religious assassins devoted to the many-faced god. The temple's single entrance was a remarkable ebony and pale weirwood door, reflecting the duality of life and death, a theme that resonated throughout Braavos. Within the house, the central sanctuary housed a pool filled with poisoned water, offering those who sought release from their suffering the embrace of death. The Hall of Faces, hidden deep below, held the faces of those who had drunk from the poisoned pool, allowing the Faceless Men to change their appearance at will. Braavos' spiritual diversity was evident in the house's atrium, where statues of various gods from both Essos and Westeros stood side by side. The Faceless Men believed that these death gods were facets of Eru, the mysterious deity revered throughout the city. The grandest temple in Braavos was the Temple of Eru, an awe-inspiring structure of snow-white marble crowned by a massive silver dome. The temple's windows depicted 3 interlocking triangles symbolizing Eru's dominion over life, death, and creation. Another symbol, the world tree Yggdrasil, highlighted Eru's role as the guardian and nurturer of the realm, ensuring stability and continuity. Eventually, the Sea Lord of Braavos, Euthero Zaline, decided that enough time had passed for Braavos to reveal itself to the world. The Iron Bank of Braavos paid the Dragon Lords for the stolen ships, but refused to pay for the value of the slaves themselves. Ships were then sent forth throughout the world announcing the existence and location of Braavos and inviting men of all nations to the city to celebrate its 111th anniversary. The Valyrians accepted the money, but ultimately were more consumed with their own internal feuds and weren't really interested in the descendants of long-dead slaves living in an isolated city-state on the far borders of their territories, so they simply ignored Braavos and left it alone. The city of Braavos has grown and prospered over the years. The unmasking celebration is in full swing, with vibrant colors and joyous festivities. Sea Lord Euthero, raising his voice, said, "Citizens of Braavos, today we honor our history and our triumph over adversity. It was long ago that a group of brave souls, once slaves, arrived at this lagoon, guided by the prophecies of Eru. The crowd cheers as the Sea Lord continues with pride, we have thrived in secrecy, but now, we stand unmasked before the world. Braavos, the city of freedom and courage, shall no longer hide its light." The people celebrate, and the wise women priestesses join in the jubilation, who are now very old and wrinkled women. They are now being pushed in wheelchair-like contraption. Priestess Lisa spoke to the crowd, "Rejoice, for today, we reveal our strength to the world. Under Eru's watchful eye, we have prospered and flourished." The crowd cheers louder, and the wise women priestesses share knowing glances. Priestess Arya whispers to Priestess Lisa, "Our people have come so far, guided by the benevolence of Eru. May our city continue to prosper under the light of his wisdom." Priestess Lisa nods and replied, "Indeed, dear sister. Our work has only just begun, and with Eru's guidance, we have to now choose our successor. Our lives are coming to a close." Both priestesses nodded. They were already training suitable priestesses for the role, but for now together, the wise women priestesses watched the joyous celebration unfold, knowing that the legacy of Eru and the bravery of the slaves live on in the heart of Braavos. To this day, the anniversary of the unmasking is celebrated in Braavos with a 10-day festival of feasting and masked revelry. It culminates on the midnight of the 10th day when the Eru roars and tens of thousands of celebrants remove their masks as one. Chapter 64, Chapter 55, The Start of Valyria's Dark Path. A/N, now I am working on Doom of Valyria and recruiting of Melisandre, also to create Order of Wizards, like MC creating an avatar Merlin, then creating spirits like Gandalf, Saruman, and even OC that looks like Morgan Freeman. Last, but not least, I am going to reuse some of story points from a previous FIC. It was around c. 200 BC that the Valyrians annexed Dragonstone, an island in the narrow sea just off the eastern coast of Westeros. The Targaryen family takes control of the island, which is used as a trading post with the Seven Kingdoms. The Valyrians' arrival was noted by Reach, Dorne, and North. They did not do anything against them because Valyria were using the island as trading posts. Also Driftmark, which was an island close to Dragonstone, was occupied by House of Valerians, who also had close ties with the Three Alliances. Eru, seeing this from his palace, muttered, "So the end of Valyria is coming." Eru telepathically called Aries, who appears behind his grandfather in a burst of flames. Eru smiled at him. Aries is built like a warrior, with broad shoulders and a defined physique. He has intense, dark brown eyes and long, flowing black hair. His face is sculpted with sharp cheekbones. He has a short, well-groomed beard that accentuates his strong jawline. Aries wears imposing armor, often adorned with rams and other symbols of war. Aries spoke up, his voice resonating with authority and determination. "Grandfather, did you need anything?" Ever the stalwart guardian, he stood ever ready to fulfill his role as Eru's trusted enforcer. Eru nodded gravely, his countenance etched with concern. Yes, the Valyrians seem to tread a darker path. Their practitioners of magic have allied with the priestesses of LOTR in a bid to unleash abominations upon the world. They tamper with forces beyond their control, birthing blood demons and vampires, creatures that hunger for mortal blood. Left unchecked, these monstrosities will sow destruction. Aries' expression betrayed a hint of shock at the revelation. Though he had witnessed the descent of the Valyrians into darkness, the creation of such abominations still filled him with disgust. "Ignorant fools," he muttered under his breath, his disdain palpable. Eru sighed wearily, his gaze heavy with sorrow. They have long been consumed by their obsession with gods and immortality. These experiments are but a futile attempt to grasp eternal life. Rising to his feet, Aries declared with steely resolve, "I will eradicate these monsters, grandfather." Eru nodded in acknowledgement, his features lined with a mixture of pride and apprehension. I trust in your determination. Yet, know that the Red Priestesses have already disseminated the method of their creation to the Shadowlands. We must also rely on your followers to purge these hives whenever they emerge. Aries nodded, said in conviction, Donnie worry grandfather, I will train my followers to hunt them down, wherever they appear. He was young god, but he still gained a good amount of followers because of his father and mother. Aries nodded, his voice brimming with conviction. Don't worry, grandfather. I will train my followers to hunt them down wherever they appear. Despite his youth among the gods, his lineage, born of his father and mother, had garnered him a substantial following. Aries blessed and instructed his chosen priests and priestesses. He honed their skills in the ancient art of monster hunting and fighting. Venturing into the treacherous depths of the Shadowlands, he discovered a myriad of creatures, some as old as the beginning of the world itself, while others had been wrought into existence by the twisted sorceries of Ashai's dark practitioners. Chapter 65, Chapter 56. Aries arrives at the fortress where his grandfather had spoken of blood demons, in a burst of flames, his presence igniting the air with an aura of power. As he surveys the abandoned stronghold, his keen senses detect the presence of Valyrian mages and red priestesses lurking within its walls. Should I come inside? Aries bellows, his voice echoing through the deserted halls like a clarion call, or will you come out and face me like true warriors? As the moon casts an eerie glow over the ancient fortress, shadows stir within its crumbling walls. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the vampires emerge from the darkness in swarms. They more animalistic in their appearances, and they walked on all fours. Their limbs held sharp claw-like digits that allowed them to shred their prey, and their mouths held powerfully sharp fangs used for feeding. The claws were sharp enough to slash humans into bloody pieces. These vampires were seemingly evolved to be blind with no apparent eyes on their faces, but were easily able to detect prey. They move with unnatural speed and grace, their unearthly shrieks echoing through the night air. They give guttural growl emanating from the depths of its throat, echoing with an eerie resonance. Interspersed with these growls are sharp, piercing hisses, like the warning of a snake ready to strike. As the vampire's rage intensifies, its vocalizations become more frenzied, with snarls that reverberate with a feral ferocity. Aries was looking at monsters and muttered, so these are the so-called blood demons or vampires that Valyrian magicians and Red Priestess were working on. I must say these numbers would definitely cause a disaster to the world, if left alone. Aries takes out a medium-sized baton from his back. With a surge of power, the mace sparked to life and transformed, glowing and burning with a fiery intensity. Into one-handed battle mace gleamed with an otherworldly radiance, its three hammer-shaped flanges jutting out menacingly from the head. The flanges themselves seemed to pulsate with a red-hot energy. As he swung the mace through the air, arcs of fire trailed in its wake. Ares, the god of war, descends upon the battlefield with the wrath of nature. His arrival is marked by a deafening crash as he crashes into the midst of the oncoming monsters, unleashing a shockwave that shatters their ranks and throws monsters aside like rag dolls. With a vice-like grip, Ares seizes one of the creatures by the throat as it attempts to leap upon him, its struggles futile against the god of war's strength. In a blaze of fury, Ares ignites the monster, flames engulfing its form in an instant. With his mace ablaze with fiery energy, Ares becomes a relentless whirlwind of destruction, each strike sending monsters hurtling through the air with explosive force. The creatures writhe and screech as they succumb to the flames licking at their flesh, their greatest weakness laid bare before the god of war's relentless onslaught. The fiery energy and hammer-like flanges of his mace cause monsters to die by bursting into flames, because flames are one of their biggest weaknesses. Come at me! Ares roars, his voice a thunderous challenge that echoes across the battlefield. As the vampires converge with claw-like digits poised to strike, their futile attempts to pierce Ares's unyielding skin only serve to amuse the god of war. As more and more vampires run to with claw-like digits that allowed them to shred their prey, but it did not work. His skin was not even pierced but those flimsy claws. Yet, as the onslaught intensifies and looked like Ares was getting overwhelmed, Ares' grin only widens, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he summons the full force of his power. He braces himself and delivers a bone-shattering blow with his mace, slamming it into the earth with such force that a massive crater erupts beneath him. The shock wave radiates outward, a wave of sheer power that sends the vampires hurtling into the air like leaves in a storm. Ares watches with satisfaction as they are tossed aside, their onslaught thwarted by his indomitable strength. Now, that was a good warm-up, Ares declares with a grin, his voice tinged with the thrill of battle. As Aries gazes towards the fortress, another door bursts open, unleashing a torrent of vampires hell-bent on his destruction. With a gleam of anticipation in his eyes, Aries draws his sword from his waist, holding it aloft as he mutters a primal mantra, igniting the blade in a blaze of fiery determination. With a smirk of satisfaction, Aries charges headlong into the horde of monsters, his sword slicing through the air with deadly precision. Each swing of his blade is met with a burst of flames, reducing the vampires to nothing but smoldering ash in his wake. It's a one-sided slaughter, as Aries revels in the thrill of battle, his movements a graceful dance of death. But as the dust settles and the battlefield grows silent, Aries' satisfaction turns to disappointment. "I thought this was going to be a challenge," he mutters with a sigh, casting a disdainful glance around at the smoldering remains of his fallen foes. Turning his attention to the looming fortress, Aries' voice echoes with mocking laughter. "Should I come inside and drag you out?" he calls out, his challenge ringing through the air like a death knell. In response, as four old men, clad in Valyrian garb, and a woman draped in flowing crimson fabric, came out of the fortress, the four old Valyrians quickly ran and kneeled before Aries, their voices trembling with fear as they plead for mercy. "Great God Aries," they implore, "be merciful. I prayed you would find peace in your heart." But Aries' response is swift and merciless. With a snort of disdain, he silences them with a single stroke of his blade, their heads rolling to the ground in a grim testament to his power. Turning his attention to the Red Priestess, Aries regards her with a cold gaze, his contempt evident in his voice. "Do you have anything to say?" he demands, his tone dripping with derision. The priestess meets his gaze with unwavering resolve, her faith unshakable even in the face of death. "The Lord of Light will prevail," she declares, her voice steady despite the looming threat of Aries' blade. But Aries scoffs at her words, his disbelief palpable as he drives his sword through her heart, extinguishing her life with a swift and decisive blow. "Your so-called Lord of Light was just a rat," he whispers, his voice tinged with contempt, "when my grandfather was forging this whole world." Chapter 66, Chapter 57 Merlin's Entry. Eru, seated upon his majestic throne in the celestial palace, stretched out his hands, commanding the fabric of existence to weave a new background for his next avatar. This time, the chosen vessel was none other than the renowned mage Merlin Emrys. Merlin's lineage bore the weight of a tragic history, as he was raised by his grandparents, the self-exiled Valyrian mages Balinor and Huneth. Their decision to sever ties with their homeland, Valyria, stemmed from witnessing the devastating consequences of its dark and forbidden practices. Having already suffered the loss of their own son and daughter-in-law to the malevolent forces that plagued their society, they resolved to safeguard their grandson at all costs. Fearing that Merlin would meet a similar fate if they remained in Valyria, Balinor and Huneth embarked on a journey of exile, seeking refuge in the distant city of Braavos. In the shadow of the Titan, amidst the canals and labyrinthine streets, they hoped to find sanctuary and a chance for their grandson to grow without the looming threat of his heritage. Merlin Valyrian was hailed as a prodigy in the art of magic, taught from a young age by his proud grandparents, Huneth and Balinor. They marveled at his mastery of elements, spellcraft, and alchemy, including his groundbreaking creation, apparition, a form of teleportation. Merlin enjoyed the love of his grandparents, it felt good to have such loving parental connection again. At 15, Merlin possessed pale skin, sharp features, and silver hair tied back in a ponytail, his eyes holding both amusement and mischief. Gazing at the distant sea, he sensed the encroaching darkness of Valyria's fall even in his mortal form. "I fear the fall of Valyria is imminent," Merlin murmured. Balinor, Merlin's grandfather, joined him, noting, "Your grandmother mentioned your desire to explore the world." Merlin nodded, and Balinor smiled knowingly. "I always knew you would venture beyond our walls someday." As Balinor expressed concern about Merlin's departure, Merlin reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll apparate back home every night." Balinor chuckled. "I had no doubt you'd say that." Balinor then quickly added, "Now, let's go back inside before your grandmother become angry again." Merlin chuckled and joined his grandfather, while his grandmother was reluctantly agreed for Merlin to travel around the world. While on his travels through Essos, he felt powerful magical signature, which was let out in constant outburst. In the dimly lit chamber of the slave bid, Merlin, cloaked in shadow, navigated through the throngs of wealthy bidders. The air hummed with anticipation as opulent buyers vied for the most exotic and beautiful slaves. Merlin, accustomed to the grim reality of slavery, ventured into this den of despair only when his magical powers surged uncontrollably among mortals. His eyes, aglow with a golden hue, scanned the crowd until they locked onto a young girl with fiery red hair, her presence pulsating with untamed magic. With a mere glance, Merlin was engulfed in a vision of her future, a woman, aged but timeless, with flawless porcelain skin and eyes that burned like coals. Her fiery mane cascaded down her back, adorned with intricate knots and beads, exuding an otherworldly allure. Tall and slender, she possessed a grace that commanded attention, draped in flowing red robes that whispered of power. Around her neck, a choker of glistening rubies glinted in the flickering torchlight. As recognition dawned upon him, Merlin breathed a name barely audible amidst the clamor of the auction house, Melisandre. Merlin wanted to change her future. As Merlin strides through the bustling slave market, the world around him seems to slow to a crawl. His eyes blaze with an otherworldly golden glow, and with a subtle gesture of his hand, the movements of every person in sight grind to a halt. Time itself seems to bend to his will, as if frozen in the moment. The suspended droplets of water mid-fall, the ripples frozen in a pond, and the expressions of awe and disbelief etched upon the faces of those caught in his gaze. But it's not just their bodies that are paralyzed, their minds too are ensnared by Merlin's power. Through his sheer force of will, he delves into their consciousness, freezing their thoughts and desires in an instant. It's as if the entire world has been put on pause, trapped within a moment of suspended animation. Yet amidst the stillness, a small group of figures remains unaffected. They were the slaves, who were slightly in awe and fear at the scene around them. On the platform stood among them Melisandre, known as Melanie of Lot 7, her gaze fixed upon Merlin with a mixture of wonder and anticipation. With a gentle smile, he extended his hand towards her. "Would you like to come with me?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of warmth and reassurance. Melisandre nodded eagerly, her voice barely a whisper as she replied, "Yes." Turning his attention to the other slaves clustered nearby, Merlin's gaze softened with empathy. "And what about the rest of you?" he inquired, his words a beacon of hope in the midst of their despair. "Would you like to come with me as well? I can lead you to the Temple of Ulmo, where you'll find sanctuary." Fear mingled with uncertainty among the slaves, but at the mention of the Temple of Ulmo, a flicker of hope ignited within them. Tears of relief welled up in their eyes as they nodded in unison, their voices a chorus of gratitude. Chapter 67, Merlin Traveling. Merlin went around Essos and even ET in such travel, while training Melisandre. In a secluded clearing deep within a forest, Merlin, with his long flowing robes, stood before young Melisandre, whose crimson garb contrasted against the lush greenery around them. Merlin explained, "Magic is all about intent, but just thinking, I want to make a flame, won't really work. You must let your mind slowly identify how each type of magic feels." Melisandre's eyes sparkled with awe and curiosity. "So what about incantations? I read about them in the books you gave me." Merlin nodded and explained, "Incantations make casting spell easier, but you must not use them as a crutch." Melisandre nodded. With a wave of his hand, Merlin summoned a gentle breeze, causing the leaves to rustle and dance in the air and said, "Watch closely, Melisandre." Melisandre studied and felt the magic used by Merlin. She was in awe. As Merlin continued, air is an element of freedom, it responds to the will of user much easier than the other elements. Next, he gestured towards a nearby stream, and the water began to rise, swirling and forming intricate patterns. "Water, fluid and adaptable," Merlin explained. "It flows where it's directed, yet it can also wear away the mightiest rock given time." Merlin stamped his feet on the ground with a force that reverberated through the earth. Suddenly, a single column of rock shot up from the earth, standing tall and sturdy before them. "Earth, steadfast and resilient," he continued. "It provides stability and sustenance, the foundation upon which all life thrives." Melisandre, being young, questioned with a doubtful tone, "Wind, is it really that powerful?" Merlin sighed and said, "Every element is powerful." To illustrate his point, Merlin muttered an incantation, "Riga Shrade," he intoned, directing the tempest of swirling blades towards a massive boulder standing nearby. The wind blades, sharp and relentless, sliced through the boulder with an ear-splitting crack, sending shards of rock flying in all directions. Melisandre was in shock, but quickly breaking out of it said, "I will learn everything carefully." While this was happening in Valyria, Daenerys Targaryen knelt in solemn prayer before the altar, her heart heavy with foreboding for the fate of Valyria. Deep in her soul, she sensed the ominous trajectory the once great empire was following, a path veiled in darkness and despair. Many in the Targaryen family regarded Daenerys as a seer, since she often grappled with the fragmented visions, unsure of their significance or their ultimate purpose, and sometimes she mumbled prophecies. These more or less came true with time. So she knew the danger and fervently invoked the name of Eru, beseeching divine intervention for her beloved land. The veil between the present and the future momentarily parted, granting her a glimpse of the impending catastrophe. In the vision, she saw the once majestic 14 flames erupting in a violent conflagration, engulfing Valyria in a shroud of dark, poisonous mist. Then Valyria was completely bathed in flames. Daenerys Targaryen was in shock after seeing such vision, but she broke out of it as the voice of Eru resonated within her mind, its solemn tone echoing with an undeniable sense of inevitability. "You cannot change Valyria's fate," the divine voice pronounced, each word laden with a weight that Daenerys could scarcely bear. "Your only chance lies in guiding your family away from the path of doom." With a heavy heart, Daenerys understood the magnitude of the task that lay before her. Though she longed to alter the course of history and save her homeland from its inexorable demise, she knew that some destinies were unchangeable. She was quick to inform her family about this, and all of them believed her. Daenerys wasted no time in conveying the gravity of her visions and the divine warning to her family, gathering them together with a sense of urgency. Her husband Gaemon and her children Aegon, Elena, and Arya were present. Her husband, Gaemon, a man of action tempered by wisdom, was the first to voice his resolve. "We must heed the counsel of the gods," he declared, his voice steady and resolute. "Their warnings cannot be disregarded." The actions of House Valyrian in times past was now making sense to Gaemon and Daenerys. "It's true," Aegon continued, his voice tinged with conviction. "The Valyrians abandoned their seat of power in Valyria decades ago, they probably heeding a similar warning. Lord Perseus must have foreseen the peril that awaited our homeland." Elena, her brow furrowed in contemplation, nodded in agreement. "It is a possibility," she murmured softly, her thoughts drifting to the enigmatic figure of Lord Perseus, son of Ulmo. The Targaryens, deeply rooted in their faith in the ancient gods, remained steadfast in their beliefs, their devotion unwavering despite the passage of time. Valyrians have long moved away from Valyria, especially after the slow corruption of Valyria. They were warned by Perseus to not stay in Valyria. A/N, Merlin would soon meet 3 spirits created by Eru to help him: Gandalf, Saruman, and Morgan Freeman OC. Chapter 68, Notice. Chapter 69, Eru creating 3 wizards. In his palace, Eru began to create new spirits with the threads of existence itself. With a gentle command, he called upon the primordial essences of the elements to heed his call. From the depths of the celestial flames emerged the fervent spirit of fire, its radiant form pulsating with raw energy and primal fury. As the spirit of fire began to form into corporeal form, a transformation unfolded before the eyes of those present. From the swirling flames emerged an old man, draped in a long gray cloak that billowed around him like smoke. Atop his head sat a pointed blue hat, and a silver scarf draped elegantly around his neck. His weathered face bore the marks of countless ages, framed by a long white beard that flowed down to his chest, while bushy eyebrows arched over piercing eyes that gleamed with inner fire. With a serene smile, Eru turned his gaze upon each figure, bestowing upon them name of recognition. Gandalf, he spoke with reverence, a beacon of wisdom and courage in the mortal realm. Gandalf knelt before Eru, his expression one of unwavering loyalty and dedication. "I am forever at your service, my lord," he declared with reverence. Next, Eru summoned the essence of earth, drawing forth the ancient spirit of solidity and strength. With a mighty rumble, the earth itself seemed to part, revealing the towering figure of the earth spirit. Its stony visage radiated an aura of unyielding resolve. Meanwhile, the stony spirit of earth began its metamorphosis, gradually solidifying into the likeness of an imposing figure. His white hair and beard, once touched with the colors of the earth, now gleamed with the purity of marble. Tall and commanding, he stood with an air of quiet strength, his deep-set eyes piercing through the veil of time. Clad in a flowing white cloak that seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding landscape, he exuded an aura of ancient wisdom and unyielding resolve. As his eyes shifted to the next figure, Eru's voice carried a tone of respect and acknowledgement. "Saruman," he continued, a master of knowledge and smithing. Saruman followed suit, kneeling in front of his creator and a testament to his submission. "I am your humble servant," he intoned, his voice filled with awe. Lastly, the winds whispered secrets of the heavens as Eru invoked the spirit of air. Swift and elusive, this ethereal being danced upon the currents of the atmosphere, embodying the untamed freedom of the skies. With a graceful swirl, the spirit of air danced upon unseen currents, shaping itself into the form of a man of striking presence. His features bore the marks of a life lived with purpose and introspection, with soulful brown eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe within their depths. Well-defined brows added character to his gaze, while lines etched upon his forehead spoke of the myriad experiences that had shaped his existence. His salt and pepper hair, neatly trimmed, framed a face that exuded an aura of quiet confidence and understated power. Finally, Eru's gaze settled upon the last figure, his expression thoughtful yet approving. Morgan, he declared, a cunning strategist and seeker of truth. Morgan, with a smile gracing his lips, joined his companions in kneeling before Eru. "I will follow your orders, my lord," he affirmed, his pledge tinged with determination and respect. Eru's smile broadened as he addressed the trio, his words carrying the weight of destiny. "I have chosen you three for the purpose of creating the Council of Wizards, alongside my avatar Merlin. Together, you must guide the people through the critical events that lie ahead." With solemn nods, each of the wizards affirmed their commitment. "We will ensure your orders are fulfilled," they vowed in unison. Eru's nod of approval signaled his confidence in their abilities. "Your focus will be on Westeros," he continued, "but that does not prohibit you from journeying to Essos or ET as needed." As Gandalf, Saruman, and Morgan absorbed the weight of the future events laid out before them, the rise of Aegon the Conqueror, the Dance of Dragons, and the Blackfire Rebellion, their expressions grew solemn and their nods became more pronounced. Each of them understood the gravity of their task and the importance of their role in shaping the course of history. With determined resolve, they prepared themselves to face the challenges ahead, knowing that the fate of Westeros rested in their hands. While in Essos, Melisandre practiced her elemental magic, commanding fire with a flick of her wrist. She couldn't shake the ominous sensation creeping up on her from a distance. Casting her gaze towards the horizon, her heart sank as she realized the source of the foreboding, Valyria. "It seems my teacher was right," she murmured solemnly, her voice barely more than a whisper in the crackling silence. "The end of Valyria draws near." Melisandre's mind grappled with disbelief as memories of her teacher's warnings flooded back. Valyria, once the epitome of power and dominance, now faced with its imminent destruction. That's when Merlin came towards her, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient stone courtyard. His cloak billowed behind him, caught in a gentle breeze. With a knowing smile gracing his lips, he approached Melisandre. "So, how is elemental training going?" His voice carried the weight of centuries of wisdom, yet held a warmth that could thaw the coldest of hearts. Melisandre's eyes sparkled with determination as she turned to face her master, her hands still tingling with the remnants of fire she had been manipulating moments before. Swiftly, she extinguished the flames and rushed to explain her progress. "I have been able to wield the powers of wind and earth with some success," she began, her voice filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "But fire comes most naturally to me. Water, however, seems to elude my grasp." Merlin nodded knowingly, his gaze penetrating as he considered her words. "It is understandable," he mused, his voice carrying the weight of ancient prophecy. "Each sorcerer possesses a natural affinity for an element, and it seems that fire is yours. But fear not, for mastery over the opposing element often proves to be the greatest challenge." As if on cue, Merlin's senses tingled with the arrival of new figures. With a cryptic smile, he turned his gaze towards a distant hill, where three figures emerged, their cloaks billowing behind them like banners of destiny. "It seems they are here," Merlin announced, his voice barely above a whisper. Melisandre was confused and thought, "Who?" Merlin smiled and replied, "Fellow sorcerers, they are my fellow companions." She followed Merlin's gaze, her eyes widening in awe as she beheld the trio of fellow sorcerers. Each was garbed in a cloak of a different hue, one draped in solemn gray, another in purest white, and the last in the shimmering depths of azure. Little did she know that her encounter with these enigmatic figures would set into motion a chain of events that would alter the course of destiny itself. Chapter 70, Doom of Valyria. In the waning days of the Valyrian freehold, a darkness began to seep into the hearts of the Valyrians. The once proud dragon lords, with their immense power and mastery of magic, became consumed by a desire for immortality. Envy gnawed at them as they gazed upon the gods, longing for the eternal life they believed was denied to them. Driven by their growing obsession, the Valyrians turned to prayer, beseeching the gods for the gift of everlasting life. But their pleas fell on deaf ears, and their prayers went unanswered. Frustration turned to anger, and anger gave birth to a dangerous resentment towards the divine. In their desperation, the Valyrians forsook the gods they once revered. They blasphemed and cursed the very deities they had once worshipped. A dark cloud of heresy settled over Valyria as the Dragon Lords embraced forbidden practices in their pursuit of immortality. Blood magic, a powerful and twisted form of sorcery, became a favored tool of the corrupted Valyrians. They delved deeper into its dark secrets, harnessing the life force of others in their gruesome experiments. Human sacrifices, once unthinkable, became a macabre routine as they sought to unlock the secrets of immortality. To take their heretical practices even further, the Valyrians erected a towering temple dedicated to LOTR, the Lord of Light. This grand structure, adorned with fiery symbols and menacing statues, became a sinister beacon of their devotion to the forbidden arts. Within its walls, the Valyrians committed unspeakable acts, offering innocent lives in their misguided quest for eternal life. But their blasphemous rituals and blood sacrifices only served to further corrupt the Valyrians. The more they delved into these forbidden arts, the more they lost touch with their humanity. Their souls became tarnished, and the darkness that had taken root within them began to spread like a disease. Little did they know that their hubris and depravity were sowing the seeds of their own destruction. The downfall of Valyria was a consequence of their own corruption and the divine retribution they had incurred. A mighty double explosion followed by an earthquake shakes everything in as people were shocked. This was slightly frequent, so most ignored it and went on with their daily lives. Some houses were rocked by the shake increasingly stronger. Around them, furniture, vases, trinkets, chairs and the mirror fall on the floor. Then white flakes are slowly falling over the beach. The spectacle is surreal. The flakes fall all around them, many take some of them in the palm of their hands. It crumbles between their fingers. What they didn't know was these volcanoes were also sending out poisonous fumes into the air, and it was slowly making its way down. This made the air unbearable to even dragons, if they take it in for too long. People has gathered in the streets, staring and enjoying the spectacle, commenting on what they see in small groups. Some try to catch the ash that starts to cover the cobblestone, bantering. King Rivas of Valyria, perched atop his castle's ramparts, observed the unfolding chaos with a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. "LOTR must be giving us a sign," he declared, his voice tinged with arrogance, "to show us his satisfaction." His sycophants, gathered around him like loyal vultures, nodded eagerly in agreement. "Yes, you are right," one chimed in, "he may be blessing us with his divine favor." Another echoed the sentiment, "Indeed, we have no need for those petty ancient gods." Rivas's expression hardened as he turned to glare at the bold speaker. "Don't speak of them here," he admonished sharply. "Even though we followed them for years, they never blessed our dragon lords with immortality. We've heard the Red Priest can offer us what those petty ancient gods denied us." The sycophants murmured their fervent agreement, eager to bask in the supposed favor of their newfound deity while casting aside the traditions of their ancestors without hesitation. Some of shop owners collect pieces of their merchandise fall during the earthquake. Others keep on going at their business as nothing has happened. It is busy, yet no one seems to be in a hurry. In Valyria, everyday life goes on. But the explosion is heard and people looks to the 14 fires and they slowly steps back, and the so-called 14 fires, all volcanoes have their top has exploded, sending a gigantic cloud as black as ink in the blue summer sky. The ground shook violently, cracking open in great fissures that belched forth billowing plumes of ash and molten rock. The sky turned a foreboding shade of crimson as the volcanic eruption consumed everything in its path. Now doubt and panic started as people run through the city. The more obscureness increases, the smoke spreading over. Streets are rife of ash that gathers on the ground and penetrates everywhere. People pack their stuff on carriages. The horses, whinnying, are getting mad. Unending tremors go on unabated, shaking buildings and people. An earthquake. The soldiers stagger, trying to stay up, when the house by them falls apart. Big stones collapse, smashing 2 of them. This is hell as the some start to see the effect. The fumes and starts to cough. They holds their throat and heads for a water. Some went to the fountain. There's no water running. The fumes are affecting everyone, and many dragon lords, who were fearing for their lives, tried to flee with on their dragons, but the result was not nice, as either they are killed by toxic fumes in the air or are rocks mixed with liquid lava start to fall around from the sky and explode. Some people who struck by one of them becomes a human torch. Dragons, the magnificent creatures that had been the pride and strength of the Valyrians, took flight in a desperate attempt to escape the cataclysm. Their scales shimmered in the dim light as they soared above the erupting volcanoes, their piercing screeches drowned out by the thunderous roar of the 14 fires. But the dragon's valiant efforts were in vain. The sheer magnitude of the explosion overwhelmed them, and one by one, the great beasts succumbed to the forces of nature. They were consumed by the fire and the molten lava that spewed forth from the heart of the land they once called home. The skies soon became filled with the haunting sight of dragons falling from the heavens, their majestic forms plummeting towards the shattered earth below. Several houses are now ablaze and collapsing. Broad sheets of fire leap into the dark sky, the darkness amplifies over the city. No matter how much dragon lords or people tried, 14 volcanoes erupting together caused flaming hailstones to be everywhere in the sky, making it a no-go area. Those that bravely flew their dragons to try and avoid the hailstones were again brought down by them. All the 14 volcanoes' roar is now deafening. In the streets of Valyria, and although the burning houses, it is now complete darkness, just like a room when it's shut up and all the lights put out. All around, people just can hear shrieks of women, screams of the children and the shouts of men. Some call for their children, their parents. An earthquake roars and twitters all and everyone around as some soldiers stumble on the sand, kind of small tsunami unfurls on the beach, destabilizing several soldiers. The houses in flames, people running anywhere, screaming, praying for the Valyrian gods, and some dying. Many ran to the ports, but once again fireballs are falling from the sky, whistling. As they touch the ground, they explode, killing many. Nothing is safe. People trying to get into the ships faced another problem, which was the waves run extremely high and boisterous caused by the earthquakes. All the ships are incredibly shaken and none made it out alive through the dangerous seas. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting eerie shadows across the rugged terrain, a massive wall of roiling clouds surged down the volcanic slopes like a tidal wave of destruction. With thunderous force, it swept through the landscape, devouring everything in its path in a deafening cacophony of sound. The Valyrian, fear etched across their face, stood transfixed as the ominous cloud bore down on the city walls with relentless speed. The air crackled with energy as the heat intensified, and the people below scrambled in futile attempts to escape the impending doom. Rivas, his heart pounding in his chest, watched in sheer horror as he muttered, "We angered the gods." The cataclysmic cloud descended upon them like a wrathful deity. The flames licked at his skin, searing him to the bone as the world around him dissolved into a fiery inferno, reducing everything in its wake to smoldering ruins. The pyroclastic surge travels across the streets at great speeds, burns, knocks down, shatters, buries, or carries away nearly all objects and structures on its way. The searing ash insinuates itself in each cranny, hole, and covers everything. The more the flow advances, the more is gathering rock and woody debris, and increases its sordid power. As the thunder approaches, Rivas in shock mutters, "Have the gods really abandoned us?" and raises his head to see the surge of hot, dry rock fragment and gases. Many Valyrians suddenly remembered their gods again and started praying to their gods, but no results. The cloud envelopes the harbor and inflames the boats and ships by the piers. The flow now covers the sea and large columns of steam are swept away along with the ashes. The pyroclastic surge reaches the seaside and passes in front of the grotto, whistling and spreading all over the beach and the cliff. The whole beach is covered with a steaming thin blanket of white finer-grained ash and cool lava fragments. The volcanic activity would continue even 4 centuries after the original eruptions, with the water often turning poisonous and giving off fumes that can kill. In the end, their lust for immortality proved to be their undoing. The once mighty Valyrian freehold crumbled under the weight of their sins, and the doom they had brought upon themselves reduced their once glorious civilization to ruins, and reduced to ashes, and the survivors scattered across the known world, carrying with them the remnants of a fallen empire and the legends of a lost land. Chapter 71, Aftermath. In the center, a circular table adorned with mystical artifacts and lit by flickering candlelight. Merlin stands at the head, flanked by Melisandre, Gandalf, Saruman, and Morgan. Silence fills the room. They exchange knowing glances, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of their discussion. The downfall of Valyria hangs heavy in the air. Merlin's hand moves with purpose as he reaches for a scroll resting on his desk. With a flourish, he unfurls it and casts it into the center of the room. The parchment dances in the air before settling, revealing an intricate map that seems to pulsate with ancient magic. But it is not an ordinary map. As Merlin channels his magic, the map comes to life before their eyes. Clouds swirl, oceans churn, and landscapes shift with astonishing detail. From the frozen wastes of the north to the scorching deserts of the east, every region is depicted with breathtaking accuracy. The assembled wizards lean in, mesmerized by the spectacle unfolding before them. Westeros, Essos, E.T., the map encompasses them all, a testament to the ancient knowledge they possess. Melisandre with pride in her mentor said, "Teacher created a map that shows everything happening over the world." Gandalf, Saruman, and Morgan nodded. While Merlin's hands weave through the air with a graceful yet commanding motion, as he does, the map begins to shift and morph, revealing the aftermath of Valyria's cataclysmic destruction. Smoke billows from the once great empire, engulfing cities in a veil of ash and ruin. Flames dance amidst the rubble, casting an eerie glow across the desolate landscape. The rivers run black with ash, and the air crackles with residual magic. Gandalf's weathered face betrayed a profound sorrow as he whispered, "Such greatness, brought low by their own arrogance." Saruman, his voice cold and calculating, interjected, "Their fate was sealed the moment they embraced the flames of LOTR. Much like an infected limb must be severed to save the whole body." Valyria, once glorious, had become infested with followers of LOTR, their flames threatening to consume every kingdom across the world. If left unchecked, they would have unleashed their dragons as sacrifices to their fiery god, plunging the realms into eternal darkness. Gandalf nodded solemnly in agreement, acknowledging the harsh truth in Saruman's words. Morgan, her expression unreadable, spoke next, her voice laced with anticipation. "The power vacuum left in Valyria's wake will spark conflicts among the surviving cities, each vying for control." Merlin, his gaze distant yet sharp, added, "Blood will stain the streets as ambitious rulers clash for dominance in the wake of Valyria's fall." Melisandre, her eyes betraying a hint of concern, voiced her query, "And what of the remaining Valyrians and their dragons?" Merlin's response was measured, tinged with uncertainty. "Those in the free cities face grave danger, but those hidden away may yet rise again, biding their time until they can reclaim their lost glory." As soon news arrived of Orion's bold proclamation. The self-proclaimed Emperor of Valyria, fueled by ambition and ancient bloodlines, marched with his dragon and a formidable army to reclaim what was once theirs. But fate had other plans, as the toxic remnants of Valyria's destruction claimed them all, leaving nothing but whispers of their doomed quest echoing through history. But some of the Valyrian houses besides Targaryen are Valyrians and Celtigars. Also several Valyrian dragon lords and their dragons visiting Tyrosh and Lys survived the doom, but in a cruel twist of fate, those who once revered the Valyrians now sought their destruction. These Valyrians, with their majestic dragons, became prime targets, hunted down by mobs. Outside, in the world beyond their chamber, the echoes of Valyria's demise reverberated, sparking new conflicts and alliances as rival factions laid claim to the legacy of the Dragon Lords. In the shadows, the Tigers of Volantis, descendants of Valyrian blood, sharpened their claws, ready to seize power and dominance over the shattered remnants of a once mighty empire. Creators. Chapter 72, Century of Blood. Because of the power vacuum left by the Doom, the Dothraki came from the east and the grasslands of central Essos exploded into war. Acting on the advice given by his mother Doshi, Khal Mengo united the 60 Khalasars and focused on the west. The tall men of the kingdom of Sarnar ignored the threat the Dothraki posed, instead attempting to use them in their own wars. Mengo accepted all the tall men offered in return for his help, but took the lands they had conquered as well. The fields, farms, and towns were burned, and so these lands returned to the wild state they had once had. The Khalasar of Khal Moro, Mengo's son, destroyed Sathar, slew its men, and took its women and children to be sold as slaves. Kasath and Gornith both claimed Sathar's ruins, which resulted in conflict between the two Sarnori cities. 6 years following Sathar's destruction, Kasath was destroyed as well, and Gornith followed a dozen years later. Following that was their thirst grew ANS decided to attack holy cities of ancient gods. As the kingdom of Uru trembled under the assault of the Khal and his raiders, hope seemed to wane. But they continued to pray to their god Eru for survival and help. Just as despair began to settle, a thunderous boom echoed through the air. Ares, the god of war, descended from the heavens, hurtling towards the battlefield with unmatched power. The ground quaked as Ares made his landing, his impact sending shockwaves rippling through the earth. Ares' hair is shoulder length and he has a short, well-groomed beard that accentuates his strong jawline. Ares wore imposing armor, often adorned with rams and other symbols of war. He is strong, intimidating, and always ready for battle. With a swift motion, Ares retrieved a baton from behind, an unassuming cylinder that held untapped potential. As his divine touch graced the baton, it burst into a fiery red glow, transforming before the onlooker's eyes. The once simple cylinder with a surge of power, the mace sparked to life, glowing and burning with a fiery intensity. The flanges themselves seemed to pulsate with an ethereal energy, casting a vibrant light on Ares' determined face. As he swung the mace through the air, arcs of fire trailed in its wake. Ares unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling his divine might into the weapon. With each strike, the mace generated shockwaves that rippled outward, knocking back his adversaries with an explosive force. The shockwaves rippled through the ranks of the Dothraki warriors like a force of nature. Khal Moro's Dothraki Khalasar, caught off guard by the sheer power of the shock waves from the mace swings, struggled to maintain their footing. The mounted warriors, armed with arcs and curved bows, tried to fight back, but the sharp edges of their arcs could not even leave a scratch on Ares' skin, and their curved bows proved futile as their arrows shattered upon impact with his skin or armor. Also, the shock waves generated by Ares' mighty swings wreaked havoc among the Dothraki ranks, causing arrows to veer off course or shatter mid-flight. The ground trembled beneath the force of his assaults, sending mounted warriors tumbling from their horses and scattering their ranks like leaves in the wind. Ares seized the opportunity, pressing his advantage with relentless fury. He spun and twirled, striking with precision and devastating impact. The flanges on his mace cut through flesh, leaving a trail of broken defenses and wounded bodies in his wake. As the battle reached its end, Ares momentarily ceased his relentless assault. He clasped the mace's handle with both hands, and the glow intensified, radiating with a blinding brilliance. The ground trembled beneath him as he raised the mace high above his head, channeling the raw power of war itself. With a resounding crash, Ares brought the mace down, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that rippled outward in all directions. The shockwave tore through the enemy lines, knocking warriors off their feet and scattering them like leaves in a storm. The sheer force of the blast left craters in the ground, evidence of Ares' devastating prowess. As the dust settled, Ares relaxed his grip on the mace, allowing it to revert back to its compacted form, a small, unassuming cylinder. The glow faded, and the weapon appeared dormant once more. Ares surveyed the battlefield, his enemies disarrayed and demoralized. The god of war, a figure of both awe and terror, stood tall amidst the chaos, his flanged mace now sheathed at his side. As Ares observed the retreating Khalasar, a sinister smirk crossed his lips. "It seems it is time to release those sandworms in Essos," he muttered to himself. With a confident gesture, he pressed his hands into the desert ground, sending tremors rippling through the sands. As the sun beat down on the desert sands, casting long shadows across the dunes, a sense of unease hung in the air. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the landscape, like a serpent slithering beneath the surface of a tranquil pond. The Dothraki riders thought they were safe, but their present leader felt something off, but before they could react, chaos erupted. Without warning, a colossal sandworm burst forth from the dunes, its massive form dwarfing the riders before it. The ground trembled beneath its immense weight as it surged forward with terrifying speed, swallowing whole swathes of the Khalasar in its gaping maw. The air filled with the deafening hiss of the sandworm as it plowed through the desert, leaving behind a tidal wave of sand in its wake. The leader of the Dothraki, a hardened veteran of countless battles, stared in disbelief at the monstrous creature before him. With a mixture of shock and fear etched upon his face, he yelled in Dothraki language, "Move, go faster." Commanding his warriors to spur their mounts into a frenzied gallop, their hooves kicking up clouds of sand in their frantic bid for escape. But their efforts were futile, for the sandworm, like an ancient behemoth awakened from its slumber, surged forth with unstoppable force. With a deafening roar that echoed across the desert plains, the sandworm erupted from the ground in a cataclysmic display of power. Its massive jaws opened wide, consuming the hapless Khalasar in a single gulp, their screams drowned out by the thunderous roar of the creature. As the sandworm's cavernous maw rose from the desert floor like a nightmare come to life, Ares watched with cold satisfaction. With a gesture of command, Ares ordered the sandworms to spare the remaining survivors of the Khalasar. As the monstrous creatures receded into the depths of the desert, leaving behind a scene of devastation, the last remnants of the Dothraki were left shaken but alive. The tales of not just Ares saving city of Uru, but also the sandworms would spread like wildfire across Essos, carried by the survivors of the Dothraki Khalasar. The legend of the sandworm would be spoken of for generations to come, a testament to his dominance over the desert lands of Essos. Chapter 73, Notice. An idea popped up, it is about Menon from movie Scorpion King. Because of MC's presence, new change comes to Esso, like sandworms in Essos brings up spice. The discovery of melange or spice leads to different groups wanting to hold control over it. Since spice is a drug gives the user a longer lifespan, greater vitality, and heightened awareness. It was wanted by everyone, but because of presence of sandworm only very small amount can be retrieved. During this time a warlord named Menon, wanting to gain sole control of spice, starts a plan to invade and control certain key cities around the Red Waste and slowly recover spice from Red Waste. He also wants to conquer all of Essos too. He believes in prophecy of the stallion who mounts the world. Thus in capturing Cassandra, same from Scorpion King, who is from a tribe of seers that gained their power through melange or spice. Also, we'll update new chapter tomorrow. Chapter 74, Chapter 65 edited. The Century of Blood was a time of conquest as each powerful city tried to conquer the other. One of the well-known was Valyria's first daughter. The Volantents regarded themselves as the rightful successors of the Dragon Lords. The so-called Tigers, aggressive Volantene nobles descended of Valyrian blood, called for war upon the other cities. Taking control of Lys and Meron commanded the southern reaches of the Rhoyne. Also during this time another big event played out, which was the discovery of melange or spice. It was discovered accidentally by two brothers Moro and Vara, who were warlords. Moro gained the power of clairvoyance, the ability to see into both the past, present and future. While Vara the ability to use the voice, ability to influence people directly by giving them orders with a certain sound frequency. When a person is ordered to do something by the use of voice, it is almost impossible not to comply. Moro, with his clairvoyance, recognized the immense value of the spice and, aided by his brother, devised a plan to seize control of Carcash, a Carthene town in Essos. Their mastery of their powers grew with practice, enabling them to expand their war tribe from tribal territories to the city itself. However, the addictive nature of the melange soon became apparent, leading both brothers into harrowing withdrawal as their supply dwindled. Despite the challenge of procuring more due to sandworm interference, they managed to maintain their rule over Carcash, succumbing to the allure of wealth and power. Moro foresaw his own demise but couldn't discern the perpetrator. The power struggle between the brothers ended tragically, with Vara's death and Moro's realization of his brother's betrayal through poisoning. Their abilities had drawn attention, leading to Moro's capture and subsequent revelation under torture. Word of their powers spread among the elite in Essos, igniting a fervent desire for the spice, even in the face of its known dangers. The allure of extending life with melange only fueled the growing thirst for power and control. In the serene depths of an ancient forest, Melisandre and Gandalf engaged in rigorous training under the watchful eye of their mentor, Merlin. As the afternoon sun cast dappled shadows through the foliage, their focus was shattered by the unexpected arrival of Saruman, bearing news of a mysterious substance known as melange and its extraordinary properties. Merlin, reclining beneath the sheltering embrace of an age-old oak tree, listened intently to Saruman's revelation, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "So there are changes happening in this world because of my interference, interesting," he murmured to himself. Melisandre, her curiosity piqued by the mention of melange, turned to her master with a questioning gaze. "Master, what do you make of this melange? Is it truly as powerful as they say?" Melisandre knew her master was able to look into the future, also she remembered Gandalf and Saruman say how Merlin is blessed by gods with every knowledge. Merlin regarded his apprentice with a knowing look. "Melange possesses remarkable properties indeed," he explained. "But its power comes at a cost. Without a steady supply, the withdrawal effects can be severe." Saruman, Gandalf and Morgan, ever the seekers of knowledge, all of them leaned forward, Saruman's eyes gleaming with curiosity. "And are there other properties to this melange?" he inquired, his voice tinged with anticipation. Merlin nodded, his gaze distant as he delved into the depths of ancient lore. "Indeed, there are," he replied, his tone grave. "There is a ritual of awakening. Through the untamed essence of the sandworm, one may unlock the memories of their ancestors, hidden within the very fabric of their being. But," he cautioned, his voice lowering to a solemn whisper, "this ritual is fraught with danger. The liquid of the sandworm is both potent and deadly, requiring supreme mastery of mind and body to withstand its effects, or you should have certain magical physique like Valyrians, druids, etc." Gandalf was curious. "Does this mean," he ventured cautiously, "that one could attain the wisdom and experiences of all their forebears?" Merlin nodded solemnly. "Indeed," he confirmed. "But therein lies a complication. Men, it seems, are least suited to this undertaking, while women possess a far greater chance of success. Another issue is females who succeed only get the female ancestors' knowledge and experience, they are unable to get any knowledge or experience from their paternal ancestors. As the gravity of Merlin's revelation settled, the group fell into a thoughtful silence, each contemplating the implications of ancestral knowledge and its potential pitfalls. Morgan's quiet utterance broke the stillness, his voice carrying a hint of intrigue. "That's interesting," he murmured, his mind already churning with possibilities. Yet, Melisandre, ever cautious, voiced her concerns, her gaze fixed upon Merlin with a wary intensity. "Is there a downside to gaining such knowledge?" she inquired, her tone tinged with apprehension. Merlin nodded gravely, his eyes reflecting the weight of his words. "Indeed," he affirmed, his voice echoing with solemnity. "Within the depths of your being, not only shall you find the wisdom of your ancestors, but also their very essence, their personalities, their egos. And at times, these ancestral spirits may seek to exert their dominance over you, seizing control if you cannot resist." Melisandre's apprehension deepened at the realization of the dangers inherent in harnessing the power of THR ritual. "That is very dangerous," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Merlin continued, his words a beacon of caution in the gathering gloom. "Especially if acquired at a young age, the risk of succumbing to your ancestors' will is greater. But with age and discipline, one may learn to erect barriers, to maintain control over these ancient spirits." With a collective nod of understanding. In a twist of fate, another tribe taken Melange, but they consider it a gift from God. As one of their members, Delphi, a woman gained unparalleled clairvoyant prowess in the voice. She emerged as the leader of a tribe blessed with the ability of clairvoyance. She learned to harness the power of Melange. Unlike their predecessor Moro, Delphi and her people, known as the Clan of Mystics, wielded their gifts with restraint, prioritizing the growth and stability of their tribe over personal ambition. Remarkably, the tribe adopted a matriarchal structure. As only women possessed the innate ability to master clairvoyance became the leader or voice became the leader. This unique dynamic shaped their society, fostering a culture of cooperation and mutual respect. However, the tranquility of the Clan of Mystics was threatened as word of their extraordinary abilities spread. Covetous eyes turned towards their remote sanctuary, prompting occasional attempts to seize their power. Yet, through shrewd diplomacy and strategic positioning, the clan managed to repel most intruders, dwelling in secluded regions that defied easy discovery. Yet, their peace was shattered when Menon, a formidable warlord hungry for dominance, set his sights on harnessing tribes' clairvoyant abilities for his own ambitions. Driven by his insatiable thirst for power, Menon devised a bold scheme to conquer Essos and establish his dominion over the realm. Recognizing the pivotal role of Melange in achieving his ambitions, he set his sights on seizing control of key cities scattered around the treacherous Red Waste, where Melange reserves lay hidden beneath the shifting sands. Memnon's plan hinged on the exploitation of Melange deposits within the Red Waste, envisioning these cities as strategic outposts for harvesting the coveted substance. However, he knew that his success relied heavily on securing the guidance of a powerful seer from the enigmatic Clan of Mystics. With determination bordering on obsession, Menon dispatched his agents far and wide in search of them. Menon soon found them and slaughtered many of the tribe, with only small group escaping. Menon took the newly developed young seer Cassandra as hostage. Chapter 75, Chapter Menon's Rise. After Maemon took the sorceress hostage, he gained the power of peeking into the future. What follow a blood-red trail of destruction, spreading out across the map, devouring everything in its path. Women are chained. Men are put to the sword. People of every race, color, and creed flee in panic, accompanied by their children. Over the trail of blood, one by one cities around Red Waste were conquered. Khosrak, a city located in the Laser region of Essos. It lies on a tributary of the Skahazadan River, to the east of Hesh and to the northeast of Lazosh. A trade route from Khosrak extends southeast through the Red Waste to the ruined city of Vis Teloro, while another route heads northeast to Attica-Kaliki. Then Lazosh is a city in the Laser region of Essos. It is located southeast of Hesh and southwest of Khosrak. A trade route from Lazosh extends southeast through the Red Waste. Hesh, the city located in the Laser region of Essos. It is northwest of Lazosh and west of Khosrak. A trade route from Hesh extends through the Kaizai Pass to Meereen. Bayasabad, also known as the City of Serpents, is a fortified city in Essos, located on the Sand Road in the eastern Bone Mountains, near the Great Sand Sea. Shaymiriana or Saymiriana is a fortified city in Essos, located on the Stone Road in the eastern Bone Mountains, near the Great Sand Sea. Finally, the ancient city of Karth in the distant east, beyond the Red Waste, on the shores of the Jade Sea. Its position at the Jade Gates makes it the gateway of commerce and culture between the East and West, such as the Free Cities and Slavers Bay, and more eastern lands, such as Ashai, the Shadowlands, and Et. Thus he slowly started uses slaves to retrieve melange, and using it, he slowly built up his power by engaging in unending intrigue between the many powerful factions of their society. But with growing power, Qohor, Braavos, Pentos, Mir, etc. started fearing him, and they started building up army to destroy him, but all of it failed, as Menon had the sorceress by his side. Thus they wanted to assassinate her and destroy him, but the survivors of Mystics wanted their heiress back. So they started searching for legendary council of wizards to help them, since they knew no one else would help them without wanting the sorceress abilities for themselves. During this period, Mystics were able to gather some of surviving war tribes to assist them in finding the wizards. Lame shadows flickered in the night across the 7 obelisks, giant rock shards embedded in the earth, ranging from 10 to 15 feet high, like spears of stone hurled down by giants or perhaps gods. And onto the obelisks had been carved faces, the images of gods chiseled there by primitive men long before the people of UR had come here. These god faces seemed to stare at the village of tents nearby, hundreds of nomadic tarp structures representing various clans, the last great tribes who had not fallen to the warlord Memnon, gathered on this dark night at this site of council. Warriors in varying styles of helmet and leather cuirass, shields and swords at their sides, created a human circle around the assembly of their tribal leaders. Torches rode shafts, flames snapping at the coolness of the desert after dark, and a central fire pit threw orange and yellow at the blueness of the night. Warriors in varying styles of helmet and leather cuirass, shields and swords at their sides, created a human circle around the assembly of their tribal leaders. Torches rode shafts, flames snapping at the coolness of the desert after dark, and a central fire pit threw orange and yellow at the blueness of the night. Lady Mohiam, she is one of elders that survived the slaughter of Memnon. She is master in the use of voice. She has been trying to find a way to get back their heiress Cassandra from Memnon, her aged face ghostly against her black cloak. She sat on a throne of stone, presiding over the council, gathered about the circle of fire. A debate was raging, and it was getting out of hand, reasoned discussion blazing into heated words and unruly outbursts. Silence. Lady Mohiam demanded, using the voice. The command cracks like a whip, her voice suddenly more than human, compelling obedience irresistibly. This is the voice. Everyone crosses the room to her, helpless to resist. Shaken. Suddenly everything was quiet. Lady Mohiam spoke up. I can understand your fears, but we are here to discuss the future options against Memnon, not fight each other. From the darkness stepped a Nubian woman of regal bearing and great physical beauty, Queen Isis. Her hair was long, well past her shoulders, and black as a raven's wing, her strong slender form bound in the leathers of war. Around Isis were a small army of dark female warriors, lovely, fierce. Like her. She steps forward and spoke up. Memnon's army outnumbers our own combined forces 10 to 1. I'm sorry, Lady Maya. Your powers of voice are powerful, it is not enough. Also, your search for these wizards are becoming futile. Lady Mohiam knew better and added, Memnon will bring the battle to your doorstep, whether you choose it or not. He addresses the crowd. Alone, we will be slaughtered. Memnon will continue to sweep to the sea, and he will destroy everything. A stoic nomadic chieftain, his face as leathery as a saddlebag, gets to his feet and asked, what of Memnon's sorcerer? Who sees with the eyes of the gods and foretells the outcome of every battle. You know her the best, after all she was from your tribe. Mohair's eyes carried sadness. She remembered the young Cassandra full of life and energy. Now she fears under Memnon's terror that was all swept away. A second was former war tribe leader and now king of small city close to Eid Waste. His face is Memnon's threat to be consumed soon. He is desperate for the tribe to gather their men and defeat Memnon, but he also knew Memnon is invisible with sorceress by his side. So Answer speaks up, as long as the sorceress is at his side, Memnon is unstoppable. Only if she is dead can we go forward. Takmet, a young, lightly bearded warrior, his breastplate unscarred, the son of Answer, stepped forward. My father is right, with her by his side no mortal can defeat him. Lady Mohiam nodded, looks at the leaders and replies, that is why we are searching for wizards. They can get the sorceress back. Without her Memnon is nothing. From shadows silhouetted figure now rises, and we see Nubian warrior built like a mountain, close to 7 feet tall with muscles like slabs of rock and eyes so hard they'd make even the strongest warriors whimper. whose leathers barely concealed a 7-foot frame thick with muscle. Battle beads looping an impossibly thick neck, his face might have been a carved mask, with its slitted eyes and broad flat nose and snarl of mouth, cheeks bearing decorative scars, an otherwise shaved head topped by ropey braids. Do you really believe these warlocks and sorcerers can defeat Memnon? Balthazar spoken also rose, and moved into the light of the fire. The truth respects no one, Balthazar said, his deep voice resonating. It is only the truth, and men who deny the truth deserve no respect. Lady Mohiam simply said, nor do men who will not listen to reason. I listen to the truth, Lady Mohiam, Balthazar said, if you are, as you claim, a man of reason. And the truth is this, my eyes have seen Memnon's army devour this land like plagues. With the hordes of Khalasar at his command, facing Memnon with our meager numbers assures us of only one thing. Defeat. While I will continue to raid his caravans, but I will not lead my men to their deaths. Where would you run, Balthazar? Answer asked, with mock gentleness. Where would you flee in a world ruled by Memnon? Eyes and nostrils flaring, the huge warrior said, Balthazar and his people will not run. I will continue to do as I have done these many months. Raid the bastard's caravans, and weaken his supply chain. This I will do, but what I will not do, for any men, is send my people to their certain death. The answer's son stepped forward, boldly, as he was much smaller than the looming Nubian. One hand on his sword hilt, the other holding a goblet of wine, the possible source of his courage, Takmet faced the giant, saying defiantly, your people, Balthazar. You talk like a ruler. Balthazar sneered and said, I am their king, little man. Takmet laughed up at him. You are king of nothing, the ruler of a pile of sands and rocks. Balthazar's hand barely blurred in firelight, so astonishingly fast did the big man move, his massive hand had clamped itself over the smaller man's hand, the one holding the golden goblet. And Balthazar began to squeeze. If I am no king, the giant asked, as if genuinely curious, why are you kneeling before me? By now Takmet was on his knees, howling in agony. As the king answers, guards bolted to their feet, drawing their swords, the giant reached back, almost casually, for his sword, which rested against a tree trunk. The air crackled with not just the sound of flames, but with the promise of bloodshed. But suddenly Balthazar felt he was unable to move, he was shock and fear muttered, what is happening? Everyone saw the telltale wisps of red around Balthazar. A voice, not as deep as Balthazar's, but deep enough, and quietly threatening, in a confident, almost low-key fashion, said, so much talk. Memnon may just wait for you to kill each other. Through the guards, who reared away more in surprise than fear, came a trio of hooded figures, like gray ghosts floating through the night. One in the left had their hands outstretched, manifesting a luminescent mist or vapor of red hue emanating from her hands. Lady Mohiam saw hope and said, are you the council of wizards? They stood at the edge of the tribal council and flipped back their hoods. At left and right were warriors, the men in the middle was Merlin, and by side was Gandalf and Melisandre. Melisandre dispelled her powers, causing Balthazar to be able to move again. Balthazar was angry at this, but controlled himself. He has heard tales of wizards, mainly their leader Merlin, a man who has control over the elements and magic. He was blessed by Era with immortality and knowledge of magic. All Fey members could see the Merlin's Valyrian features, also Isis. They were curious about powerful female sorceress by Merlin's side. The sorceress gave a prophecy of a Nay emperor, who will rule all if Essos, and his influence will be all over the world. By tolling bell and thunder swell, flaming stars falls from the sky. By a full moon's glow, a new emperor shall rise. Kneeling men bow to the king on high. Chapter 76, Chapter 67. A/N. I wanted to later write more about Merlin's travels in E.T., when I remembered the movie The Great Wall, which is perfect for E.T. and Merlin storyline. Like the 5 forts are massive fortresses along the northeastern boundaries of the Golden Empire of E.T., situated between the Bleeding Sea and the Mountains of the Morn. Northeast of the 5 forts are the land of the Shrikes, Dath, Bone Town, the Grey Waste, and the Cannibal Sands. They are supposedly these forts' walls are slabs of fused black stone almost 1,000 feet high. The 5 forts predate the Golden Empire of E.T. Some suggest they were built by the Pearl Emperor at the time of the Great Empire of the Dawn to defend against the demons of the Lion of Night. So these demons could be like Tao Tai. Balthazar drew away from the tree, and his sword. His deep voice betrayed a certain awe. Wizards, so they really came to your call. They are the last chance we have, Lady Mohiam said. And they will bring back the sorceress. Balthazar frowned at the king. You would put your faith in a group of warlocks. Melisandre trained her eyes on the giant, fixing a cold glare on the men, but she said nothing. Lady Mohiam said. They are masters of magic. They are only one Sugo are capable of bringing the sorceress back, thus ending Memnon's reign. Balthazar snorted. Your words do not change the truth of it, we are putting our trust on a group of warlocks. The king's son was on his feet, now, and, trying to regain some dignity, strode forward, to meet the cloaked. He stood before Merlin and looked into his face. You, Takmet said to Merlin, and disrespect tinged his tone. You appear to be young to be master in magic. Perhaps, Merlin said, since you doubt me, would you like to test me? Holding his palm out as a ball of flames ignited on it, Merlin questioned, do you want to try it? Takmet seeing this scrambled back to his father, addressing him with a distinct lack of the respect that the son had earlier demanded of others for this king. And how much will this cost us for raising this army? Quietly King Ashur stated, 20 blood rubies from each clan. And the old man held out a leather pouch, at which his son stared, shocked, dismayed. Father. Takmet gasped. That's the last of our treasury. The king's frown exercised every deep line in his face. Silence, boy, we need this to raise an army. Takmet stood there staring at his father, for several long moments, as if he'd been slapped by the men, perhaps, in a sense, he had. The king's son was trembling with embarrassment, and fighting to hold back his fury at what he considered to be his father's stupidity. Then Takmet turned and stormed away, fuming, leaving the circle of fire. Again, King Ashur addressed the war tribe leaders, figures washed in the orange of firelight in the blue of night. If the wizards bring the sorcerer, then will you come together? Will you fight as one? It did not happen all at once. Murmured discussion followed, but then, slowly, gradually, heads began to nod, as one by one they agreed with Ashur's proposal, even the lovely Queen Isis. Only one tribal leader had not responded to the question. Balthazar. And finally all faces turned toward the Nubian giant, waiting. His eyes like cuts in his scarred visage, Balthazar released a deep sigh, and then, nodded. King Ashur turned his gaze upon the wizard trio, nodding himself. So be it, the king said. While Lady Mohiam spoke up, we will await the news of Cassandra's return. Merlin nodded and replied, don't worry, she will come back safe. And then the cloaked trio looked as if they sucked into vortex, being twisted and swirled into nothing within a swirling clear haze, accompanied with a loud rustling or rushing sound disappear completely into thin air, leaving behind a circle of fire and an astonished tribal council. They soon arrived at Memnon's present location. From the crest of a dune, they saw Memnon's city of tents, with campfires whose numbers rivaled the stars. And yet the three advanced, a tiny assault force against an army. They performed reconnaissance, noting the positions of the various sentries ringing the encampment, perched on their individual dunes, warriors in breastplates and helmets and peplum, surrounded by torches on staffs stuck in the sand. As Merlin surveyed the scene, his keen eyes caught the subtle signs of a setup. It seems to be orchestrated, he murmured, his voice barely audible over the rustling of winds. The guards are sparse, especially for someone as paranoid as Memnon. Gandalf, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the security appears to be lacking. It's as if they're inviting us in. Merlin's lips curled into a cunning smile. Melisandre, you and Gandalf will depart for Quarth. I'll handle the sorceress and pay Memnon a little visit. Melisandre, her curiosity piqued, couldn't help but ask, why not seize her now? Merlin's gaze held a glint of mischief. It's all about strategy, my dear. We'll pluck her from the heart of his fortified palace. That'll sting Memnon where it hurts the most, his pride. Also, the rebels will gain more courage from these news. Gandalf grunted in approval, while Melisandre reluctantly acquiesced with a nod. Chapter 77, Chapter 68. The nearest dune position sentry yawned, no doubt complacent in his duties. After all, what enemy remained to attack the horde that had conquered all but a tiny corner of the world? Merlin, who had cast a muggle-repelling charm, so he walked past the sentry. As the sentry merely frowned and turned, curiously, but he didn't notice anyone. Merlin walked forward and saw in an encampment 2 of Memnon's most lovingly sadistic torturers, a pair of fat, greasy, bearded, sweaty brutes as interchangeable as a right and left sandal, were heating up a poker in the coals of a campfire. He ignored it and walked through corridor of sorts, between rows of tents. Merlin across the open area between tent rows, Merlin eyes were everywhere, taking in even the rustle of a tent flap, stirred by the night breeze, revealing the feet of dozens of guardsmen lying in wait. Merlin hummed and muttered, so they the bastard son of King Ashur did betray them. But none of these men knew Merlin was there, as he walks past them. Merlin entered the tent of the sorceress. It was a strange, shadowy, yet golden tent chamber where elaborate drapes and tapestries hung, ornate benches and furnishings lending a palatial feel, while a central fire created a smoky ground-level fog that added to an undeniable occult atmosphere. Rising to a crouch, clearing a hanging tapestry, he realized he was not alone. A figure with its back to him, in a long flowing cape with a high ornate stiff collar, decorated with moon signs and other enigmatic symbols, began to swivel around to him, with an unnatural fluidity, as if floating. As fully concealed as this figure had been with its cloak back to him, now was it fully revealed. Barely clad, much of her golden-hued skin exposed, her form was slender yet shapely, high firm breasts half concealed by a glittering halter, loins also girded in gilt. An oval face of such breathtaking beauty he had never seen, wide-set almond eyes as large as they were dark, delicate nose, small perfect lips, all framed by shoulder-length obsidian hair topped by a golden headdress. This was Cassandra the sorceress. Merlin removed his repelling charm, while Cassandra looked at Merlin awe. She had seen the future to an extent. She knew Merlin is her only chance for freedom. "I am Cassandra, I have been waiting for you," she said. Her voice was musical, and as she stepped forward, tiny toe-ring cymbals kept time, chiming as she moved. On her hands were gloves of gold, with silver claws. Merlin hummed and said, "I guess Takmet betrayed his father." Cassandra in slight shock muttered, "You already know." "I am sorry, wizard, they are already harem," she said aloud. A guard in helmet and leathers came charging at him, sword swinging. Merlin deflected the sword blow with the staff, and swung the staff into the man's midsection, dropping him to the smoky floor. The next one came up from behind, and Merlin's staff glowed before projected an air blast which sends him flying out. Undeterred, 2 more guards surged forward, swords gleaming in the dim light. Merlin's eyes flashed with determination as he tapped his staff on the ground. Unbeknownst to the guards, a subtle magic was at work. Ignoring the warning signs, they rushed forward, only to find their legs ensnared by an unseen force. Panic gripped them as they realized too late that the carpet beneath them had been magically booby-trapped. With a sinking feeling as if it was quicksand, they struggled against the invisible bonds, their cries for help echoing through the chamber in desperation. "Help, help us," they pleaded, their voices tinged with fear and regret. While Cassandra looked at this in awe and shock. But during this time, Cassandra Wad pulled away a scarred human demon called Thorak, who, trident in hand. He was Memnon's second in command. Merlin ignored it. He came here now to scare Memnon a bit. He will soon rescue the sorceress, so he telepathically told her, "I will come to save you, soon." As a sea of soldiers arrived at the front of tent, they kept a distance from the sinking rug. Some of them tried to rescue the sinking men. But they were not successful as the men was swallowed by sinking carpet. Merlin waltzed as the men in golden chain mail, whose regal bearing did not diminish the austere cruelty of his handsome features, could be no one but Memnon himself. The teacher of men paused. He also watched his guards completely sink into the rug like it was quicksand. Then with slight fear HR appraised his guest, saying, "A living, breathing Valyrian wizard. What a rarity, what an uncommon pleasure." Memnon strode around the sinking carpet carefully. Merlin heard a familiar voice, "It seems we meet again, wizard." The sarcasm had come from a young, lightly bearded man in noble leathers, just entering the room, with a cowhide sack, large enough for a good-sized water jug, gripped by its draw ties. "Takmet, the son of King Ashur of Mira." "So, Takmet, you really betrayed your father," Matthew said calmly. This seemed to amuse the king's son, who answered by way of a sarcastic half-bow end. Takmet shrugged. "My father was a forgetful old fool. He deserved no better from the son he slighted." The slender heir to the throne of Mira turned to the warlord. "The old man paid for underestimating me." He was terribly shocked. "You can tell by the look on his face." And Takmet dipped his hand into the leather pouch and withdrew the head of his father. Merlin grimaced seeing this. He knew Essos didn't take kinslaying seriously as Westeros. But it was still frowned upon, so for Takmet was a fool to act like this was nothing. Also, the poor fool didn't see Merlin's abilities now. He arrived too late, otherwise he would be very wary to annoy Merlin like this. "I have heard tales," Lord Memnon began, his voice laced with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, "that you are trained in all forms of magic, and it did surprise me. I was hoping you would join me. I can give you anything you want." His smile, small yet sinister, held a promise of power and wealth. With a subtle nod to his massive second-in-command, Thorak, who stood poised with his trident, Memnon silently signaled his intent. But before Thorak could unleash his deadly weapon, Merlin's staff slammed into the ground with a resounding thud. With a swift incantation, he cast a time-stop spell, freezing the moment in its tracks. Memnon and Cassandra sees everyone in the tent slowing down. Memnon saw Thorak trident was stuck in the air. Memnon tries to lift his arm. It moves painfully slow. He, and all the other men along with Thorak, can barely move. It's as though they are trapped in liquid, underwater. Merlin smiled and said, "You believe, you are someone sort chosen one that could do whatever you want. Well, the thing is you are not. Also, I won't kill you now, I will let you have nightmares about your upcoming death." With a silent nod exchanged between them, Merlin conveyed his message to Cassandra through their telepathic connection. "I will come back for you," his words echoed in her mind, carrying with them a promise of hope amidst the chaos. Cassandra, ever stoic and composed, accepted Merlin's assurance with a sense of inevitability. She had foreseen the outcome, so she was calm. While Merlin looked as if he is sucked into vortex, being twisted and swirled into nothing within a swirling clear haze, accompanied with a loud rustling or rushing sound disappear completely into thin air. As the spell lifted and freedom returned to Memnon and his men after Merlin's disappearance, they stood frozen in a pall of fear. Memnon, his face contorted with a mixture of rage and terror, bellowed his command with thunderous intensity. "Find the best of our warriors. Hunt down these wizards. I want their heads on pikes before me." His voice echoed off the walls, leaving no doubt about the severity of his wrath. Thorak, his own resolve wavering in the face of Memnon's wrath, swallowed hard but nodded dutifully. "As you wish, my king," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Cassandra, observing Memnon's volatile mixture of anger and fear, concealed her satisfaction behind a mask of stoicism. When Memnon turned his gaze upon her, demanding insight into the future, she met his gaze with a sigh of resignation. "They are blessed by the gods," she intoned solemnly, "the stars are not favorable to you." As the realization of Merlin's impending return sank in, Lord Memnon's rage boiled over, manifesting in a flurry of violence as he hurled furniture around the room in a fit of anger and frustration. Each crash echoed like thunder, a testament to the storm raging within him. The knowledge that Merlin would come for him sent shivers down his spine, igniting a primal fear that gripped him like a vice. Despite his bravado, the looming specter of the powerful sorcerer's vengeance left Memnon trembling in dread, his facade of confidence crumbling in the face of an inevitable reckoning. He quickly ordered, "Ready THR horses, we are going back to Karth." Takmet, a silent witness to the unfolding drama, trembled with fear. Images of Merlin, the legendary sorcerer, haunting his dreams and tormenting his waking hours, plagued his mind with dread. The thought of facing such a formidable foe, especially in his vulnerable state, sent shivers down his spine, ensuring that nightmares. Chapter 78, Chapter 69. Though its reputation was of sin and decadence, Karth bespoke order and control, or at least its outward appearance did. At the heart of a rocky valley, as spectacular as it was imposing, this fortress city, heavily guarded by the red-turbaned minions of Memnon, was dominated by the battlements and turrets of the great teacher's palace. The sandstone throne room of that palace was a magnificent space worthy of so renowned a warlord, gilded, pilastered, adorned with stark, muted, though colorful, designs that anticipated Valyrian culture of centuries to come. Torch lamps, dark metal bowls of fire on spindly legs, threw a golden hue across the vast chamber, rife with lush drapes, intricate tapestries, oversized urns, and furnishings of strong simple design. Along one wall slept two chained young beasts, a tiger and a lion, barely bigger than cubs, but not the pets of a commonplace man, not even a commonplace ruler. A huge, ornate golden throne, overseen by a shield-like symbol, and bookended by ivory tusks pointing left and right, provided a looming perch fit for the king Memnon meant to be. Along one side of the throne room, a spacious balcony looked out across the spires of the city, the fabled city of sin that now belonged to Lord Memnon. At a small round table near that balcony sat the sorceress, Cassandra, poring over a parchment map on which she arranged agates and jade and other smooth stones, in a pattern, flowing instinctively from an unearthly source within her. Clad in a diaphanous robe, her breasts and loins covered in glittering chain mail, regal in her golden headdress, she was attended by two similarly underclad beauties with feathered fans, soothing her from the warmth of the desert clime. But their presence, like the heat itself, did not penetrate her preoccupied, almost trance-like state. With delicate gold jewel-bedecked fingers she ran her searching touch across the face of the map, and the rune stones she had arranged there, summoning a vision, the warrior queen, Isis, on horseback, at full gallop, riding toward a forest, beyond which, Cassandra somehow knew, a settlement awaited. Then the queen drew up her steed, as smoke streamed into the sky from the decimated village. Around her, at her side, were her sister warriors, her tribal council, but coming toward her were more of the female fighters she ruled, and they showed the ragtag signs of battle, the blood, the soot, the despair. Slung across one saddle was a mortally wounded warrior, and on the queen's face anger and sadness fought for dominion. Cassandra opened her eyes. She could feel the anguish of Queen Isis, but she kept that shared sorrow within her, no tears fell. Like so many seers, Cassandra had erected defensive walls, otherwise, she would be a slave to her visions. A familiar voice boomed across the throne room, "And what news from my sorceress, today?" She turned, nodding to her attendants, who slipped away, even as Lord Memnon, a warrior king in black leathers, strode across his throne room with his right-hand man, Thorak, and left-hand man, Takmet, at his appropriate sides. Remaining seated, she swiveled toward Memnon, regarding him with half-lidded eyes. "The forces of Queen Isis are scattered to the four winds." Memnon grinned, like a greedy child, exchanging satisfied nods with both his chief advisors. "The people of Mira," she said, "are reeling from the death of their king." At this mention of the father he'd murdered, Takmet smiled a little. The sorceress did not reveal her repulsion, merely continued. "Ashur's tribes are evacuating their villages," she said. "They are without direction. Leaderless." Memnon's eyes tightened. "And what of the Nubian?" Cassandra shook her head, and her dangling earrings made small music. "Balthazar, and his people, remain hidden from my sight." The warlord's eyes flared. "Do the gods shield them?" She offered him a tiny shrug. "My gift does not reveal this, my lord." Memnon drew in a deep breath, then let it out, before throwing a smiling glance at, first, Takmet, then Thorak. "Give our generals the news of this disarray in Mira. Have them make ready my armies. Also, increase the patrols in city for Wizard Merlin, I want his head." "Yes, my lord," Takmet said. Thorak said the same, but Thorak was not sure about this, since the wizard showed wide range of abilities and he has heard there are 3 more wizards when Merlin's group. He couldn't tell this to Memnon, since he knew Memnon will not take it well. As the advisors made their exit, Memnon approached Cassandra and touched her shoulder, his smile surprisingly gentle. "You think me cruel?" "I rarely think of you at all," she said, though her tone lacked the apparent contempt of her words. He strolled to a table of food and ripped a shank of venison from a platter. "You sorely test my good nature, Cassandra. I am here only to fulfill a purpose." He turned to her, holding the shank of meat like a club. "Yes. Perhaps you've forgotten what life is like, outside these palace walls." The warlord tossed the venison across the room, and his young lion and tiger began to scuffle over it, until finally they were snarling and snapping at the meat and each other. "That is what it is like out there, my pet," he said to her. "Heartless, ignorant, savage." What an apt description of Memnon himself, the sorceress thought, but she did not share this view with her host. With a wave, Memnon summoned guards from the periphery who separated the two beasts, yanking them back on their chains. One guard cleaved the remainder of the shank of meat with his sword, and gave each animal its share. Memnon returned to the seated woman's side. "That ignorance. That barbarism. I can change it all. Am I not called the teacher of men? I can transmute savagery into civilization, in our lifetimes. Just as the prophecy says." As if not even listening, Cassandra rose and wandered to that table of food and drink. She poured herself a goblet of wine. But her words indicated she had indeed paid attention to her lord. "I know the prophecy." "You should," he said, going to her. The vision, after all, was yours, Cassandra. Say it. Don't you know it, my lord? Don't the words ring in your mind at every moment? Memnon with fanatical gleam in his eyes urged, say it. She sighed. By tolling bell, and thunder's swell, a flaming star falls from the sky. By a full moon's glow, a prince is riding. I've heard the thunder of his hoofs. Swift as the wind he rides. His enemies will cower before him, and their wives will weep tears of blood, the stallion who mounts the world. Such lovely words, he said, and with the back of his hand he stroked her cheek. Such a lovely woman, what a queen you'll make. For I am that king of legend, my love, celebrated by the gods themselves. She looked at him, her lovely face blank, her eyes unblinking, and said nothing. When that time comes, when the prophecy is fulfilled, he said, you shall take your place beside me. On a throne, of course. And in my bed. She smiled, a tiny smile. Only a virgin can be blessed with second sight. My lord, in your bed of delight, I would lose my gift. And you would lose your advantage on the field of battle. Technically this is fake, it was just a false news spread by previous mystics for safety reasons. Memnon returned the smile and studied her perfect features. Ah, my beautiful sorceress. When I am king of the world, I will no longer need your visions, all I will require is the vision of loveliness that you are. And Memnon ran his hand up the expanse of her bare arm, fingers gentle on her flesh, but even as he savored the thought of the ecstasies that awaited him, the sorceress flinched, feeling a chill, and a wave of revulsion. She drew away from the warlord, as a new vision seized her mind, her being, took her at once to the desert, where she saw Merlin entering Thr city with 2 older men by his side. But she did not share the vision, threat or not, with Memnon, even when, noting the surprise in her eyes, sensing another vision had come, he asked, what is it? Instead she merely informed her lord that she was tired from their journey. Memnon searched the woman's face for deceit or trickery, but saw nothing, and suggested she rest. I will have need of you tomorrow, he told her, when my generals come caning. She bowed her head. Thank you, my lord. When she turned and walked away from him, the warlord called to her. Cassandra. She stopped, but she did not turn to him. He said, quietly, your well-being is of the utmost importance to me. You know that, don't you? That was as close as this proud warlord could come to telling the woman that he loved her. Admitting his thirst for her, the lust in him, was far easier than acknowledging the tender emotions he felt, which shamed him. Yes, my lord, she said, hating him. You are most generous. And as she glided from the throne room, the mighty warlord watched her go, drinking in every supple curve of her body, relishing the bounce of her dark hair on her shoulders and the tinkle of her jewelry and the grace of her movements. Like a drunk who has forsworn the bottle, this strongman wallowed in the weakness of loving her, and longed for the day her purity would no longer matter, when he could love and defile her. At the crest of a rocky slope, Merlin arrived with Morgan and Gandalf, paused to survey the valley below, and the fortified, walled city whose structures, humble and grand, were lorded over by a castellated palace. Morgan frowned and said, so previously famous Karth is now reduced to city of sins by Memnon. Merlin nodded and replied, yes. The city that was once known as the greatest city that ever was or will be, has been reduced to a place infested with looters, pillagers, and thieves. Merlin made his way towards Karth. The architecture of the city incorporates a triple-layered defensive wall, and each layer is elaborately decorated with carvings. The outermost layer is 30 feet high, constructed of red sandstone, and decorated with carvings of various animals. The middle layer is 40 feet high, constructed of gray granite and carved with scenes of soldiers at war. The innermost layer is 50 feet high, constructed of black marble and features intimate scenes of lovemaking. Merlin with Gandalf and Morgan cast a disguise spell, as their face and hair morphed and changed into different identities. As they reached the fortified walls, what business have you in Karth? The Valyria of the guards demanded. Another guard checked their faces with a hand-drawn picture of Merlin, but seeing it was not a match shook his head. I have come to do business with the 13, Merlin said. The 13 were members hail from the pure-born, descendants of the deposed kings of Karth, who hold hereditary seats and possess a majority of members. The warlocks of Karth also hold a single permanent seat, occupied by an envoy of their order. The rest of the seats are occupied by merchants invited by the council, and remain there for as long as they are powerful and feared enough not to be dismissed or replaced by another candidate. But after Menon's takeover they lost majority of their power and now could only cower at Memnon's feet. Also they have to provide a tribute to Menon every now and then. The guards checked and seeing nothing suspicious, they waved Merlin and his group on through the gate. Soon the Merlin, Morgan, and Gandalf found himself in a bustling bazaar, leading his camel and his still slumbering companion through an exotic array of belly dancers, flame blowers, snake charmers, fire walkers, and sword swallowers, an open-air market where vendors sold fruit and vegetables and woven baskets and fine carpets and every other commodity known to men, and perhaps a few previously unknown as well. Dens of iniquity offered sustenance, if one could survive the clientele, and outside one of these rough bars, they stopped at a horse trough. As they cautiously pulled back up their hood, the shadows danced across their features, concealing their true identity. With a flicker of anticipation, their face began its transformation, a slow unraveling of disguise morphing back to their true face. Chapter 79, Chapter 70. Merlin was winding through the whirlpool of commerce, sin, and decadence that was the bazaar, making his way toward the palace gates. "Here they are," a seller of swords was saying, "the finest steel in the land. You can't get respect in Karth without a quality blade on your hip." Merlin ignored all such come-ons in the main square, where one could buy anything from damask to damsels. He strode single-mindedly toward the citadel that was Memnon's palace. Finally he stood, hands on his hips, looking up at the heavily armed red-turbaned guards walking the ramparts, guarding the gates of this imposing structure, half castle, half fortress. And just as he was studying the lay of the land, a brood of street urchins manifested itself out of nowhere. The youngest ragamuffin might have been 6, the oldest no more than 10, a blur of dirty faces and nimble feet, swirling around him, stirring dust. "Guide, sir," one said. "You need a guide, sir," said another. "To find your way in Karth, sir," yet another bleated. Merlin knelt and summoned the leader of the smudged-faced flock with a curl of a finger. "You, lad, are you a smart enough guide to show me a way into the palace?" Dark eyes glittered in the dirty, dark face. "A smart guide wouldn't, sir, or he'd get a tour of Lord Memnon's dungeon." The little gaggle of urchins laughed like magpies, and Merlin was smiling at them when one alongside him sneaked in and, in a flash of steel, cut the pouch of rubies from the Merlin belt. Merlin was nonchalantly followed and watched as the culprit sprinted off, and Matthews raced right after him, but those urchins tagged along, laughing, running, catching up with the boy who'd snagged the pouch and, in a dazzling display of misdirection, began to hand the booty off between themselves, until it was impossible for people to tell which boy had wound up with the rubies. Merlin chuckled and pursued one of the little brigands, winding through stalls, appending carts and tables of fruit and vegetables. As the small thief hid in an alley, clutching the stolen trinket in his trembling hand, a sudden ripple in the air caught his attention. Before he could react, there was a quick blur of motion, and it seemed as if the very fabric of reality itself was vibrating around him. Then, in the blink of an eye, Merlin appeared before him. Before the boy could react, he was as suddenly levitated off his feet and brought up to eye level with Merlin. Merlin grins and wags a finger at the boy. "TCH, TCH, TCH. The child smiled, sheepishly, and held out his hand, proffering the precious pouch, while saying, "You can do magic." Merlin took his property back, replied, "I can." Merlin slowly put the boy down, while his hard gaze instructing him not to run. After Merlin had again tied the pouch to his belt, he gripped the urchin's jaw in one hand, prying it open, and reached the fingers of his other hand in, to withdraw a ruby. The child shrugged and grinned. Couldn't blame a boy for trying, right? Merlin grinned back at him and held up the glittering jewel. He already had an idea about how to get inside palace, but decided to give the boy a chance. The boy asked, "Can you teach me how to use magic?" Merlin can tell the boy had small level of magical blood flowing through his veins. He smiled and replied, "I can teach you, but what is your name, boy?" The boy nodded enthusiastically, answered, "My name is Dastan." Merlin glanced back tellingly at the looming palace. "Then I hope you're ready for some adventure. We are going to enter Memnon's palace." While Dastan was surprised, he nodded. Merlin with the Dastan walked through the palace like nothing. None of the guards noticed their presence. They soon ventured into a garden, the setting sun bouncing off the marble pathways leading to a small central arena, where Memnon holds 2 quarterstaff and faces off with an masters. The Asian master also holds 2 staffs. Memnon charges at him, spinning the staffs in a remarkable display of martial skill. He disarms and strikes down the men. The surrounding courtiers clap delightedly. An archer pulls a bow from a large, ornately carved archery weapons cache, a wooden box filled with various bows. Memnon throws the staffs to the side where they are retrieved by 2 slaves. The muscular, trim-bearded archer withdrew a formidable bow from a large, ornately carved wooden weapons box, in which numerous arrows and bows resided. Lord Memnon tossed away the 2 staffs, which were quickly retrieved and carried off by a pair of slaves, and walked to the center of the garden courtyard. He stretched his arms wide, as if welcoming a loved one. Then, slowly, he drew his hands together, arms stiff, until his open palms were separated by perhaps a foot, held out directly in front of his chest. The warlord's gaze locked with that of the archer. The courtiers were gasping, murmuring among themselves, marveling, and fearful. The great teacher's outstretched arms formed a virtual pathway for the archer's arrow. Could Lord Memnon possibly intend to? He did so intend. The warlord held his position, just as his eyes held those of the archer, who drew back his bow. The red-turbaned guards and the audience of courtiers were struck dumb, awed by the daring of their lord and master. Memnon nodded, and the archer let fly. Merlin was not surprised as he saw the unblinking Memnon snap his hands shut and catch the arrow, inches from a breastplate that would not have sufficiently shielded the warlord's heart. The great teacher nodded to the archer, who returned the gesture, but deeper, as the courtyard rang with applause. Merlin muttered, "He is talented warlord, pity he is a bloodthirsty tyrant." While he soon led Dastan away from the garden, he soon spotted a small entry in a tower at his path's dead end. In the corridor beyond, he hustled along, and the first door he came to, he shouldered open, and thrust himself inside. He shut the door and lowered the wooden beam, which had thankfully not been in place, that secured it. Then, breathing hard, he turned and took in his surroundings, and strange surroundings they were indeed. Merlin dispelled the repelling magic and looked around. He had never seen the like of what he could not recognize as a primitive but prophetic laboratory, scattered with strange, imaginative inventions that centuries from now would have been worthy of Da Vinci. The largest of these was a weapon Merlin did not recognize, because it had only recently been invented, by the chamber's occupant, a large wooden catapult. On rough wood slab tables bubbled and burbled various potions and mixtures, brewing colorfully over a series of oil lamps. The chemical smells that permeated the modest chamber. Merlin's keen eyes caught sight of a figure hunched over a cluttered workbench. It was Philos, the court magician of Memnon, shrouded in tattered yet dignified robes, his weathered face illuminated by the flickering light of an alchemical brazier. As they entered, the air crackled with the energy of Philos' arcane experiment. With a sudden start, Philos turned towards them, his eyes wide with surprise, the wrinkles on his face deepening in concern, as he questioned, "Good lord, are you going to K*LL me?" Merlin, looking around, shook his head and replied, "No, we are looking for the sorceress." Philos hummed in understanding, went back to his experiment and said, "Memnon's always threatened to have my head." Philos could tell from the man's white hair, he was Valyrian descendant or even a pure Valyrian. So he questioned, "Who are you?" While looking around, Dastan answered, "He is famous wizard Merlin." Philos looked at Merlin in awe and muttered, "I have heard tales of your deeds, knowledge and skills. I wanted to meet you for a long time." As Dastan's curiosity led his gaze to a small bowl with black sand, Alexander recognized as gunpowder. The bowl filled with gunpowder, with a central ladle that spins clockwise. This spinning action serves a dual purpose: it mixes the gunpowder to ensure an even consistency, and it also gradually pushes the powder down into a secondary bowl below. The spinning ladle in the bowl serves as a sort of primitive centrifuge, separating the fine gunpowder particles from any potential impurities or larger granules that might be mixed in. By pushing the refined gunpowder into a secondary bowl, it ensures that only the purest powder is used. As Dastan was about to touch it, Philos's hand swiftly intercepted, halting his advance with a stern warning. "Don't touch that," Philos admonished firmly. Intrigued, Dastan persisted, his voice laden with curiosity. "What is that?" Philos's response was cryptic yet laden with significance. "That's my special magic powder," he declared. Dastan's confusion was palpable as he echoed the words, "magic powder." With a solemn nod, Philos delved into an explanation, his words carrying the weight of both promise and peril. "Indeed, magic powder. It hails from a ET formula, obtained through considerable effort and expense. Mastered correctly, it has the potential to move mountains, clear pathways in an instant, and achieve wondrous feats." His expression darkened ominously. Or, in the wrong hands, it could wreak havoc and devastation. Like all my creations, Menon used for war. Merlin observed the exchange with a knowing smile, acknowledging Philos's ingenuity despite the grave implications of his invention. Also, E.T. has been closely guarding the secrets of making gunpowder since its discovery, also because of the demon invasion that attacks E.T. every 200 years, thus E.T. is mostly closed to other, only a small percent is able to gain access to E.T. and even they don't know the truth about everything that happens in E.T. A/N, this is slight foreshadowing of the Great Wall movie plot, with E.T. replacing China. So Merlin questioned, what if you had the opportunity to escape? He posed the question. Without hesitation, Philos affirmed his decision. I would seize it, he declared resolutely. Merlin nodded solemnly, his eyes glinting with determination as he conjured a swirling vortex of magical energy, forming a portal to his castle where Melisandre awaited. You can escape through this portal, he directed his gaze towards Philos. If you explain the situation to the woman on the other side, she will provide you sanctuary. Daston's eyes widened with excitement and determination. I want to go too. I want to learn magic, he exclaimed eagerly. A warm smile graced Merlin's lips as he regarded the young man's enthusiasm. Very well, he agreed, his voice tinged with encouragement. Go with Philos for now. We will meet once again, after I secure the sorceress. With a determined nod, Philos swiftly gathered his essential designs and gears, his movements purposeful and resolute. Daston, brimming with anticipation, nodded in agreement as they stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the portal into an uncertain yet promising future. Chapter 80, Chapter 71. After Philos and Daston left, Merlin stood alone in Philos' laboratory, he surveyed the surroundings. With a solemn gesture, he raised his hands and conjured a bright red ball of pulsating energy. The sphere hovered in the air, casting an eerie glow over the room as it pulsed with power. Merlin's eyes narrowed as he focused his energy, channeling his will into the pulsating orb. With a final surge of concentration, he released the ball of energy, allowing it to float freely in the center of the laboratory. Then Merlin's form began to shimmer once more, the air around him pulsating with arcane energy. And then, in another blur of motion, he vanished. He then appeared standing atop the Menon Palace, his keen eyes surveyed the chaos unfolding below. The bright red ball of pulsating energy, released moments ago in Philos' laboratory, had erupted into a fiery explosion, engulfing the room in a maelstrom of destruction. From his vantage point, Merlin watched as guards scrambled towards the source of the blast, their shouts echoing through the night air. But Merlin's attention was elsewhere. With a focused mind, he closed his eyes and reached out with his senses, seeking the location of Cassandra. After finding her, a surge of energy pulsed around him, shimmering with otherworldly power. In a swift motion, Merlin vanished from the palace rooftop, leaving behind only a lingering trace of magic in the air. Again Merlin arrived in Th4 room, where he sensed Cassandra. Merlin looked down himself within a strange room of the palace, and he slammed the doors shut and barricaded them with an ornate chest. He turned to get his bearings. This was no magician's lair, and yet it was. This was a gold-nude sandstone chamber whose hieroglyph decorations seemed feminine, a sensation enhanced by delightful scents of oil and flowers and incense. He knew at once he was in Cassandra's quarters, not in her bedroom or living chamber. No, this was an indoor bathing pool. And he knew it belonged to the sorceress, because Cassandra herself lay within the huge bath, her lovely head and a shoulder looming above a surface covered with rose petals. Her almond eyes grew large. She may have been a prophet, but she had clearly not anticipated his entry into her quarters, and was dumbstruck. But, then, so was he. The sorceress's handmaidens, who'd been tending her alongside the pool, which took up most of the floor space in the modest-sized chamber, were not struck dumb. They screamed like frightened children, and ran into the adjacent rooms of their mistress's quarters. Quickly the regal Cassandra regained her poise, and she rose from the rose-cloaked water, throwing back the damp mane of her long dark hair, displaying every inch of her golden, well-formed flesh, perfect breasts, narrow waist, the flare of hips, flawless skin pearled with moisture, every female secret shared. She stood with her arms at her sides and her chin, and her breasts, held high. No woman had ever been more at ease with her beauty as she said, "Well, wizard. Are you going to take me away, or just stare?" Merlin shook his head and said, "I am going to take you back to your tribe, so come with me." Cassandra was in shock, but Merlin didn't have time for this since he knew the handmaidens would have alerted the guards. So he quickly went and grabbed her, while disapparating away with the sorceress. He appears with the sorceress held close to him. Closed alley. Merlin looked down at sorceress too. Her long hair streaming with water, her golden skin beaded with droplets, whirled at Merlin, no longer in the grip of their shared predicament, her regal bearing returning in full force. Her long-nailed fingers turned to claws and her hands flew toward the Merlin's face. But Merlin stopped her and said, "Please, this for your own safety, so please cooperate with me. I am really going to take you to your tribe, elder Lady Mohiam." There was hint of recognition in her eyes. She slightly nodded and said nothing, her chin high, but trembling, perhaps with the chill of the water, perhaps from something else. "I suggest we find you something to wear," he said. "You may catch cold in your bare skin, and more unwanted attention." Merlin conjured a Bedouin robes and scarves from a washerwoman. Cassandra wore it without complaining. Chapter 81, Chapter 72. As Merlin and Cassandra ventured away from Karth, they were away from city which was in chaos after THR explosion in Memnon's palace. While walking through the sand dunes, Cassandra was now wearing washerwomen's clothing with top piece being short, ruffled sleeves adding a touch of whimsy that enhanced her shoulders. The snug fit around her midsection highlighted her waistline perfectly, while the cropped length offered a tantalizing glimpse of her midriff. The deep V neckline plunged daringly, showing off just the right amount of cleavage, framed by loose ties that draped elegantly, adding an element of fluidity to her movements. As she turned slightly, the bottom piece of her outfit came into view. The long skirt was nothing short of breathtaking, with a high slit on one side that boldly displayed her leg up to the thigh, single panel of fabric down the middle, leaving her legs and hip bones completely exposed. She glanced at Merlin, her curiosity piqued. "So, can't you just magically take me to Lady Mohiam?" she inquired. Merlin sighed, his gaze steady. "First, we must find Balthazar's tribe. Lady Mohiam is with him," he explained. "From what I understand, Queen Isis's tribe was attacked. She and the surviving members are likely under his care. Balthazar is constantly on the move to evade Memnon's forces, so locating them will take some time." Unbeknownst to Cassandra, Merlin already knew Balthazar's location. He was waiting for all the remaining tribes to converge under Balthazar's leadership, ensuring that their combined forces could stand united against Memnon. Merlin summoned forth a portal with a sharp whistle. From within the swirling vortex emerged a magnificent sight, a sleek black horse with 8 powerful legs. This was Sleipnir, created by Eru himself for his avatar's exclusive use. With its 8 legs and supernatural speed, Sleipnir was unparalleled in swiftness, capable of reaching the speed of light. Loyalty flowed through its veins, bound to serve Merlin or any other avatar of Eru without question. Cassandra looked at 8-legged black horse in awe, while Sleipnir came to a stop at his master's side, and Merlin reached up and scratched the animal's neck. "Good girl," Merlin said. As Sleipnir pawed the ground eagerly, its obsidian coat gleaming in the sunlight, Merlin mounted effortlessly, a grin spreading across his face. With a nod to Cassandra, he beckoned her to join him, knowing that their journey would be swift and their destination. Merlin glanced back at Cassandra, his expression resolute. "Now, we have to get you back to your tribe." The sorceress nodded, understanding the urgency in his voice. The lovely woman stepped forward, the feminine shape of her playing wonderful tricks under the loose robes. With a gentle but firm grip on her hips, Merlin lifted her onto Sleipnir's broad back. The powerful steed shifted slightly, accommodating the added weight with ease. Merlin swung up into the saddle, behind Cassandra. The nomadic affair was large enough to accommodate them both, if snugly. With his grip firm on the reins. Night had fallen on Karth, and in the majestic throne room of Memnon, the warlord's 2 most trusted military advisors awaited his orders. That faithful servant, the scarred Thorak, stood by, waiting, hanging on his master's every word, every movement. That more recent addition to the inner circle, the patricidal Takmet, lounged at a table, sipping wine, as if disaster had not fallen. But it had. Troubled on his throne, the great teacher sat studying squirming arachnids. They are physically similar to scorpions, but can grow almost as large as a lobster. They possess 6 legs and a larger stinger tail, which curves up over the body and hangs over the head. They have a series of threatening-looking spines on each body segment, running up the sides of the body and tail. They are mostly green in color, with an iridescent sheen. Their most recognizable features are the designs on the plates of their bodies, particularly the marking on the final plate of their tails which resembles a human face. Because of this design they are also sometimes referred to as the Death's Head Manticore. Manticores are highly aggressive and extremely venomous scorpion-like insects from the continent of Essos. They were in a glass bowl on the wide stone armrest beside him. He withdrew from his belt the dagger and he sent it lancing down, spearing one of the wriggling arachnids. The deliberateness of that act now seemed at odds with his facial expression, as the warlord lifted the dagger with the writhing, dying scorpion impaled there, watching it with seemingly idle interest. "Take a dozen of your best men," Memnon said suddenly, and Thorak snapped to attention and Takmet looked up. "Track him down, kill him, and bring Cassandra back to me." Thorak nodded a curt bow. "Yes, my lord." Memnon drew the thin sharp blade down the abdomen of the scorpion, splitting it open to the tail, ending its struggle. "Send our fastest rider back to me, with word of his death," Memnon said. "And of her safety." Memnon reached into a quiver next to the throne and withdrew an arrow, the tip of which he poked into the venom sac of the dead scorpion. He twisted the arrow's tip, turned it, thoroughly soaking it in the poison. "My lord," Takmet said, rising finally, "rumors have spread to our armies that Cassandra has been taken." Memnon turned sharply to Thorak. "Is that true? Do such rumors fly?" The scarred commander glared at his fellow advisor, conveying his aggravation at Takmet stirring up trouble, then his gaze returned to his master, and he said, "Yes, my lord. Of course, our generals, and our officers in the field, will need to know of her abduction in order to rescue her. They will not rescue her, you will. And the men you ride with need not know, until the sorceress has been restored to our custody." "Yes, my lord." The warlord frowned in thought. "Silence these rumors. Kill those with traitorous tongues, at your discretion. The people must believe the prophetess is here, even if we can only sustain the deception a short while." Thorak nodded. "And when you see the wizard," Memnon added, "give him this for me." And the warlord handed his advisor the poison-tipped arrow, which Thorak handled judiciously, shielding the tip in a leather cover. Within the hour, Thorak and his personal cadre of his toughest, most trusted men, chosen from among the red-turbaned royal guards, galloped from the fortress city, into the night. Into the underworld, if necessary. And in his imperial chamber, the teacher of men stood ponderingly at a heavy stone tablet, displayed in a golden frame near his throne. This inscribed slab was ancient, even in these ancient times, and bore a crude form of symbols only the most learned scholars could decipher. It was made by Thr first sorceress of mystic tribe, Delphi. The warlord's fingers ran slowly across the symbols, his touch respectful, almost tender, his expression that of a man in a spell. His fingertips lingered on an etching of a man, who's raised a flaming sword in triumph. He was riding a horse with army behind him raiding what looked like a map of Essos. Then Memnon's fingers came to rest upon an etchings of burning sword, at the very bottom of the inscribed tablet. A very short time now, he thought, and all would be his. Starting with the woman, Cassandra, and ending with the world itself. Chapter 82, Chapter 73. At the crest of a rugged hilltop, 3 12-foot poles awaited them, warning signs for those who would enter the forbidden land ahead, the Valley of the Dead of legend. Each wooden shaft bore various human skulls intertwined with small animal bones, snakes mostly, and the dried skins of men who had dared pass this way. Merlin made sure to move slow to let Thorak catch up, since he wanted to remove Memnon trusted general from play. From the ridge they could see the unforgiving landscape that awaited them, pock-marked earth scattered with mud hills, stretching to a desolate horizon. Beyond that, a devastating desert awaited. He stood alongside the beautiful hostage stride the camel. He reached up and brushed her long hair away from the side of her face, and she looked sharply at him, startled, offended. "What are you doing?" she said, and caught his wrist. Firmly, but not roughly, he freed his hand, and he brushed her hair away, again, and slipped the golden hoop earring from her lobe. Confused, she frowned at him, and grabbed for her belonging, unsuccessfully. Now the Merlin moved forward, to the nearest of the fetish poles, and reached up and deftly hooked the hook over the top of the shaft. She snapped. "What in the name of the gods are you doing?" "Nothing, in the name of the gods." Merlin gave her the slightest smile. "Just marking the way for your so-called lord and master. He will be sending his men here, probably Thorak to retrieve you, so we guide him correctly to where we want him to be." She reared back, almond eyes narrowed, chin crinkled in contempt. "Memnon is not my master." "Perhaps not in your view," he said, as he slung himself up behind her, onto the generous nomadic saddle, but Memnon sees you as his possession. And Merlin jogged Sleipnir into motion, heading down into the desolate valley. Rough as the ride was, it was not as blistering, literally, as the desert they soon found themselves in, where the sand blazed under the sun, and the skeletons of those who had tried to come this way before them had left their remains as grotesque sun-bleached markers. Thorak and his band of a dozen good men were several hours behind the little party. A forward tracker reached the ridge of fetish poles by sunset, and he snatched the sorceress's golden hoop from the skull atop one pole, and rode back to the line of red-turbaned men to deliver it to his commander. The scar on Thorak's face stood out whitely in his flushed face, as rage crawled through him like an invader, the warrior well aware the wizard was baiting him, taunting him. Normally they would have made camp now, but Thorak pushed his troops onward. They would ride until the sun was a memory. In the cool night blueness of the desert dunes, under a sky glittering with more jewels than any warlord could secure, the Merlin watched as the women sat there looking at the fire. "I was 11, she said, when Memnon heard the stories of my people. He then heard about a child, the girl, with eyes like the gods. He found my village and lined up 4 of his soldiers before me. He said, 'Tell me the names of these men. Each wrong answer means that man's death.' His own men," Merlin whispered. He was not surprised seeing these in the world of Game of Thrones. "His own men," she said, with a nod. I was terrified, but what could I do? I told him the names, all 4. Merlin sighed. He knew these things come bite you back in the world of Game of Thrones, and asked, "You shouldn't have done that?" Cassandra agreed and replied, "Yes. And, afterward, those same 4 soldiers killed my family, as I was taken away." Yet, for all her visions, for all her prophecies, Cassandra was unaware that she now loved the wizard. That her future was bound with his. By mid-morning the next day, Thorak and those dozen red-turbaned warriors had all but caught up with their quarry, as they trudged up the slope of a large dune, a wind shifting the sands ominously, sun beating down without mercy. They were not aware of their seeming imminent success. Their prey, however, was aware of them. From a nearby dune, Merlin, astride Sleipnir, the sorceress sharing his saddle, riding behind him now, her arms wrapped around his midsection, her standoffishness a memory, picked up on sounds, carried by wind. His keen senses were more finely honed than those of humans, trudging along trying to ignore the blistering heat, while the woman seemed lost in her mystical musings. He wheeled Sleipnir around and saw a cloud of dust, distant, but not so distant as to pose no threat. Still, the Merlin only smiled. In fact, he grinned. "Thorak." Cassandra turned, saw the gathering cloud of dust, and shook her head, with the weary resignation of the put-upon. "So he found THR marker." Merlin shook his head. "The fool took the bait and is riding right into a storm." The sorceress was studying him with childlike curiosity. "A storm?" Merlin grinned down at his companion, then he lifted his eyes away from the dust cloud Thorak and his men were raising, toward the opposite horizon. And now Cassandra looked up, her attention drawn to the direction in which the wizard was gazing. The sorceress' eyes took in that horizon, where she saw a dark brown shimmering fine, like a living thing, moving inexorably toward them. "God save us," Cassandra said, eyes huge as she took in the ominous, gathering darkness, as if an impatient night had decided to rush in, hours early. Merlin, having already knew this, added, "It's a sandstorm." "And right on time," the wizard said. The sound was growing, a hollow, eerie roaring, like a hoarse scream. Merlin hopped down off, and helped the Cassandra down, and from Sleipnir. He then placed a hand on her shoulder as blue glow enveloped her. She was curious and questioned, "What was that?" Merlin explained, "It was small protection against the sandstorm, you will able to see through the storm." He then gestured towards a particular spot, "Walk towards that direction and you will find a cave to stay from the sandstorm." Merlin removed his sleeved back revealing the 10 rings. They are sturdy iron bands that are worn around the forearms. The rings appear to be made of a dark, dense metal that has a slightly rough, worn texture. Each ring is thick and heavy, with intricate carvings and symbols etched into their metallic surfaces, giving them an ancient and mystical look. The 10 rings kept 5 rings on each arm to evenly distribute his strength enhancement. He created way back. It was his favorite weapons along with Excalibur, King Arthur Legend of the Sword. With a sudden, commanding motion, Merlin swung himself onto Sleipnir, the mighty 8-legged horse. The beast's powerful muscles tensed beneath him, ready for the charge. Merlin's cloak billowed around him, snapping in the fierce wind as he grasped the reins. In a burst of energy, Sleipnir sprang forward, hooves thundering against the earth in a rhythm that echoed like a war drum. The engravings on 10 rings lit up with blue, purple dim light running through the veins of his arms. On a flat stretch of desert, the red-turbaned company of 30 had paused. When their leader held up a hand, he'd heard someone, fast approaching. Thorak knew it couldn't be the wizard. A man alone would not dare attack 30 from such a distance. He believed Merlin could only cast magic at specific distance like those of warlocks. So it must be a courier from one of the armies, sent by Menon. A red-turbaned warrior pointed. There. And coming down over a slope was one man, on a black 8-legged horse, the wizard. Was he mad, charging them like a one-man army? He's attacking, alone, one warrior said to another. The sun has baked his brain, the other said, the tracker among them. He's been seized by desert madness. And from their midst came Thorak's booming voice, shoot him down, also 1,000 Duranis to the man who brings me his head. Thorak's men were loyal, that was unquestioned, but the smell of money sparked these warriors to seek new heights of valor. The archers in the group quickly knocked their arrows and fired at Merlin's direction. It was a rain of arrows. While the others had swords whipped from belts and the bare-chested, red-turbaned warriors spurred their horses and galloped toward the lunatic, soldiers bellowing war cries that would have chilled the blood of any normal man. As Merlin and Sleipnir thundered closer, a volley of arrows darkened the sky, arching towards them with deadly precision. Merlin, eyes ablaze with unyielding determination, positioned his arms downward. The 10 rings slid down to his wrists, extend into a glowing, segmented whip, crackling with energy. With a fluid motion, Merlin began to spin the rings around himself, their energy intertwining to form a luminous, spinning web. Faster and faster they whirled, until they became a blur of light. The blue energy expanded, forming a shimmering, transparent dome that enveloped Merlin and Sleipnir. Arrows struck the dome with sharp, metallic pings, only to be deflected in showers of sparks. The dome held strong, a radiant shield against the onslaught. Thorak's men watched in awe and dread as their arrows fell harmlessly to the ground, their momentum broken by the wizard's arcane defense. As he rode Sleipnir and arrived close enough to Thorak's group, he shot the rings towards the ground, the energy chain striking with immense force. The impact created a powerful shockwave, knocking nearby soldiers off their horses and sending them sprawling across the sandy field. Dust and debris flew in all directions as the ground shook with the force of Merlin's landing. Without a moment's hesitation, Merlin extended 5 of his rings, forming an energy chain that snaked through the air with lethal precision. It wrapped around the neck of one of Thorak's soldiers, tightening with a strangling grip. With a flick of his wrist, Merlin flung the soldier high into the air, the man's screams lost in the wind. The soldier crashed back to the ground with a thunderous impact, creating another shockwave that sent Thorak's men flying. The raw power of Merlin's magic was undeniable, and fear rippled through the ranks of Thorak's army. Seeing the devastation he had wrought, Merlin gathered all his rings, each one shimmering with potent energy. With a grand sweep of his arms, he directed them to form a single, longer chain, glowing with a fierce blue light. The chain crackled with magical energy, growing longer and more powerful with each passing moment. The rings extended into a glowing, segmented whip, crackling with energy. When Merlin swung it, the whip moved with fluid, snake-like motions, creating sweeping arcs of blue light. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the raw power emanating from the weapon. Merlin swung the colossal chain in a wide arc, its energy trailing through the air like a comet. As it struck Thorak's soldiers, the force of the impact was cataclysmic. Bodies were sent flying through the air, armor shattered and weapons scattered. The chain continued its path, carving a swath of destruction through Thorak's ranks, each strike accompanied by a resonant boom and a shockwave that rippled through the sandy desert. They were thrown back, tumbling like rag dolls. Thorak was getting overwhelmed too. His battle axe in hand, his frustration unbearable as around him the blood-curdling cries of his men, he yelled out, "Surround him." Just as he was about to join in, things got worse as the sandstorm arrived, the length of the horizon, a brown swirl of destruction, came up behind him, miles wide, as tall as Memnon's palace, a churning, burning wall of flying particles. Thorak watched in helpless shock as his warriors and Merlin disappeared into the storm, while Thorak's fabled Red Guard broke their own charge, their ranks scattering as the whirlwind hit full force, swallowing them, the world a harsh vortex of sand, biting the flesh, blinding the eyes, the wind knocking men onto the desert floor, and when they tried to stand, knocked them down again. Thorak, for all his courage no less a victim of the stinging sand, all but blinded now, spun around hearing screams of his men. He couldn't tell where, since his men were being sent flying with each strike. With a swift, decisive motion, Merlin shot his rings outwards once more. Each ring glowed with fierce blue energy as they tore through the air, leaving trails of blue light in their wake and homing in on the scattered soldiers. The impact was immediate and devastating. The rings struck with such force that armor shattered like glass, and men were thrown to the ground, lifeless before they even hit the desert sand. The few remaining warriors were no match for the wizard's relentless assault. Thorak narrowed his eyes, trying to peer through the stinging sands of the storm. The howling wind whipped around him, carrying with it the faint, desperate cries of his men, now abruptly silenced. Panic began to creep into his heart, but he shook it off, his hand tightening around the hilt of his massive double axe. He strained to see through the haze, but the next thing he felt was not the sting of sand, but the iron grip of a hand around his throat. His eyes widened in shock as he was lifted effortlessly off the ground. The world spun around him, the storm a blurred vortex, and he struggled to focus on the figure before him. Merlin's piercing gaze bore into Thorak's eyes, cold and unwavering. Thorak gasped, he knew his death was coming. So he took his last moments to withdraw the manticore potion arrow from its quiver, and using the arrow like a knife, he stabbed Merlin's shoulder. Merlin winced slightly, he could tell what kind of poison it was and was not worried and snapped Thorak's neck. Chapter 83, Chapter 74. Before long, the wind of sand had moved on, leaving the desert's tan skin to shift under a more gentle breeze, whose fingers drew meaningless pictures and patterns on the restless dunes. The field of battle lay still as the death the sands covered. It was as if no one had ever been here, that, minutes before, a furious clash had taken place at this site seemed an impossibility. Nearby, where the Acadian had left his companions to wait for the outcome, the sand seemed similarly empty of life. Then fingers began to protrude from the dune's surface, like a corpse rising from its grave. A single eye blinked open, the rest of the face it belonged to covered by the sand. Cassandra walked through the field of death looking around for Merlin. By her side was Sleipnir. Then, alarm and concern coloring her voice, she asked, "Where is Merlin?" Sleipnir started leading her. The sorceress walked the battlefield, which on closer examination was not so empty. After all, half a dozen half-buried bodies presented themselves. She walked carefully, gingerly, through this instantaneous graveyard. Then, suddenly, the sand shifted before them. She saw Merlin, who was looking at half-buried figure. Warrior revealed himself, interred below him, wide-eyed in death, Thorak himself. For an ugly brute, Arpad said, he makes a pretty sight. Merlin had gone to the woman. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Did they? No, she said. I'm untouched. And the sorceress was struck by his concern, the depth of feeling in the dark eyes of the assassin. Cassandra was looking at Merlin carefully, he seemed unsteady. Are you? I am well, he said. Then she noticed the arrow, sticking out of the side of his leg, not terribly deep, but embedded there. You need help, she gasped. The wizard reached down and gripped the arrow and, frowning, ripped it free from his flesh. The wizard staggered over to the half-buried corpse of Thorak. An amulet around his adversary's neck bore the insignia of the Red Turban troops. Ripping it from Thorak's cold throat, he said, "Help me find his horse." "There it is," Cassandra said, pointing. Thorak's black steed, a distinctive beast, was among those milling around the battle site. The wizard walked to the horse and examined the area around the saddle. "Another survivor," he said, with satisfaction. As Cassandra joined him, they saw what he was talking about. A falcon, its head covered by a cowl, was thonged to the saddle. Merlin untied the bird and attached Thorak's insignia to the metal band around its foot. The sorceress touched the wizard's arm. "What are you doing?" "Sending Lord Memnon a message," he said, but his eyes seemed cloudy. Nonetheless, Merlin managed to remove the bird's cowl and launch the falcon into the air. It wheeled, flapped regally, and flew away. The wizard stood with his hands on hips, watching the bird wing toward Karth, and he laughed, a deep, hearty laugh that turned, startlingly, into a cough. "Merlin!" Cassandra cried. "What's wrong?" she asked. Merlin frowned and replied, "Poison." Cassandra was worried, but Merlin cut her off. "I will heal up soon, I just need some sleep." Merlin felt he was too arrogant and led to him being poisoned, while he knew this was not life-threatening. But end of the day his avatar, while having godlike abilities, is still mortal in a sense, and some of the poisons still have some effects on him, while they may not kill him. But they will still cause him to be slightly weakened. Cassandra's heart raced with a mix of fear and guilt as she helped Merlin to his feet. The sorcerer, once invincible and proud, now leaned heavily on her for support. His usually vibrant eyes were clouded, and his movements were slow, the poison still working its insidious way through his system. "We need to get you to Sleipnir," Cassandra said, her voice trembling. "He'll carry us to safety." Sleipnir, the majestic eight-legged steed, stood waiting at the edge of the courtyard. The horse's eyes glowed with an ethereal light, and it stamped its hooves impatiently as if sensing the urgency of the situation. Cassandra guided Merlin to Sleipnir's side, struggling to hide her panic. "Hold on," she whispered, helping Merlin mount the horse. With some effort, she climbed up behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist to keep him steady. Sleipnir reared up, sensing the need for haste, and with a powerful leap, they were off. As sunset painted the rocky landscape around the great city of Karth a vivid orange, as if the earth itself had caught fire, a falcon flew over the fortified walls and to its familiar perch within the turreted palace of Menon. The marketplace was closing down, excluding the dens of sin, of course, and soon all but the most dedicated lechers would have retired behind walls of stone, for time with friends and family, for food and rest. Lord Menon, however, did not rest. He had assembled his generals in the great throne room, where maps were spread out over a large table. Most pressing, of course, was Meron, the only unconquered land, and the warlord was sharing his latest strategies with his battle chiefs. As usual, his generals paid rapt attention, but one of them, Torin, seemed strangely quiet, even preoccupied. And this troubled the great teacher, who preferred his pupils hang on his every word. Takmet, the heir to the empty throne of Meron, was present, but he too seemed to have his mind elsewhere, and did not crowd around the map table with the rest. Of course, Memnon had already informed Takmet of these strategies. Even so, the man's nervous pacing was a distraction. And of this assembly, of course, only Takmet knew the why of Cassandra's absence, that the wizard had stolen her away. A falconer entered, with the regal, recently arrived bird on his arm. Approaching the warlord, then half-bowing, he said, "A message from Thorak." Finally, Memnon said, with a sigh of satisfaction, "The wizard is dead." But the warlord soon realized he was looking at Thorak's insignia, his blood-spattered insignia, and nothing else. Rage and even a kind of sadness rose in him. The scarred warrior had been at his right hand for many years, and now the wizard had slain him, and sent this taunting message. Crushing the bloody amulet in a powerful hand, Memnon stood lost in thought for long moments, before General Torin stepped forward. "My lord," he said. "Is something wrong?" The warlord banished the emotions from himself, and glanced impassively at his generals. He even summoned a small smile. "No, quite the opposite. All is in order." The generals exchanged glances. "And I think, gentlemen," Memnon said, "this meeting is at an end." The generals half bowed and were making their way across the throne room, toward the doors, when Torin stopped and turned, the other men halting as well, though their expressions were tentative. With a boldness none of them had ever before dared, General Torin said, "My lord, it is customary for the seer to attend these meetings. We all know how valuable her counsel has been." Takmet paused in his pacing to look tellingly Memnon's way. "Why," the general was brazenly asking, "is the sorceress not with us tonight?" Around him, the other generals were nodding their heads. Memnon, hiding his anger at this affront, said only, "She is indisposed." The generals again exchanged anxious glances, and Torin asked, the suspicion obvious in his voice, "Nothing serious, I hope?" Memnon smiled, though his eyes were hard. "If it was serious, you would be informed. Are you not my most trusted advisors of war?" General Torin again half-bowed. "Yes, my lord." And the other generals did and said the same, and went out. With a growl of fury, Memnon swept the maps from his table and hurled the wadded-up leather insignia at Takmet, who flinched. The wispily bearded advisor said, "I said nothing. I revealed nothing." "Would that I could trade your worthless life for Thorak's," the warlord said bitterly. "Go. Leave me." And Takmet, who for all his faults was no fool, did as he was told. Loomed. Takmet, though a coward at heart, understood that Memnon's fall would strip away his life of luxury. In a desperate attempt to retain his power, he had gathered his men to quell the insurrection outside. Takmet's face contorted with rage as he spotted the duo. "Get those bastards, kill them," he roared, spittle flying from his mouth. The red-turbaned warriors, swords gleaming, charged towards Merlin and Balthazar with fierce determination. The sound of their battle cries echoed off the stone walls of the courtyard. Balthazar drew his sword, the blade reflecting the light of the setting sun. "There are too many of them," he muttered, gripping his weapon tightly. Merlin calmly rolled up his sleeves, revealing the 10 rings. The intricate engravings on the rings lit up with a mesmerizing blue and purple glow, the light coursing through the veins of his arms. "Don't worry," he said, a confident smile playing on his lips. "I'll thin out the group." With a flourish, Merlin extended his arms, and the rings transformed into a glowing, segmented whip, crackling with blue energy. He swung the whip with precision, the segments moving with fluid, snake-like motions. The whip created sweeping arcs of blue light as it sliced through the air. He swung the colossal chain in a wide arc. He threw 5 of the rings, which linked together by blue energy to form a spinning energy disk. The disk spun rapidly, radiating an intense blue glow that illuminated the courtyard. The linked rings shot forward, cutting through the ranks of the red-turbaned warriors with devastating force. The spinning disk hummed with power, and sparks of blue light flickered around its edges as it tore through armor and flesh. Bodies were sent flying through the air, armor shattered and weapons scattered. The chain continued its path, carving a swath of destruction through Takmet's ranks, each strike accompanied by a resonant boom and a shockwave that rippled through the ground of courtyard. They were thrown back, tumbling like rag dolls. Many of the soldiers fell lifeless, struck down by the relentless energy disk. Some lay injured, groaning in pain, while a few managed to leap out of its deadly path, among them Takmet himself. Scrambling to his feet, Takmet's eyes were wild with fear, but desperation fueled his determination. The surviving soldiers, though battered and bloodied, staggered to their feet. Fear was etched on their faces, but Takmet's roar of command cut through their terror. "Kill him. Do not allow him to rest," he bellowed, his voice cracking with desperation. The first guard lunged at Merlin, sword gleaming in the sunlight. With a swift motion, Merlin raised his arm, the rings glowing brighter. As the sword struck, a pale gray energy pulse radiated from the rings, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the air. The guard's sword shattered upon impact, and the force of the shockwave sent him stumbling backward. With a flick of his wrist, Merlin directed the ring's power into his fist. He punched the nearest guard with such force that the man was lifted off his feet and hurled several meters away, crashing into a market stall. The crowd gasped, witnessing the sheer might of Merlin's enhanced strength. Another guard charged at Merlin from the side, but Merlin was ready. He grabbed the man by his tunic and, with a powerful heave, launched him across the street. The guard flew through the air like a rag doll, landing with a bone-crunching thud against the cobblestones. 2 more guards attacked simultaneously, their swords aimed at Merlin's chest. Merlin raised his arms, and the rings emitted another gray shockwave, blocking the strikes and sending the guards reeling. Before they could recover, he swung his arm in a wide arc, the rings trailing light. The force of the blow sent one guard crashing into the other, their bodies slamming into a stone wall with deadly impact, killing them instantly. Merlin turned to face the remaining guards, his eyes glowing with determination. He extended his arms, and the rings pulsed with pale gray energy. With a surge of power, he unleashed a series of energy blasts. The pulses shot forward, hitting the guards with unerring precision. Each blast created a shockwave on impact, sending the guards flying back and leaving them incapacitated on the ground. Merlin stood tall amidst the chaos, his eyes catching the movement of 3 more red-turbaned warriors rushing toward him with fierce determination. Merlin's gaze hardened as he raised his arms, the 10 rings gleaming with an otherworldly light. With a swift, fluid motion, he shot the rings towards the advancing enemies. They traveled at incredible speeds, streaks of blue, purple, and transparent light trailing behind them like the tails of comets or shooting stars. The rings, with their intricate engravings glowing, were a blur of lethal beauty. The first ring struck its target with pinpoint accuracy, releasing a slight concussive shockwave upon impact. The force was accompanied by a burst of energy that rippled through the air, creating a visible wave of distortion. The unfortunate warrior was sent flying backwards, his body twisting through the air before crashing into a stone wall with a sickening thud. The second ring found its mark almost simultaneously, hitting the next warrior square in the chest. The impact was like a thunderclap, the concussive force lifting the man off his feet and propelling him several meters back. His weapon flew from his grasp, clattering uselessly on the ground as he landed in a heap, unconscious. The third ring completed the deadly trio, striking the final warrior in rapid succession. The burst of energy rippled through his armor, the shockwave throwing him into the air. He tumbled head over heels before slamming into the ground, his body motionless and broken. The rings, having completed their destructive task, arced back through the air, moving through the air with graceful, almost sentient movements. Their trajectories were perfectly aligned, an intricate dance that would bring them back to their master. As they sped through the air, the rings emitted trails of blue and purple light, streaks that lingered momentarily in their wake. Just before reaching Merlin, the rings slowed down slightly. The intense light from their engravings grew even brighter, the intricate symbols glowing with a fierce energy. With a final burst of light, the rings settled back onto Merlin's forearms with a resounding, metallic click. The engravings pulsed once more before fading, the trails of light dissipating into the night. Merlin then looked at Balthazar. "Can I leave this to you, my friend?" The Nubian smiled grimly. "You go, friend. I'll take these bastards on." Here and there in the half-destroyed palace inner yard, the surviving guards were picking themselves up, regrouping. As Merlin ran to find Menon, while Balthazar raises his sword with eager anticipation, "All right then, who dies first," as he cuts down one enemy after another. But he looked around for Takmet, that cowardly traitor. But couldn't find him. He then spotted Takmet. Takmet, riding a night-black stallion up yard. He holds lance with a hook that curls from its point. He jabs it at Balthazar, who rolls at the last second. Balthazar climbs painfully to his knees. A man on foot, a badly wounded one at that, meeting a horseman's lance with a sword was by all logic doomed to failure. And, as if proof of that wisdom, Takmet thrust his lance expertly and caught, with its hook tip, the Nubian by his calf. Takmet jerked upward, taking Balthazar's leg out from under him. The bandit king's other foot went with it, and he went smashing backward into a stone wall, sliding down to sit awkwardly on the corridor floor. On his backside now, bleeding, breathing hard, Balthazar was cornered, the smirking Takmet looming over him from his saddle. As the prince's horse trotted almost casually up to him, Balthazar raised his hands in surrender. Takmet's smirk disappeared and a smoldering rage turned into a blaze rivaling the one in the palace around them. "Force me to kneel before you. What gives you such gall, Nubian dog? What gives you the right to ask a prince to kneel before such rabble?" And the furious Takmet drove the lance forward, aiming between those massive raised hands, both of which caught the lance, and held it fast. Takmet's eyes widened, his mouth dropped open. Balthazar's eyes burned into whatever soul the wretch in the saddle still possessed. And he answered the prince's question, "What gives me the gall?" "About 200 pounds advantage, traitor." And with a might few men could match, Balthazar yanked that lance, lifting Takmet off the saddle as if he were weightless, sending the slender prince flying, straight into a stone wall, where, as one might predict, he hit hard, like an insect into the helmet of a charging warrior. He slid down the stones, as if every bone in his body had been crushed into a puree, and puddled there, waiting for Balthazar. It was not a long wait. The Nubian, with renewed strength, strode over, hardly limping now. Somehow the stunned prince managed to draw his sword, but even he knew the fight was over. A big hand reached out and squeezed the smaller man's wrist and fingers popped open, and steel clattered impotently on the floor. "Go ahead, Nubian," Takmet said, not defiant, just weary. "End it. Use your sword." The king shook his head. And raised a fist, no larger than the average child's head, casting a shadow that blotted out the face of the only son of the late King Ashur of Melair. "This," Balthazar said, "is for your father." Then that fist came smashing straight into Takmet's wide eyes, and the last sound the prince heard was the sickening crunch of his own face, collapsing. Chapter 91, Chapter 81. The grand throne room is shrouded in shadows, lit only by the flickering flames of torches. The vast chamber echoes with the sound of Merlin's boots against the stone floor as he strides in. At the far end, Menon stands, a menacing figure, his eyes blazing with fury and scowling. "So, you're back, wizard." Merlin, calm and composed, offers a sly smile. "Cassandra has issues with you, Menon. As her protector, I'm here to resolve them." Memnon's face twists with rage. He slams his fist on the armrest of the throne, snarling. She guarded her chastity like a precious gem, only her diamond was nothing but glittering glass. Merlin's eyes flash with disdain as he steps forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Perhaps she simply didn't want to bestow it upon a fool. Memnon's anger boils over. He rises from the throne, drawing his swords with a swift, practiced motion and roaring. "Fight me without your cheap magic tricks." Merlin's smile widens. He raises a hand, and with a surge of energy, Excalibur materializes in his grip. The fight was about to start, but for Merlin, time seemed to decelerate the moment his fingers wrapped around the leather-bound grip of Excalibur. The engraved characters at the base of the blade ignited with a brilliant blue hue, casting an eerie glow that matched the intensity of Merlin's eyes and blade glowing with a mystical blue light. Merlin replies, "Of course." Memnon splits his swords, dual-wielding them with deadly precision. He lunges at Merlin, the swords spinning in a deadly dance. The clash of metal on metal echoes through the hall as their blades meet. Memnon is a whirlwind of steel, his attacks a blur of speed and skill. But Merlin moves with supernatural grace, parrying and dodging Memnon's strikes with ease. Time seems to slow for Merlin. Each movement is deliberate, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Excalibur's blade hums as it cuts through the air, creating shockwaves that ripple through the room. Memnon's attacks grow more frantic, his breath ragged. With a powerful swing, Merlin sends Memnon crashing back, tumbling down the steps of the altar. He collides with a flaming brazier, sending embers flying. Memnon groans but refuses to admit defeat. His eyes dart around, spotting a fallen lamp. With a desperate move, he dips his blades into the blazing oil, igniting them and breathing heavily. "This isn't over, wizard." Merlin watches, his expression calm and unwavering, as Memnon rises once more, his swords now ablaze. Once more the warlord's swords danced with fire, and he charged Merlin, the whirling sword spinning, the flames a dazzling, blinding array of skill as the warlord slashed forward, sending spitting oil spraying onto the Merlin's arms. The oil droplets jumped to flame, and now, as if dealing with a warrior of Memnon's skill weren't enough, the assassin was having to take time to shake flames from himself, as if throwing off biting insects, a distraction that aided the warlord in backing Memnon up to the edge of the precipice that lined one side of the elevated courtyard. But the warlord ducked the blow, and swung his leg around, the toe of his boot sinking deep into the Mamon's side, doubling him up in pain, just in time for that same foot to kick again, catching his jaw. That straightened Memnon, only to send him staggering backward, until he crashed into a table alongside the altar steps. Mamon was dazed, barely conscious, but was not ready to give up and yelled, "Why, I am the chosen one, I am stallion who mounts the world." Memnon in some stupid daze yelled, "Hear me, gods. I am Memnon, son of Osiris, ruler of the world. And you will obey." Merlin was annoyed at this and muttered, "Shut up," and with swing his sword created a shockwave. As the great teacher, Memnon, so-called king of the world, was blown off his altar, he went sailing over the wall, down toward the city street. The warlord was like a falling star his freed subjects might make a wish upon. Below, Isis and her fellow Arios, whose eyes were bright, faces wide with smiles, as Thry were not far away when Memnon's body hit with a sickening impact. The soldiers who'd been advancing on Isis and her warriors, recognizing the form of their commander-in-chief, fell back, in horrified, leaderless disarray. In the courtyard, Merlin walked to the edge of the precipice and stared down to view the broken body below. Isis and her warriors, and even the former soldiers of Memnon, were witness to an image so impressive, so indelible, all would carry it to their graves. As they looked up, the figure of the wizard stood by a huge, approving moon, the glowing orb seemingly emblazoned on it. Just then behind him, Merlin spots portal opening up and Cassandra coming out from it, with Gandalf and Philos coming behind her. Then Cassandra ran to his side, and Merlin took her into his arms, held so tightly they were as one. Her adoring gaze was matched by his own. Cassandra smiled and said, "I saw a vision of the Batel ending." By this time, Balthazar had found his way to the courtyard, and as he limped toward his brother in battle, he watched with amazement and pride as the remaining soldiers of Memnon's army dropped their weapons and knelt before the wizard, staring up at him in awe. A legend was unfolding before their eyes, and they would spread the word. Merlin and Cassandra were still gazing down at the fallen, torn remains of the warlord when the Nubian limped up to them, saying, "By tolling bell and thunder's swell." Cassandra remembered her prophecy and smiled at the hobbling giant, then looked up at her own giant, and added, "Flaming stars falls from the sky." And on the palace steps, as Queen Isis, had gazed up through smoke and fire, captivated by the image of the godlike figure of the wizard, framed against the glowing moon, the remainder of Memnon's soldiers also threw down their weapons and fell to their knees. By a full moon's glow, Isis said, "A new emperor shall rise." Kneeling men bow to the king on high, Philo said, finishing the thought. Chapter 92, A Question. Chapter 93, Notice. Chapter 94, Chapter 82. A/N, so there is plans to create either airships or flyers from John Carter movie. Or dragons from Dragon Booster as riding animals in Essos. During this period in Westeros, Yavanna fell in love with Marcus Gardner. They had a son by name of Achilles. He was blessed by Eru to his body was invulnerable body. Achilles grew up and was a master in using various weapons and was an exceptionally formidable and very skillful warrior. Eru was watching young Achilles and Perseus sparring from distance with Yavanna. Eru said to Yavanna, "He is grown too fast." Yavanna, seeing her son, smiled and replied, "Yes, it is hard to see him grow up so fast." Eru smiled and said, "Daughter, at the end of the day, he will grow up and want to venture out to see the world himself." Yavanna nodded, as both walked towards the sparring duo. Perseus sparring with his cousin Achilles. Both men wield wooden practice swords. Achilles is a talented, lean, flashy young fighter. His sword whirls in the air like a thing alive. Perseus, by contrast, is the apotheosis of the efficient combatant, wasting no energy, waiting for right time to strike. Achilles presses in on the attack. Perseus tilts his head to avoid one thrust, sidesteps to avoid another. Spying a momentary opening, he lunges forward and taps Achilles' belly with the tip of his wood sword. Perseus chuckled. "You're getting fat, cousin." Achilles grins and relaunches his attack, sword spinning with blazing speed. Perseus ducks beneath an arcing swing and sword taps Achilles on the back and said, "Fancy swordplay. The girls must be impressed." Achilles grunts and charges in again. This time genuine duel develops, featuring splendid repartee and parrying. Achilles with smug tone. "A little nervous, aren't you?" Perseus smiled and replied, "Terrified." As Perseus raises his right hand and Achilles lifts his sword to parry the blow, but Perseus no longer holds his sword in his right hand. Sword in his left hand, Perseus taps Achilles on the chest. Achilles stares down at the wood blade and said, "You told me never to switch sword hands." Perseus rolls his head to loosen his neck and replied, "By the time you know how to do it, you won't be following my anymore." Perseus tosses aside the sparring sword upon seeing her grandfather and aunt arriving. While Achilles, seeing them smiled, yelled, "Mother, Grandpa. Perseus is teaching me sword fighting." Yavanna smiled at her son and replied, "That's great." Eru smiled and ruffles Achilles' hair, adding, "You will become a great warrior one day." Achilles grinned, while Perseus smiled. In Karth the hall was an imposing edifice, constructed from stone and upheld by towering pillars of black marble. The arches overhead seamlessly merged with these pillars, and deep windows on either side allowed muted light to filter in, casting dramatic shadows across the room. Merlin stood with Cassandra by his side, their presence commanding the space before them. Opposite them were Queen Isis and Balthazar, their expressions reflective as they took in their surroundings. "So, wizard," Balthazar began, his voice echoing through the hall. "What is your plan from here?" Merlin's voice was steady and authoritative. "First, I want to bring stability to all cities that were under Memnon's reign. Many are eyeing it now, particularly for its rich reserves of melange." Queen Isis and Balthazar exchanged knowing glances. Melange was famed in Essos for its healing and magical properties. The rich coveted it for its ability to halt aging, but Merlin had warned them of its addictive nature. Merlin continued, "I want to ensure melange doesn't spread too widely." Queen Isis inquired, "So you want to control the export of melange?" Merlin nodded. "Yes, it is best to keep it in our hands rather than let it fall into those of tyrants and so-called masters in Yunkai, Meereen, or Astapor." Balthazar agreed. "I support that. It's better in your hands than theirs." Queen Isis nodded as well. Cassandra then spoke, "We were hoping you would join our kingdom. Merlin wishes to create a council rather than rule single-handedly." Balthazar and Queen Isis were taken aback by this proposal. Merlin added, "You can choose any of the 4 cities for you and your people." Balthazar hesitated, while Queen Isis saw the opportunity for her people to thrive. Placing her hand on Balthazar's arm, she said, "Balthazar, this is a chance for our people to have a better life." Balthazar sighed, relenting. "I agree with your proposal, wizard." While Balthazar and Queen Isis went to inform their respective tribes, Merlin turned to Cassandra, holding her gently. "And what do you see ahead, my royal sorceress?" Cassandra, knowing he was teasing yet sensing the gravity of the moment, replied, "Peace. Prosperity." They embraced, kissing passionately, sealing their commitment. With the city stabilized under their rule, Merlin suggested Hesh to Balthazar, its strategic location near Slaver's Bay crucial for defense. Queen Isis chose Lazosh, staying close to Balthazar, as their bond grew stronger. Merlin's name soon echoed across Essos, even reaching noble houses in Westeros. During this time, he trained Dastan, a young man of exceptional talent in weaponry and acrobatics. One day, while freeing slaves, Merlin noticed a boy with a fierce determination in his eyes. The boy knelt before him and said, "Please, teach me to fight like you." Dastan sheathed his sword. He was curious, watched as Merlin studied the boy. "What is your name?" Merlin asked. "Jadaka, sire," the boy replied. Recognizing the name, Merlin thought, "Killmonger, so this is his counterpart." "And your parents?" Merlin inquired. Jadaka looked away, the pain evident. Merlin understood. "Why do you want to learn from me?" Merlin asked. Jadaka's eyes burned with anger. "I want revenge on those who killed my parents." Merlin pressed, "What will you do after you get revenge?" After a moment's thought, Jadaka answered, "I want to destroy slavery. I want no one to end up like me." Merlin smiled. "I will train you." Jadaka's face lit up with hope, while Dastan looked on with curiosity at his new brother-in-arms. "Everyone, follow me," Merlin commanded. As the rescued slaves, along with Jadaka and Dastan, followed Merlin, he created a portal to Karth, leading them toward a new future. While under Merlin, Jadaka became extremely skilled and formidable hand-to-hand combatant and martial artist, making him one of the most powerful and best fighters on the planet. His fighting style included multiple martial arts disciplines. Dastan was similar, became a highly skilled warrior, very skilled swordsman, very skilled spear wielder and martial artist. He also got a gift of Philos, a hidden blade. Dastan was a very skilled free-runner from a young age. He was able to move quickly and efficiently in sprinting, climbing, and jumping. In addition, he was also an extremely enduring and strong athlete, being able to perform all these actions without being encumbered by his large variety of weapons and armor. His skill and speed as a free runner only increased, being aware of all of his surroundings as well as planning his next move very quickly and carefully. Just 10 years after Memnon's defeat, Merlin heard tales of Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys Targaryen were conquering Westeros with their dragons. Chapter 95, Chapter 83. Merlin had completed his work on the flyers and lightships, devices he envisioned revolutionizing transportation between the cities. His workshop buzzed with energy, the metallic smell of fresh machinery mingling with the crisp morning air. The flyer, now ready for its maiden voyage, stood gleaming under the sun. It was an impressive contraption, a sleek, cylindrical body equipped with instrument controls, a panoramic windscreen, and metallic wings that stretched out to gather solar energy. Merlin approached the flyer, his eyes alight with anticipation. Securing himself in the rear seat, he deftly powered up the engine. It sprang to life with a deep, throaty roar, resonating with potential. The flyer lifted off the ground, propelled by the steady thrum of its engine. Merlin guided it skyward, gradually increasing speed as he familiarized himself with the controls. The craft responded eagerly, banking sharply at his command, before looping gracefully back towards the city. Below, Cassandra, Dastan, Jadaka, Balthazar, and Queen Isis watched in awe as Merlin piloted the flyer back to the ground. It landed smoothly before them, the engine's roar dying down to a whisper. Balthazar's eyes were wide with amazement. "This could change everything," he murmured, the weight of the statement hanging in the air. Queen Isis nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. From war to transporting goods, she added thoughtfully, envisioning the future these innovations could usher in. Cassandra knew that Merlin had bigger plans in store, the lightships being just the beginning of his vision. Merlin led the group to the courtyard where a lightship awaited, its grand form a testament to his genius. The ship was a marvel, wishbone-shaped with mechanical feathers, built from a delicate balance of glass and rope. Its wings, spanning 100 meters, were comprised of solar panel-like tiles that adjusted to capture the sun's rays, creating a mesmerizing dance of light. Dastan whispered, amazing, as he marveled at the ship's elegant design. Balthazar, thinking strategically, saw the broader implications. These ships will connect our cities, and bring reinforcements when needed, he said, his voice filled with optimism. As they discussed the future, Cassandra remembered urgent news. We received word from Westeros, she announced, her tone serious. The Targaryens have already conquered Westerland, Vale, Stormlands, and Riverlands. Merlin sighed, his expression somber. So, it's begun, he murmured, contemplating the challenges ahead. Cassandra turned to Merlin with a question. Will you go there? Merlin nodded, resolute. Yes. The major regions, Dorne, Reach, and the North, will be crucial allies. They each have roles to play in the coming events. Merlin has already made contact with Reach, Dorne, and North. In Westeros, Aegon Targaryen arrived with his sister wives, Rhaenys and Visenya, accompanied by their mighty dragons, Balerion, Vhagar, and Meryxes. Their conquest of Westeros began with the successful subjugation of the Westerlands, Vale, Stormlands, and Riverlands. Along their path to dominance, they formed an alliance with King Larenai Lannister of the Rock. However, the House of Gardner maintained a neutral stance towards the Targaryens, neither hostile nor friendly. The Reach posed a unique challenge as King Mern IX Gardner had only a daughter named Merle Gardner, whom he married to a promising man named Marius Tyrell. The agreement stipulated that Marius's offspring would bear both the Gardner and Tyrell names, co-ruling the Reach as king and queen. With their new conquests, Aegon faced a pressing concern, dealing with the North, Reach, and Dorne, marked on the map respectively by the dire wolf, roses, and sword and snake sigils. Visenya, standing beside Aegon, was the embodiment of classical Valyrian beauty, exuding an austere demeanor. Her sister, Rhaenys, was known for her sensual and passionate nature. Aegon, deep in thought, muttered, "We are going to have a hard time dealing with these kingdoms." Curious, Rhaenys asked, "What do you mean by that, Aegon?" Orys Baratheon, Aegon's half-brother, he chimed in, "What Aegon means is, we must not underestimate the North, Dorne or Reach, as they are supported by the ancient gods. They have a giant beast that breathes ice and a giant wolf guarding their borders. The Reach is famous for Yggdrasil, but also notorious for a venomous golden dragon that breathes poison. And Dorne has 2 giant serpents guarding them, with its desert battleground, is challenging to conquer." Orys Baratheon was a well-traveled man who had explored many corners of Westeros and delved deep into its history through the Baratheon library. Having extensively studied the lore and legends, Orys was familiar with the powerful deities, the magical beasts controlled by the Gardner and Stark families, and the renowned demigods like Achilles of Reach and Karna of Dorne. He recognized that the North, Dorne, and Reach owed much of their prosperity and strength to their connections with these divine entities. Furthermore, Orys learned about the blessings once bestowed upon the Baratheons and Lannisters, which they lost when they turned away from the ancient gods in favor of following the faith of the Seven. This knowledge had a profound impact on Orys, leading him to adopt a more open-minded and cautious approach to the world around him. As Orys shared his insights with Aegon and Visenya, he emphasized the importance of understanding the cultural and religious beliefs of the regions they sought to conquer. Visenya nodded had done research of her own. She had to dig a little deep since Faith of Seven was trying hard to curb the influence of ancient gods in South. While researching, she found many amazing things about the ancient gods, Reach, Dorne and North. So he added her insights, these legendary figures like the demigods of Reach, Achilles, and Dorne's Karna. If they entered the battle, things would be bad. Plus, the House of Teeps in the north and House Dane in Dorne are renowned for their skilled swordsmen. Aegon nodded in agreement and continued, "Even with all 3 dragons, victory is uncertain, as these realms are united in their alliance." Visenya murmured, "If we lose the dragons, we lose everything." Rhaenys recalled their grandmother's wisdom. Indeed, attacking them could anger the gods and lead to dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, Aegon made a decision: "We will seek alliances and, if needed, consider marriages to solidify our position. We need them all for the future." Orys nodded, while Rhaenys and Visenya offered their support, with Visenya also devising strategies to win the North's allegiance. Yet, despite their efforts, Aegon couldn't shake the feeling that his visions of a dark future held imminent danger, the true nature of which remained uncertain. While same time Horace fell in love with wildling named Hilla and Mandos during Mager's reign would fall in love with Torrhen Stark, Joanna Stark. Chapter 96, Chapter 84. Snowflakes drift from the grey sky, settling gently on the stone courtyard of Winterfell. The towering walls stand as silent witnesses to the gathering of powerful lords and ladies within. In the great hall of Winterfell. The hall is dimly lit by flickering torches, casting long shadows across the stone floor. At the head of a long table, Merlin sits flanked by Dasta and Jadaka, his students. Before them are the three kings of Westeros, Torrhen Stark, a brooding and steadfast northern lord, Merlin, a regal figure from the Reach with an air of authority, and Lorik Dane Martell, a sharp-eyed ruler with a hint of mischief in his smile. Merlin, leaning forward, questioned. "So, you must already have plans for the Targaryens?" Lorik Martell, smiling slightly, answered. "We've heard whispers. The Targaryen ambitions are no secret. Our networks keep us well informed." Merlin nods, the weight of his own intelligence network apparent in his measured demeanor. Torrhen Stark listens intently, his trusted friend Ingrius Teeps at his side. He remembered this friend's words. "In this game, honor means little. It's all about how you play the game." The fire crackles as Loren speaks, his voice steady and clear. Aegon Targaryen landed at the mouth of the Blackwater Rush, building the Aegon Fort. His presence was known to all the great lords. Lord Darklyn of Duskendale and Lord Mutten of Maidenpool rallied against him but were crushed by Dragon fire and Targaryen steel. Merlin nods thoughtfully and muttered. "A dragon can change the outcome of any battle, regardless of numbers." The kings exchange knowing glances, understanding the power they face. Ingeras adds with a wry smile. Ans continued. After their defeat, the lords bent the knee, swelling the Targaryen ranks with men and resources. Aegon was crowned at Aegon Fort, proclaiming himself king. Merlin spoke up. After the battle, they took time to recuperate. But Aegon Targaryen, Lord of Dragonstone, made his intentions clear. He aims to conquer Westeros and unite the Seven Kingdoms under his rule. Loren Dane Martell lets out a derisive laugh, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Lorik, snorting, added. "And this is when the foolish Queen Shara Arryn, acting as regent for her son Ronal Arryn, King of Mountain and Vale, thought it wise to send her portrait to Aegon, offering marriage on the condition he name Ronal his heir. Naturally, Aegon refused." Merlin joins in with a scoff, his voice dripping with disdain. "What did the old cow think? Has she gone mad?" Torrhen Stark, his face shadowed and thoughtful, mutters under his breath. "The Vale is known for producing a few crazy ones from time to time." Merlin and Loren share a knowing nod, while Ingeras Teeps, ever the strategist, adds his insight. They also do produce quite a few insightful and manipulative ones. Torrhen continued. After being crowned at the Blackwater Rush, Aegon dispatched his fleet, led by Daemon Valerian, to seize Gulltown. With him went Visenya Targaryen, formidable as ever. Merlin nods, recalling how Daemon Valerian's loyalty to the Targaryens was rewarded with promises of a noble marriage, his lineage intertwining with the Dragon Lords through Corlys and Rhaenys. Torrhen added. The Arryns, scrambling, assembled their fleet, bolstered by Braavosi warships. The clash at Gulltown was brutal. The Arryns managed to decimate part of the Targaryen fleet, and Daemon nearly lost his life. But Visenya, riding the dragon Vhagar, rained fire upon them. Lorik added. Though they didn't lose outright, the Targaryens' failure to capture Gulltown was a strategic setback. The hall grows quiet, the weight of these revelations settling in. The fire crackles, shadows dancing across the walls. Torrhen adding. The sistermen on the Three Sisters took advantage of the chaos. With the Arryn fleet destroyed, they revolted, proclaiming Marla Sunderland their queen. The great hall is filled with the rich aroma of burning pine as Merlin sits back in his chair, striking a match to light his pipe. He inhales deeply, then exhales a perfect smoke ring, watching as it floats upward. Within the ring, a tiny sailing ship appears, its masts and sails casting delicate shadows in the firelight. Merlin after a pause. The next battle, known as the Last Storm, unfolded when Argilac Durrandon, the aged Storm King, sought to use Aegon Targaryen, Lord of Dragonstone, as a shield against Harrenhal, King of the Isles and the Rivers. Argilac, in his desperation, offered Aegon the hand of his daughter, Argella, along with lands east of the God's Eye between the Trident and the Blackwater Rush. Once controlled by the Stormlands, this territory was now under House Hoare's rule. But Aegon, seeing the folly in the offer, made a counterproposal. He demanded Massey's Hook and lands between the Blackwater, the Wendwater, and the Mander, territory long held by the Stormlands, in exchange for Argella's marriage to Orys Baratheon, Aegon's friend and rumored half-brother. Enraged, Argilac cut off the hands of Aegon's envoy and sent them back with a message, "These are the only hands your bastard shall have of me." Merlin nods thoughtfully, the flickering firelight catching in his eyes. Lorik Dane Martell sighs, the weight of the past heavy in his voice. Argilac's response ignited Aegon's wrath. After landing at the mouth of the Blackwater, Aegon was crowned by Visenya, one of his sister wives. He swiftly gained the allegiance of the Rivellins by burning Harrenhal and killing King Hoare. Meanwhile, Orys Baratheon and Rhaenys, Aegon's other sister wife, moved against the Stormlands. Argilac, refusing to fall like the Arryns, called his banners to Storm's End. Lords Buckler, Errol, and Fell ambushed Orys Van on the Wendwater and then retreated into the Kingswood. Rhaenys retaliated by unleashing Merryxes, setting the forest ablaze with dragon fire. Merlin listens, the room silent except for the crackling of the fire. The air is thick with tension and anticipation. Lorik continuing. The Stormlands faced further turmoil as pirates attacked Cape Wrath from the Stepstones. Rhaenys, atop Merryxes, tracked Argilac's movements while Orys fortified a position in the hills south of Bronzegate. As the armies clashed, a fierce storm broke, with rain lashing the Targaryen host. Confident in his numbers, Argilac, having almost twice the men and 4 times the knights and heavy horse, chose to press the attack. Mern 9, noticing Loren Dane Martell's parched throat, raises a hand to speak. During the initial clash, Argilac's horsemen struggled against the muddy ground and steep slopes. However, his spearmen found success on foot, capturing 2 hills. In Argilac's 4th charge, his forces broke through the enemy center, only to face Rhaenys atop Merryxes, the dragon grounded by the storm. Visenya unleashed Dragonflame upon Dickon Moraigen and the Bastard of Blackhaven, leaders of the Durrandon vanguard. Argilac's personal guard perished in the Inferno, and the Storm King was thrown from his saddle in the chaos. Even in confusion, Argilac fought fiercely, slaying 6 men and holding off another 6 as Orys rode down the hill to meet him. The great hall falls silent, save for the crackling of the fire. Merlin watches as Mern pauses, the weight of history hanging heavy in the room. Mern continued. Argilac refused Orys' offer to yield, choosing instead to engage in single combat. Both warriors took wounds, but Argilac met his end as he wished, dying in battle. With his death, the fight ended, and the Stormlanders yielded or fled. Mern sighs deeply, the echoes of past battles lingering in his words. In the aftermath of her father's death, Princess Argella Durrandon declared herself Storm Queen and barred the gates of Storm's End. Her garrison, fearing the fate of Harrenhal, soon revolted. After a few days, they delivered her to Orys, chained and naked. Orys, showing mercy, removed her chains, covered her with his cloak, and offered her food and wine. He later married Argella, becoming Lord Paramount of the Stormlands. The sigil and words of House Durrandon became those of the newly founded House Baratheon. Following the Stormlands submission, Rhaenys flew from Storm's End to support Aegon at the Field of Fire. The lords sit in contemplative silence, reflecting on the shifting tides of power and the role of women in their history. Torrhen Stark, Mern 9, and Loren Dane Martell exchange glances, their expressions respectful. Some of their greatest ancestors were queens, Winter Queen Lyra Stark, Dorne's Queen Nymeria and Reach Green Queen Rena Gardner. They have never doubted a woman's strength to rule. But Argella was not ready nor taught to be a queen. Tankards of ale and goblets of wine before them. Ingeras, holding a goblet of wine, leans back in his chair and speaks with a measured, thoughtful tone. While sipping his wine added. After the submission of Harrenhal, Cracklaw Point, and Storm's End, Aegon and his sisters, Visenya and Rhaenys, gathered at Stony September with their dragons. The bulk of House Targaryen's forces were conscripts from the newly liberated Riverlands. Lord John Mutton of Maidenpool, one of the first lords to swear loyalty to the Targaryens, was entrusted with command of their army. Ingerus pauses, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. The room is silent, save for the occasional crackle of the fire before continuing. But their trials were far from over. Larenai Lannister, King of the Rock, fearful of the dragon's power, allied with the surviving sons of King Hor, who had escaped through hidden tunnels. With Loren's wealth, he hired mercenaries to bolster their ranks, aiming to repel the Targaryen invaders. Between the two kings, they mustered around 55,000 men, 5 times the number of Targaryen forces, including 5,000 mounted knights. Ingerus sets his goblet down, leaning forward to emphasize his next point. The armies clashed on the plains south of the Blackwater, near the present Gold Road. The two kings hoped to outflank Aegon and smash his center with their knights. However, the Targaryens had established a defensive crescent. As the allies charged, breaking the Targaryen spear lines, Aegon and his sisters took to the skies on their dragons, Balerion, Merryxes, and Vhagar. The dragons set the dry fields ablaze, encircling the Hor and Lannister armies in flames. Safely positioned upwind, Lord Mutton's forces finished off any allied soldiers who escaped the inferno. King Loren Lannister, seeing the battle lost, rode through the flames to safety. The dragons claimed the lives of 4,000 men from the combined Lannister and Hor army. The lords exchange glances, the enormity of the Targaryen victory clear in their expressions. Torrhen Stark, contemplating the events, adds his perspective. From what I heard, many river lords were coerced into fighting by Hor's sons and some were bought with Lannister gold, but almost all fled during the chaos. It seems interestingly amidst the flames and confusion, few noticed the Tully army had never engaged in battle, ensuring their survival. Aegon and Visenya observed this and rewarded the Riverlands to the Tullys. Merlin, with a thoughtful expression, leans forward, observing the lords gathered around the table. So seeing that the conversation has ended, he questions. So, what are you going to do? Torrhen Stark, his face a mask of contemplation, answers with measured words. Aegon seems to understand that neither Dorne, the Reach, nor the North is easily conquered without risking their dragons. The lords exchange glances, knowing the truth in Torrhen's words. Ingerus Teeps adds his insight, his voice cutting through the room like a blade, which means they'll likely seek alliances. Losing a dragon is a risk they can ill afford. Merlin nods, pondering the implications. The lords lean in closer, sensing he has more to offer. I'll give you some advice. The room grows silent, the lords hanging on his every word. Merlin, centuries old and wise beyond measure, commands their respect. His wife, a renowned seer, adds weight to his counsel. Torrhen leaning forward questioned. And what would that be, Merlin? Merlin meets each of their gazes, his voice calm and steady. Meet with the Targaryens. They have their reasons for conquering Westeros. It might be worth hearing them out. The lords exchange curious glances, intrigued by Merlin's suggestion. They know his advice is not given lightly and is often guided by foresight. Mern hummed and questioned. You believe there's more to their conquest than ambition? Merlin nods, the firelight reflecting in his eyes. Indeed. Understanding their motives might offer you a way to shape the future rather than merely reacting to it. Loren Dane leans back, considering the wisdom in Merlin's words. The crackle of the fire punctuates the silence as the lords ponder their next move. Chapter 97, Notice. Chapter 98, Chapter 85 Extra. Merlin stood within the ancient halls of the castle gifted to him by Torrhen Stark. Merlin stood before a large oak table. On it lay a mesmerizing collection of artifacts, each shimmering with an otherworldly aura. The castle itself, a gift from Torrhen Stark, loomed above them, its ancient towers whispering tales of old. But tonight, it was not the history of Westeros that drew attention, but the magic Merlin had brought to its heart. The flickering torchlight cast long shadows as Merlin waved his hand, conjuring swirling portals from thin air. From these shimmering gateways stepped Cassandra, Dastan, and Jadaka. Merlin smiled and welcomed them to Westeros. He discussed everything that was happening in Essos and Westeros. Then gestured towards the table and said, Before you go back, I have some gifts for you. Their eyes widening as they beheld the Merlin's lair. Laid out before them on a weathered table was a breathtaking array of artifacts, each humming with ancient power. Merlin, with a knowing smile, gestured towards the treasures. The first artifact was an anklet, its design breathtakingly intricate. Two raised sections resembled stylized horns or wings, flanking a central carving of a fierce, mythical monkey, Vanara. The monkey's face was expressive, its sharp eyes and snarling mouth capturing the essence of a primal force. The anklet gleamed with a metallic sheen, likely bronze, and bore the scars of time, its surface etched with ancient patterns that hinted at forgotten ceremonies and ancient battles. Next was the Nandi Astra, an ornately designed bracelet shaped like the curved horns of a mighty bull. The horns were thick and robust, curling outward with the power to shatter mountains. At the center, a stylized carving of a bull's face, eyes fierce and unyielding, radiated strength. The bracelet appeared to be crafted from an ancient, stone-like material, its rugged texture telling tales of countless battles. Intricate carvings ran along the horns and bull's face, marking it as both sacred and formidable. Then there was the Gajastra, a massive, triangular shield that seemed to pulse with power. At its center was an intricate carving of an elephant's head, the eyes glowing with a haunting blue hue. The elephant's tusks were sharp and imposing, and its long trunk coiled with purpose. Swirling patterns, reminiscent of ancient Indian art, adorned the surface, enhancing its mystical aura. The shield's edges were carved with additional symbols, adding to its ceremonial presence. The Prabhastra lay nearby, a sword of dark, metallic glory. The blade was slightly curved, its surface etched with runes and symbols that spoke of deadly purpose. The hilt was carved to resemble a fierce animal's head, perhaps a lion or dragon, its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. The handle was textured with a pattern of scales, providing both grip and aesthetic appeal. The sword had the appearance of a relic from an age when gods walked the earth, its presence commanding respect and fear. Beside it was the Nagthanush, a bow that seemed almost alive. The bow's limbs were wrapped by two serpents, their bodies coiled and their scales detailed with unnerving precision. The snakes' heads faced each other, their eyes locked in an eternal stare, their mouths open as if ready to strike. The bow was both slender and powerful, a weapon that could strike down foes with the speed of a viper. The next artifact was a pendant shaped like a droplet of water, its design fluid and dynamic. It shimmered with a glowing blue hue, the color of a mountain spring, and its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to flow like currents. The pendant radiated an aura of calm and adaptability, embodying the essence of water itself. The artifact that followed was another pendant, this one carved with the majestic image of an eagle, its wings spread wide as if ready to soar. The craftsmanship was exquisite, each feather detailed to perfection, capturing the spirit of the skies. Lastly, there was the Tendu Astra, a metallic ring that bore the carving of a panther. The panther's eyes seemed to glow with an inner fire, its gaze both predatory and protective. The ring was sleek and deadly, much like the beast it represented. Merlin watched as Dastan and Jadaka approached the table, their expressions a mix of awe and curiosity. Jadaka's gaze was immediately drawn to the Tendu Astra, the panther's fierce eyes mirroring his own intensity. Dastan, on the other hand, found his attention captured by the Vanara anklet, the spirit of the warrior monkey resonating deeply within him. Cassandra, ever curious, finally broke the silence. "Are these the Astras you spoke of?" Merlin nodded, a proud smile playing on his lips. "Yes, each one unique, forged with ancient magic. They will grant you power, far beyond what you have known. Choose wisely, for they will become part of you." Without hesitation, Jadaka reached for the panther ring. The moment his fingers brushed against it, he felt a surge of energy course through his veins. "This," Merlin said, pointing at the ring, "is the Tendu Astra. It will enhance your strength, durability, speed, agility, and senses beyond that of any mortal. Your reflexes will be razor-sharp, and your healing unmatched. With this, you will see in the dark, hear whispers from miles away, and track enemies by their scent. It is more than just a weapon, it is a part of you now." Dastan, entranced by the anklet, picked it up. "And that," Merlin continued, "is the Vanarastra. It grants not just strength and speed, but the agility and endurance of the Vanara. You'll leap across mountains and scale walls with ease. In your hands, it will bring legends to life." Both men stood, holding their chosen astras, feeling the immense power within them. The room seemed to vibrate with their energy, the air thick with anticipation. "We must test them," Dastan said, his voice filled with excitement. Merlin nodded, watching as they both stepped back toward the portal that would take them to Essos. As they disappeared, the castle grew silent once more, the artifacts on the table waiting for their next owner. Cassandra moved closer to Merlin, her curiosity replaced by warmth as she nestled into his embrace. I missed you, she whispered, her voice soft against his chest. Merlin chuckled, kissing her forehead. I was only gone for 2 days. But it felt like an eternity, she replied, a playful smirk on her lips. Merlin responded by peppering her face and neck with tender kisses, the weight of the world momentarily forgotten. You should take one of the Astras for protection, Merlin suggested, his voice low and sincere. Cassandra snorted softly, leaning into him. You've already given me more than enough protection, Merlin, she murmured, her words laced with affection. But upon Merlin's insistence she took the pendant with eagle carving. It was the Pawan Astra. Cassandra then questioned. Did you meet with Targaryens? Merlin answered. I will, after their meeting with the Alliance. Chapter 99, Chapter 86. Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys thundered across the forest on their horses, accompanied by some of their trusted men. They were on their way to Winterfell to meet Torrhen Stark and discuss the possibility of forming an alliance. Torrhen had informed them that Merlin Gardner and Loren Dane Martell would also be present at the meeting, and Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys were okay with that. As they slowed down to rest their horses, Aegon surveyed the surroundings from his horse. Rhaenys muttered, "Why couldn't we come on our dragons?" Visenya, slightly annoyed, replied, "Because that would send the wrong message. We want to make an alliance with them, not make them our enemies." They soon wheeled their horses around and thundered off towards Winterfell. When they arrived, Aegon recognized the 3 individuals awaiting them. King Torrhen Stark stood before them, lean and tall with a shaggy head of dark hair flecked with gray, and keen gray eyes. He wielded the Stark family ancestral sword, Breezinger. Next to him was his trusted advisor and friend Indras Teeps, Lord of House of Teeps. While Loren Martell Dane was middle-aged man with reddish copper skin and red tattoos on his face and body, next to him was. Offering a fake smile, Torrhen said, "Welcome to Winterfell." Sensing the tense atmosphere, Aegon replied with a smile, "Yes, I have heard many things about the famous home of the Starks." Aegon also gave respects to King of Reach, Merlin and King of Dorne Loren Martell Dane. Torrhen nodded and led them inside. Visenya was awed by the design of the place, noticing that Winterfell was thriving. Winterfell was a massive castle complex, spanning several acres and protected by massive concentric walls, resembling the rings of a tree. At its heart was the Castle of Starks, surrounded by the winter town outside the outer circle. Inside the walls, dozens of courtyards and small open spaces served as training and practice areas. Winterfell's towers and halls featured diamond-shaped window panes. Upon entering the castle, Aegon, Rhaenys, and Visenya felt the warmth surrounding them. Indras Teeps noticed their awe and smiled, saying, "It is the natural hot springs. The water is piped through walls and chambers to heat them, making Winterfell more comfortable than other castles during the harsh northern winters." Then they were led to the meeting hall, which featured a long table and a massive hearth with a wolf's head carved into the stone above it. They all took their seats. Being blunt, Torrhen asked, "So what does the great Aegon the Conqueror want with the small kings like us?" Aegon chuckled at the straightforward question, as he hadn't heard such talk in a while. He decided to be honest and replied, "I want an alliance with your fellow kingdoms through marriage, either to my future daughter or granddaughter." Upon hearing this, Torrhen, Merlin and Loren's expression turned thoughtful, likely considering the connection between Aegon's Valyrian heritage and the ancient gods, which might have influenced their decision to forge alliances in Westeros. While Torrhen was not able to command Bewilder Beast, the rest of TH knew they each held every powerful. Indras studied Aegon and asked, "There is something else, isn't there? You didn't choose Westeros on a whim. From what I understand, Essos has been pleading with you to intervene in the free cities. You could have easily made them follow you with your dragons and Valyrian heritage. There was no need to please the people of Westeros, who still see you as an outsider. There's something more that made you come to Westeros." Aegon's eyes widened, and Rhaenys and Visenya were equally shocked. Aegon saw this as an opportunity to reveal his vision. He took a deep breath and explained, "You probably know about Daenerys the Dreamer, who foresaw the doom of Valyria. Torrhen Stark, Indras Teeps, Merlin Gardner, and Loren Dane Martell nodded as Aegon continued, "I also had a vision of sorts, like a terrible winter gusting out of the distant north, that would destroy the world of the living." It was a white figure with glowing blue eyes. Upon hearing this, Torrhen, Indras, Loren, and Merlin understood the gravity of the situation. Torrhen slumped into his chair, muttering, "So they are coming back, the White Walkers are back." Torrhen had taken Aegon's warning about the White Walkers seriously and had already started recruiting people to guard the wall. Though he wished it wasn't true, he knew he had to prepare for the impending threat. This caught Aegon, Rhaenys, and Visenya's interest, as they had heard tales of the White Walkers but hadn't fully believed in their existence. Many considered such stories to be mere myths or children's tales. Aegon asked, "Are these the same White Walkers from the tales of the Long Night?" Merlin nodded and answered, "Yes, our ancestors were warned by the ancient gods of their existence, and because of that, we were able to gather enough people to fend off their first invasion." Loren added, "My ancestor, Elden Dane, fought in that war." He described how an army of ice-covered beings emerged from the darkness, riding their dead horses and hunting with their packs of pale spiders, big as hounds. Most Undals might consider these stories to be old tales meant to scare children, but they are very much real. Visenya then questioned, "Why does everyone think they are myths now?" Torrhen sighed and replied, "The people of the north, Dorne, and the Reach know it's true, but most in the south have erased such history during the Undal invasion. The faith of the Seven ensured the purge of any records during that time. So, the White Walkers have faded into legend over the centuries. People know of them only through stories, which have slowly become considered children's tales. The only ones who still believe in their existence are the North, Dorne, and the Reach, as we have maintained hand records from our ancestors." Aegon looked at Rhaenys and Visenya, and both of them nodded in understanding. With a small smile, Aegon said, "It seems we have a lot to talk about then." Chapter 100, Chapter 87. Rhaenys, the skilled negotiator, and along with her sister Visenys, who was skilled in politics. They spent a whole month meticulously crafting the contract that would bind the three kingdoms of Dorne, Reach, and North. Initially, the terms heavily favored these regions, ensuring they retained their autonomy and authority. They were still kings of Dorne, Reach and North. The first clause dictated that the Targaryens must never interfere in the internal affairs of Reach, Dorne, or North. Matters such as choosing their own heir or heiress, and even altering their laws, required the explicit permission of their respective leaders. The second condition pertained to trade. Dorne, Reach and North would help four kingdoms with trading. But this would be taken for granted by the future generation of Targaryens. Dorne, Reach and North were okay with this and was ready to sell their goods at lesser price, and they were also willing to pay a Targaryen house small amount as taxes to keep the stability of four kingdoms. But this clause didn't mean four kingdoms could randomly impose taxes on them, since T.B. His was Alliance way of showing they are sincere in wanting to help Thr Targaryens fight the White Walkers in the future. The most advantageous clause granted the kingdoms the right to sever ties with the Targaryen dynasty should they suffer any form of injustice or maltreatment. This provision granted them the ultimate power to break away from the Targaryen rule at any time, safeguarding their freedom and sovereignty. Although Visenya harbored reservations about the last condition, her counterparts, Torrhen Stark, Merlin Gardner, and Loren Dane Martell, remained steadfast in their stance. They refused to waver, recognizing the importance of this clause to protect their kingdom's interests. In contrast, Aegon, the wise and pragmatic ruler, accepted the terms wholeheartedly. He understood that aligning with these powerful allies was crucial to combat the impending darkness threatening the realm. Thus, he willingly embraced the agreement. In the heart of Old Town, Aegon's reign began with the anointment by the High Septon, marking the convergence of both ancient gods that his wives followed. It was a carefully devised method to reconcile their differing faiths and ensure harmony in the realm. One fateful day, as Rhaenys and Visenya embraced the ancient gods, the throne room was bathed in a blinding flash of light. In its wake, a shimmering, translucent figure materialized. It was Hathor, the goddess of love. The sight left the Targaryens and all in attendance awestruck, for they had only heard tales of the gods but had never fathomed witnessing one in person. Hathor's radiant smile graced King Aegon, Queen Rhaenys, and Queen Visenya as she spoke with a celestial aura. "I have been sent by Era to extend his regards on your coronation, young king." With a graceful wave of her hand, an oath stone materialized before the Targaryen family. They recognized the significance of the stone, knowing it to be a symbol of divine blessings. Hathor bestowed her words upon them. "May your reign be prosperous, young king and queens." Overwhelmed with reverence, Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys bowed humbly before the divine presence. Hathor's gaze lingered on the trio, imparting a loving benediction. "May you three have a life of boundless beauty and love together." With her blessing, Hathor bestowed upon them a divine marriage, and then she gently faded away. The revelation spread like wildfire among the gathered crowd, sparking whispers of excitement. Many believed that this divine visitation signified the approval of the ancient gods for Aegon's ascent to the throne. Filled with joy and gratitude, Aegon, Rhaenys, and Visenya celebrated the divine blessing with a grand ball and a majestic tournament. The entire realm reveled in the momentous occasion, as their beloved king and his queens embarked on a new chapter of their extraordinary reign. Rather than ruling from Old Town or Dragonstone, Aegon chose to make his seat King's Landing, the new settlement growing around the Aegon fort. He also took the swords of his defeated enemies, forging them into the Iron Throne. Aegon also began what would become known as the Small Council, as well as that of the Hand of the King, with Lord Orys Baratheon becoming his first hand. Aegon's first established law was the King's Peace, which forbid conflict in the realm without the leave of the Iron Throne. Aegon treated the defeated lords with respect and allowed each region to retain its own laws and customs, and for the lords to retain both the right of pit and gallows and the first night. During that, rumors spread like wildfire about a mysterious white-haired mage traversing the realm, using his extraordinary powers to heal ordinary folk. Curiosity gripped Aegon, and Rhaenys shared the same intrigue, wondering aloud, he must be a descendant of Valyrian house, who were sorcerers. Aegon pondered and muttered. Only Valyrian sorcerer well known is Merlin from Essos. Aegon had heard tales about Merlin the sorcerer from his parents. It always awed him, especially since Valyrian sorcerers disappeared with the doom of Valyria. Only one alive was Merlin and his grandparents. Visenya, however, furrowed her brows, pondering a different aspect. It's possible, but what I truly wish to understand is his purpose here. Unable to resist the temptation to meet this enigmatic figure, Aegon ventured towards the village where the whispers and tales originated. As they approached, they spotted the mage, draped in a robe crafted from the most exquisite fabrics, yet emanating an air of modesty. His long, silvery white hair shimmered like a rainbow under the gentle caress of sunlight. In the village square, they witnessed a man with a bleeding wound on his head slowly making his way to the healer. With a simple nod, the mage gently placed his hand upon the wound, and a soft glow emanated from his touch. Before their very eyes, the wound closed up, leaving no trace of the injury behind, not even a scar. Awestruck, Aegon couldn't help but marvel, this is truly astonishing. Visenya and Rhaenys were equally astounded, their mouths agape with amazement. Determined to learn more, Visenya turned to a nearby villager and inquired, "What is this man's name?" The humble villager bowed respectfully and replied, "My lord," the sorcerer introduced himself as Merlin. Visenya's eyes lit up, asking further, "Does he not have a last name?" The villager hesitated, "We have not heard of one, my lady." Rhaenys chimed in, "He must have come here after hearing about you." Aegon nodded, contemplating, "Indeed, it is a plausible theory." Concern clouded Visenya's face as she expressed her worry, allowing such a powerful figure to roam freely in our kingdoms might not be wise. As Aegon was about to caution the others not to provoke a powerful mage and king like Merlin, while Merlin turned towards them and boomed, "Welcome, King Aegon, Queen Visenya, and Rhaenys Targaryen." Startled, the trio emerged from their hiding place. With a graceful gesture, the enigmatic figure, now identified as Merlin, stood up and offered a deep bow, saying, "It is an honor to meet you." Aegon's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "Are you really Merlin from Essos?" Merlin smiled enigmatically and replied, "Yes, I am." Taking this as confirmation, Aegon, Rhaenys, and Visenya bombarded Merlin with questions about his origin and the reasons for his presence. "I heard about your conquest and wanted to meet the new king of 4 kingdoms," Merlin revealed, his eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. The trio was fascinated by Merlin's experiences and eagerly invited him as a guest to King's Landing. On their way, Visenya couldn't help but be curious about his abilities, remarking, "I've heard many tales about your mastery of not only healing magic but also elemental and conjuration spells." Merlin humbly acknowledged, providing brief descriptions of his remarkable powers. Aegon felt elated to have such a figure on his side, while Merlin confessed, "Unfortunately, my abilities have been met with disapproval by some lords due to their religious beliefs." As Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys frowned, they were well aware of the faith of the Seven's conservative stance. The faith traditionally held several rights. Apart from the right to maintain its own military orders, the faith also had the right to hold its own ecclesiastical courts to try servants of the faith accused of wrongdoing, who were exempt from being tried in the lordly courts of local monarchs. In addition, the faith's substantial wealth and properties were exempt from taxation. King Aegon I Targaryen tread lightly with the faith and upheld all of these rights during his reign, while there had attempts to get Visenya and Rhaenys to renounce ancient gods. Which hasn't been successful, since ancient gods had even more influence and followers. It's just they do not have high restriction, nor their respective temples care about it, since many who are priests/priestess of Eru or other ancient gods like Ulmo, Surya, Yavanna, Manos, Set, Nephthys, Hathor, Horus and Anubis were considered honored, and every one of the ones who were chosen to be priests and priestesses of these gods were esteemed, living prosperous lives, even though none of them have huge, luxurious cathedrals. Despite the efforts of the faith to curb the worship of ancient gods flourished with time, gaining more followers. While the southern regions still remained strongholds of the faith, ordinary people of the said region gradually would start to embrace the ancient gods, including followers of deities like Ulmo, Surya, Yavanna, Manos, Set, Nephthys, Hathor, Horus, and Anubis. With time, Aegon and Merlin forged a deep bond, and the mage became one of the king's closest friends and advisors. Recognizing Merlin's vast knowledge and expertise in not magic just magic, Aegon honored him with a significant role in the council, bestowing him the title of Master of Arcane. As the years passed, Merlin's presence as an ally and counsel would prove invaluable to the Targaryen dynasty. Chapter 101, Chapter 88. In the land of Westeros, Aegon the Conqueror stood tall, having sired 2 sons that would shape the fate of his dynasty. From the love he shared with Rhaenys came Aenys, a prince who embodied his mother's gentleness and grace. With Visenya, his more fierce and formidable queen, he had another son, Mager, a child born with the fire and iron that would soon define his legacy. The realm was divided in its whispers, sensing that the paths of these 2 brothers would lead to a future where power, loyalty, and ambition would collide. Meanwhile, far across the wall, in a land untamed by the laws of Westeros, another lineage of power began to stir. Horus, god of sky, had fallen deeply in love with El, a woman whose spirit matched his fierce heart. Together, they bore a daughter, Hippolyta, whose future would be the stuff of legend. She would grow to become a figure of immense strength and wisdom, a woman whose name would be spoken with reverence and awe. Hippolyta would defy the norms of the male-dominated wildling clans beyond the wall, forming her own tribe, one composed entirely of women warriors. Her leadership was fierce, her tactics unmatched, and soon, her tribe became one of the strongest north of the wall, feared and respected by all. In an unprecedented move, Hippolyta forged alliances with the mysterious Moors, a group long estranged from the wildling tribes, proving her political acumen and establishing her tribe's dominance. In the north, another tale of love and power unfolded. Mandos, a being of the underworld and mysteries, fell for the fierce and noble Moira Stark, sister of the king in the north, Torrent Stark. Their union was one that defied the bounds of mortality, as their love seemed to bridge the realms of the living and the dead. Moira gave birth to a son named Zagreus, a child born with the dark allure of the underworld coursing through his veins. Known as the Prince of the Underworld, Zagreus grew up surrounded by the cold winds of the north and the eerie whispers of a world beyond death. His destiny, like that of his father, was shrouded in shadow, and the realms above and below would tremble as his power came into its own. While all this was happening, Merlin stood in the heart of his ancient workshop, a cavernous chamber dimly lit by the glow of arcane symbols etched into the stone walls. His fingers moved with deliberate precision, weaving a delicate thread of magic and machinery together. Before him, suspended in the air by thin chains, was his latest creation, gleaming with metallic musculature and sleek, almost skeletal lines. The figure hung like a dormant titan, its form both awe-inspiring and unsettling. Suddenly, a soft hum filled the room as Merlin infused it with life. The puppet's chest slowly expanded, simulating breath, its movements unnervingly organic despite the cold metal that made up its body. When its eyes flickered open, pools of golden light, they glowed with an intelligence far beyond mere programming. The puppet's metallic frame was reinforced with an endoskeleton designed for war, yet Merlin had given it something deeper, a strange mimicry of life. When cut, they bled, a viscous crimson substance oozed from their wounds, as if defying their artificial origin. It was more than just a machine, it could feel, react, even love. He stepped back, gazing at his work, his brow furrowed. His thoughts drifted toward his wife, whose gentle smile had been his guiding light through many lifetimes, and his adopted sons, who he had sworn to protect. A storm was coming, one that would stretch far beyond the borders of the known world. Merlin knew that he couldn't always be there to shield them. His eyes narrowed as he whispered a spell, sealing the puppet's core with an intricate layer of protection. "Soon," he murmured, his voice echoing through the chamber. "I'll leave for ET. But they will be safe." The puppet stirred, flexing its metallic limbs with a soft groan, as if waking from a long slumber. Its gaze locked onto Merlin, a silent sentinel ready to serve. No need for breathing gear, no fear of the vacuum of space, it could withstand what most living beings could not. Blood vessels would burst, lungs would collapse, but not this creation. And yet, as it looked at him, Merlin could sense something stirring within it, something more than just obedience. A glimmer of emotion, perhaps. Was it loyalty, or was it something deeper, something almost human? He could not tell. But that was the point. The puppet wasn't just a machine of war. It was a companion, a protector, one capable of forming bonds, even love, with those it was sworn to protect. The project was complete, but its purpose was just beginning. This was an idea from Eternals and Joy of Life Wuju or one of the Eternals. Chapter 102, Notice. Chapter 103, Chapter 89. Under the steady glow of the twilight, Wuju stood silently in the training ground, his figure still and focused. The quiet breeze stirred his long robes, but his eyes remained fixed on the sword in his hand, an elegant, unadorned blade. Each movement he made was deliberate, controlled, and imbued with the grace of a seasoned warrior. Every muscle moved in harmony with his breath, his body an extension of the sword itself. With a subtle shift in his stance, Wuju began to practice, his blade cutting through the air in swift, graceful arcs. Each swing of his sword was precise, as if drawing invisible lines in the air, embodying the perfect balance of force and fluidity. His movements were as silent as they were lethal, every stroke containing both the finesse of a master and the lethality of a killer. Suddenly, the sword hummed, the air around it shimmering faintly. As Wuju switched stances for another strike, the gift Merlin had bestowed upon him began to stir deep within. A glow ignited in his eyes as his martial abilities from the Zhongwu world awakened. He swung the sword again, this time more forceful, and in that instant, multiple translucent and invisible blades of energy materialized around him. They hovered in the air like phantom apparitions, barely perceptible but radiating immense power. The blades circled him briefly, responding to his chi and will. Their edges gleamed faintly, rippling like the surface of still water disturbed by the lightest touch. It was as if Wuju's mastery of the sword had surpassed the physical realm, his swings now commanding the very essence of energy itself. With one final shift in his stance, Wuju's gaze fell on a training dummy standing several paces away. Without hesitation, he swung the sword again, directing the translucent energy blades toward it. In a flash, the invisible forces shot forward, moving so swiftly that they seemed to vanish from sight. The moment the blades reached the dummy, they pierced and cut through it effortlessly. The wooden structure stood still for a heartbeat, as if untouched by the assault. Then, with a soft creaking sound, the dummy fell apart, its pieces scattering across the ground, cleanly sliced and pierced by the energy blades. Wuju lowered his sword, his expression calm but focused. The air around him settled, the translucent blades dissipating like mist in the wind. Merlin stood, a subtle smile curling on his lips. His eyes, brimming with ancient wisdom, watched Wuju's effortless display of mastery with quiet satisfaction. Cassandra, Jadaka, and Dastan stood nearby, captivated by the performance. The glow of the translucent energy blades still lingered in the air like afterimages, fading slowly as Wuju's sword came to rest. Jadaka and Dastan, both warriors in their own right, were transfixed. They had their own weapons, the powerful astras, but what they witnessed went beyond the physical, it was art. The grace with which Wuju wielded his sword seemed otherworldly. Dastan's voice broke the silence. "He looks like he's dancing," he whispered, awe thick in his tone, like a dancer in perfect harmony with his blade. Jadaka's eyes narrowed, his expression more focused. "More like a dance of death," he muttered. There was no missing the lethal precision in each of Wuju's strikes. Cassandra, standing beside Merlin, was speechless. Her gaze lingered on Wuju, still processing what she had seen. "I still can't believe, he's a puppet you created," she whispered, wonder and disbelief mingling in her voice. Merlin's smile widened slightly, his voice warm yet filled with purpose. "Don't think of him as just a puppet, Cassandra. He feels emotions, just like us." The statement hung in the air for a moment. Cassandra turned to her husband, her eyes wide in awe at the complexity of what he had created. Njidaka and Dastan, though still watching Wu Zhu, exchanged curious glances, their interest deepening. A flicker of excitement crossed Dastan's face as he turned toward Merlin. "Father," he asked, voice filled with anticipation, "can you teach us some of those techniques?" Njidaka's eyes flicked toward Merlin as well, his usual calm demeanor cracked slightly by a glimmer of hope. He stood silent but expectant, his body tense with the possibility of learning something greater. Merlin's face softened, his gaze thoughtful as he considered the request. He could give them the techniques, the power. But this world was not yet accustomed to such arts, martial techniques from the Zhongwu world. He knew that their progress would be limited, perhaps reaching only as far as the Vajra mortal realm or free earth realm. But to go beyond that, it was unlikely. Still, he could see the eagerness in his son's eyes. With a quiet sigh, Merlin nodded slowly, his voice heavy with consideration. "I will think about it." A ripple of excitement passed through both Njidaka and Dastan, the hope that they might soon be training in such advanced skills lighting their expressions. Their futures seemed bound by the secrets their father held, an ancient knowledge just beyond their grasp. Merlin turned toward Cassandra, his voice lowering to a gentle whisper as he confided in her. "I created him to protect you." Cassandra blinked, her expression softening. She looked up at her husband, who now smiled faintly at her, his features touched with the tenderness of a man who had seen too many lifetimes. "Balthazar, Isis, Dastan, and Njidaka won't always be by your side," he said softly, "so I created this, as a small protection for you." Her fingers found his, their hands entwining in the quiet moment. She held him close, a warmth spreading through her as a sudden vision came over her, a brief glimpse of her future. A son. She could see it clearly, a child born to them, his fate entwined with theirs. Tears welled up in her eyes as she whispered, her voice breaking slightly, "I'm going to have a son." Merlin's gaze snapped to her, and in that instant, he enveloped her in a tight embrace, his smile widening with joy. "I'm really happy," he murmured softly, his voice thick with emotion, the future unfolding before them in ways neither could have imagined. Chapter 104, Chapter 90. 5 years passed like the fleeting whisper of wind. In the courtyard of a grand, stone-hewn castle, sunlight cascaded through the canopy, dappling the ground with golden patches. Laughter echoed in the air as a young boy, Paul Emrys, darted around, his small hand sparking with faint tendrils of magic, his magical powers he heard from his father and the ability to see the past and future from his mother. Cassandra stood on the balcony, her gown flowing like ripples in the wind, eyes glimmering with pride. Beside her, Merlin watched intently. "He has same curious look as yours," Cassandra mused, her voice soft like a breeze. "And he looks and behaves just like you," Merlin responded, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Below, Wu Zhu, clad in dark, intricate robes, stood at the edge of the courtyard, ever vigilant, his eyes scanning the surroundings with the precision of a hawk. Though hidden in shadow, his presence was unmistakable, a silent guardian ensuring the boy's safety. Paul's laughter rang out again as he waved his hand, summoning a flock of birds that scattered into the air, their wings glittering like shards of glass against the sun. The world felt alive around him, bending and shifting to his whims. In that moment, Merlin's heart stirred. The future was unfolding before him, bright, unpredictable, and filled with the potential of a boy who held the power of 2 worlds in his small hands. "Paul, come on," Merlin called out, his voice carrying over the courtyard. "We must go to Westeros." Paul turned, his innocent face beaming with excitement, and sprinted toward his parents. The boy's energy seemed to light up the air around him, a spark of life wherever his feet touched the ground. Merlin, with a flick of his hand, conjured a swirling portal of shimmering light, its edges crackling with raw magical power. Cassandra placed a hand on Merlin's arm as they all stepped into the vortex. The north of Westeros greeted them with a cold, biting wind. Snow drifted from the heavens, blanketing the ancient halls of Winterfell in a sea of white. The Starks, Torrhen and his family, welcomed them with the somber warmth of northern lords. Yet Merlin's mind was elsewhere, his gaze distant as they dined, exchanged pleasantries, and made their way through the evening's festivities. They soon made their way to King's Landing. It was Aenys's name day, and the great hall was filled with celebration. Laughter echoed off the stone walls, fires crackled in towering hearths, and the scent of roasted meat filled the air. Paul, with the charm only a child could possess, had drawn Enys and Mager into his orbit. The three boys played, laughter spilling from their lips as they ran through the feast, chasing one another beneath the towering banners of dire wolves and dragons. Merlin watched them closely, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Mager, the boy whose destiny was marred by bloodshed and the cruelty of power, seemed at ease, even tugging a small smile as he shared in the joy of the night. Yet Merlin knew too well how the pages of history would turn. Mager. Merlin whispered under his breath, his voice barely audible over the revelry. You loved your family once. Your brother. But you will never love his children. His mind flashed with visions, Mager's cold, unyielding expression as he claimed Balerion, the Black Dread, without shedding a tear for his father's death. The boy before him, innocent now, was destined to become a tyrant, wielding power with an iron fist, relentless in his disdain for the faith of the Seven. But what if this moment could change that? Merlin's heart wrestled with the knowledge of the future. Could Mager, given this rare opportunity, take a different path? The boy's smile was genuine, he was not yet the monster the history books would record. Merlin's eyes gleamed with determination, knowing the weight of what lay before him. Let's see if destiny can be rewritten, Merlin murmured to himself, his gaze locked on the boy who would soon be known as Mager the Cruel. While time passed quickly, Paul grew up around Torrhen Stark, Lorik Dane Martell, Mern Gardner, and Targaryen's children. Chapter 105, Paul and Cassandra. The opulent room, bathed in the soft, golden light of the morning sun, overlooked a vast valley stretching into the horizon. The castle of Karth seemed to glisten under the sun's touch, its walls adorned with intricate tapestries and shimmering crystal glassware. Lady Cassandra, regal at 45 but possessing a timeless beauty, sat at a grand table laden with an exquisite array of food, yet her gaze was distant, fixed on the breathtaking valley below. Her dark hair, and her face, untouched by time, held the poise of someone who had seen and commanded much. The sound of footsteps echoed faintly across the room. Mother. Paul's voice was soft but carried the weight of a son seeking his mother's attention. He entered the room with the quiet grace of someone accustomed to power but not yet fully wielding it. His lean, wiry frame cut a striking figure as he moved with a subtle intensity, his black hair falling in tousled waves around his sharp, angular face. His hazel eyes, vivid, like molten amber, shifted between curiosity and contemplation, glimmering under the sunlight that spilled through the tall windows. He was a young man burdened with destiny, yet in this moment, he was simply her son. Cassandra turned from the valley view and watched him approach, her lips curving into a soft, knowing smile as he took his place at the far end of the table, piling food onto his plate without a word. The clinking of silverware and the quiet hum of the morning filled the space between them. It's good you're up early, Cassandra said, her voice serene yet carrying the authority of a matriarch. Your father wants to see you before he leaves for Westeros. Paul's brows furrowed, his gaze darkening as he paused, the tension in the air sharpening. He's leaving. His voice carried a trace of disappointment, though he masked it well. He had hoped to spend more time with his father, learning the intricacies of magic and their family's legacy. Cassandra nodded, her smile faint but reassuring. He's going to meet with the Targaryens, to discuss the matter of the next heir. Paul slumped back slightly in his seat, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. The heaviness of his father's duties always weighed on him, pulling his father away from the lessons Paul craved. He leaned forward, the tension visible in his posture as he asked, will he come back right away? Cassandra, ever composed, poured a glass of water for her son, her hands moving with elegant precision. A smile touched her lips as she replied, don't worry, your father won't be gone for long. She paused, letting the weight of her words linger before adding, I've also spoken to him about taking you with him to E.T. Paul couldn't suppress the smile that tugged at his lips. E.T., exotic, distant, full of the ancient magic he longed to study. His mother always seemed 2 steps ahead, knowing his desires before he voiced them. Cassandra placed the glass of water just before her, her gaze sharpening. Paul reached out casually, expecting her to pass it to him, but she left it where it sat. I just woke up, Mother. Can I please? Paul began, his voice tinged with weariness. Cassandra's smile faded as she shook her head. If you want it, make me give it to you. Use the voice. I want to see how far you've progressed. Her tone was calm but carried the unmistakable command of a teacher expecting more from her student. A sigh escaped Paul. He slumped back, exasperated. This again. He rolled his eyes, then shrugged in defeat, lifting his chin in mock bravado. In a half-hearted, growly impression of a wizard, he intoned, "Give me the water." Cassandra's face remained impassive, not even a flicker of amusement. She was testing him, and she wasn't one to relent easily. Paul groaned inwardly, resigned. He straightened in his chair, collected himself, and stared at the glass. His voice lowered, more serious but still lacking the force necessary. He said, evenly, "Give me the water." Nothing. The silence that followed was almost mocking. He raised his hands in defeat. "I tried," he muttered. Cassandra's expression hardened, a flash of impatience in her eyes. "The glass can't hear you. Command me star dot." Her voice carried a weight now, a gravity that sent a ripple of tension through the room. Paul felt it, a shift in the air, a demand for focus. His mother's words were a challenge, and the authority in them shook him out of his complacency. Paul straightened in his chair, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He took a slow, deliberate breath, his chest rising and falling as if drawing power from the very air around him. His eyes fluttered closed, and for an instant, the room seemed to shift. The quiet clink of cutlery and the soft breeze through the open window faded, replaced by an almost unnatural stillness. He reached deep within himself, searching for the primal force lying dormant, waiting to be unleashed. When Paul opened his eyes, they were no longer merely hazel. They gleamed, focused with a laser-like intensity, locking onto Cassandra as if the world had narrowed down to this singular moment. His voice, calm but edged with authority, pierced the silence. "Give me the water." His words struck the air like a shockwave. The very sound rippled through the room, folding in on itself with an echoing, otherworldly reverberation. His voice was no longer human, it became a force, layered with whispers that seemed to come from every corner of the room. Paul's voice was no longer his own. It stretched, deepened, and multiplied, layered upon itself, as if Paul's or Cassandra's voice is distorted, stretched and deepened, with an unnatural echo that makes it sound as though multiple versions of the speaker are issuing the command simultaneously. The voice becomes guttural, almost inhuman, vibrating with layers of reverberation that ripple outward. It doesn't just sound like a voice coming from one mouth, but as though it has traveled through dimensions, past and future versions of the speaker converging into one terrifying, singular command. Across the table, Cassandra's body reacted before her mind could resist. Her hand twitched, her fingers curling around the delicate glass before she even realized it. Her eyes widened slightly, watching her own betrayal as her hand lifted the glass, slowly moving it toward Paul. Her mind fought against the compulsion, straining to break free, but the voice held her firmly in its grip. The glass hovered in midair, inches from Paul's reach. A battle played out in her gaze, her will clashing against the weight of his command. Sweat beaded lightly on her brow as she strained, and for a brief moment, Paul thought he had done it. But then she stopped. Her hand, trembling slightly, lowered the glass back down onto the table with deliberate calm. Cassandra exhaled softly, her control reasserted, though her expression softened into something warmer, something proud. Cassandra's voice, low and approving, broke the silence that hung in the air. "Better." Paul frowned, the thrill of his near success dimming in the face of her measured reaction. "Better," he repeated, the dissatisfaction clear in his voice. In one quick motion, he leaned far across the table, his arm stretching out as he snatched the glass himself, his brow furrowing with quiet frustration. The power of the voice was there, he had felt it, tasted it. But it hadn't been enough to fully break her. Not yet. Chapter 106, Chapter 91. Paul soon entered the library. As high as the walls rose, so it seemed did the rows of books that encircled a winding staircase in the middle of the large chamber. They lined what felt like every inch of the curving stone wall, shelf after shelf, tome upon tome, boxes innumerable filled with scrolls, every last one of them. Paul knew, rare and precious and most likely unique. There were so many of them that ladders had been erected connecting to a reading terrace above them, which was also filled with books. And, as if books in shelves or on a terrace were not sufficiently excessive, there were stacks of books as tall as Paul himself scattered about the floor. The knowledge that lay within them, Guy Lothston and Lord Lucifer Massey nodded and rushed to gather the army. While Visenya and Alyssa Valerian was about calm him down. Merlin stopped them and said, "He needs this, he is grieving and angry." Also, Faith of 7 needs to be kept in check, the assassinating a king is out of control. Visenya agreed, but she didn't want Mager to lose his calm. Mager Targaryen, clad in black armor, mounted his colossal dragon, Balerion. His face was grim, his eyes cold, reflecting the depths of his grief and the fire of his vengeance. The great dragon's scales shimmered like molten night, muscles rippling as it stretched its wings wide. With a deafening roar, Balerion took to the sky, a shadow falling over the capital, as if the city itself sensed the fury that would soon rain down. Below, the faithful gathered in the grand September of remembrance, the warriors' sons in their silvered armor, heads bowed in reverence as they offered their prayers. The light of dawn filtered through the sept's high windows, casting gentle hues over the sacred space. But their peace was short-lived. Without warning, a shadow eclipsed the sun. Heads turned, eyes widening in terror as the unmistakable silhouette of Balerion loomed above. Mager gave no words, no declarations, his vengeance was a silent decree from the skies. He urged Balerion forward, and with an earth-shaking roar, the dragon unleashed a torrent of fire. Flames poured down like a divine scourge, scorching the sept's ancient walls, its pillars, and all who stood within. Panic surged through the faithful, cries of horror rising as men scrambled for any exit they could find. Flames licked across stone and flesh, the air thick with black smoke and the stench of burning. Warriors' sons attempted to flee, pushing and shoving against the crush of bodies, but outside the sept, Mager's archers and spearmen waited in grim silence. Arrows flew, cutting down those who dared escape the inferno. The screams of the dying filled the city, a terrible chorus that echoed through every street and alley. Onlookers cowered in their homes, hearing the cries but too afraid to venture out. The skies themselves seemed to darken, a cloud of ash rising high above the sept, drifting over King's Landing. For 7 days, this smothering pall hung in the air, blotting out the sun and casting a shadow over the city, a constant reminder of the wrath that had razed the sacred ground. As the smoke settled over the ruins of the September of Remembrance, Mager's guards dragged forth a lone survivor. Covered in ash, his robes singed and his skin marred with burns, Septon Minos, a man whose name was feared among the followers of the faith, was thrown to his knees before Mager. His body shook with pain and terror as he looked up into the cold, merciless eyes of the Targaryen prince. Mager stepped closer, his voice a low growl that echoed off the stone walls. "Tell me everything." Minos choked back a sob, shuddering as he whispered, I don't know. I was following orders. I was only his servant." Mager's face darkened, his fury swelling. "Whose orders?" The Septon trembled, his voice barely audible. High Septon Pale, it was him. He commanded it all. Behind Mager, Merlin's eyes narrowed as he pieced the plot together. The High Septon, he resides at the Starry September in Old Town. Mager turned to Merlin, his voice steely with resolve. "Tell my mother to meet me there." With a silent nod, Merlin slipped into the shadows, bound for his own grim task. Mager, wasting no time, mounted Balerion once more. The mighty dragon spread his wings, and with a single beat, lifted into the sky, tearing through the air toward Old Town. In Old Town, news of the destruction reached the High Septon's ears, and he paled, desperate for protection. He summoned Ser Morgan Hightower and 200 warrior sons, the elite force of the faith, to guard the Starry September. But even the strongest fortress is frail in the face of dragon fire. The sky darkened as the dragons approached. Mager astride Balerion, Visenya on Vagar. From below, the gathered warrior sons looked up, their courage fading as they glimpsed the titanic creatures soaring overhead, scales glinting ominously against the dimming sky. Some prayed, some trembled, and others turned to run, their hearts seized with terror. Visenya and Vagar struck first. In a single, sweeping arc, Vagar unleashed torrents of fire that engulfed the ground. Warriors screamed as they were swallowed by the inferno, metal melted, and flesh turned to ash. Ser Morgan Hightower, resolute to the end, stood his ground, his sword raised as if to defy the dragons. But even he fell, his form disappearing beneath the waves of flame. Mager circled overhead, watching the remaining few scatter like ants. Balerion let loose a roar that shook the very earth before the dragon descended upon the Starry September itself. In moments, flames raged through the ancient building, the grand seat of the faith crumbling beneath the onslaught. Stone cracked and shattered, statues of the Seven crumbled, and every inch of the sept was reduced to smoldering ruin. When the fire finally died, There was nothing left of the starry September but charred stone and ash. The destruction was complete. Mager had not only avenged his family but left a mark of terror that would haunt the faith of the Seven for generations. Chapter 112, Chapter 97. Mager's regency over Westeros began with a firm hand, as he sought to restore order and weaken the power of the faith of the Seven, whose influence had nearly cost him his family. As regent for the young Aerys Targaryen, Mager wasted no time in imposing strict laws on the faith. He reclaimed vast lands they had acquired over the years, redirecting them to the crown or other loyal houses. Additionally, he introduced taxes on the faith, a move that sent waves of protest through their ranks. Yet the faith, still reeling from the destruction of the Starry September and their bruised reputation after the public hearing on Aenys' assassination, dared not push Mager too far. Their position was tenuous, their voices muted by fear and necessity. In the capital, Merlin, ever the steadfast ally, aided Mager in solidifying his rule. With Merlin's magic, the Red Keep, Mager's vision of a grand and formidable castle, was completed in record time, its red stone walls rising as a symbol of Targaryen power. The castle's presence loomed over King's Landing, a physical reminder to all of Mager's authority and Merlin's mystical influence. One evening, Merlin found himself gazing across the God's Wood, where his son and Lena Targaryen stood by the heart tree, its ancient, carved face silently watching them. The two were deep in conversation, laughter spilling between them. They were betrothed, though in no rush to marry or bear children, knowing they had the gift of time, their agelessness ensured by the mysterious power of Melange. From behind him, Mager and Visenya approached. Visenya's usually stern face softened as she watched the young couple. "They are perfect for each other," she remarked, a rare glimmer of affection in her voice. Merlin nodded, though his eyes held a hint of thoughtfulness. "How fares the council meeting?" he asked. Mager let out an exasperated sigh. "Irritating, as ever." Visenya added with a wry smile, "The faith has stepped back, for now, and the other lords are wary. They remain loyal to Mager, at least publicly." Merlin hummed, his gaze still fixed on the heart tree. "But the southern lords hold grudges. Mager has made powerful enemies there." A scowl crossed Mager's face. "If they threaten my family, I will burn them alive." Merlin placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Even with dragons, you must tread carefully. They will not strike openly, they will aim for what you hold most dear." A dark frown clouded Mager's features, but he gave a sharp nod, acknowledging Merlin's caution. Visenya's face grew serious. "Aerys, too, has been speaking with various lords, gathering allies. It's clear he views you as a usurper, Mager." Mager's eyes narrowed, frustration simmering. "The boy is naive," he growled. "He doesn't see what I've done for this family, what I've protected." Merlin's gaze shifted from the young couple to Mager. "He is young, but he will come to understand, or he will not. Keep your watchful eyes open, Mager. The seeds of discontent can flourish in unexpected places." Mager gave a curt nod, while Merlin turned his gaze to Visenya, an inquisitive glint in his eyes. "Still taking the Melange potion?" he asked with a wry smile. Visenya's stern demeanor softened as she returned the smile. "I'll keep taking it," she replied, "at least until I have a grandchild to dote on." Mager let out a snort, though a rare smile touched his lips. The thought of family, of a legacy that might endure beyond the blood and fire he'd unleashed, seemed to warm even his steely resolve. Merlin's expression grew thoughtful. "In a few days, I'll be setting out for Et," he said, his voice calm but laced with purpose. "There are matters in the east that require my attention." Both Mager and Visenya nodded, a mutual understanding passing between them. They knew Merlin's counsel was indispensable, yet his ventures into distant lands had a purpose they could only begin to grasp. "Safe travels, Merlin," Visenya said, her tone conveying both respect and a hint of worry. "And may you return with more of the wisdom that has guided us so far." Merlin bowed his head, taking in the solemn moment. Paul Emerys would later marry Lena Targaryen, they will only have children 30 years later. While Mager would step down from being a regent 8 years later. During his tenure as regent of the Seven Kingdoms, Mager Targaryen established himself as a strict but impartial ruler. His governance was characterized by the imposition of rigorous laws that ensured order and justice across the realm. Under Mager's watch, trade flourished, and crime rates plummeted to unprecedented lows. Even the nobility, often accustomed to preferential treatment, found themselves held to the same standards as the small folk. During Mager's regency, offenses against the small folk by nobles reached their lowest recorded levels, an achievement that endeared him to the common people despite his controversial methods. Although history would later celebrate Jaehaerys I Targaryen, the Conciliator, as one of the wisest and most beloved Targaryen monarchs after Aegon the Conqueror and Queen Visenya, his early years were marked by contentious decisions. At the age of 14, Jaehaerys began viewing Mager not as a loyal regent but as an usurper. This perception persisted despite the efforts of his mother, Queen Alyssa Valyrian, who counseled her son to trust that Mager would relinquish the throne once Jaehaerys came of age. Ignoring her advice, the young prince began quietly gathering supporters, many of whom harbored grievances against Mager. Among Jaehaerys' most notable and controversial allies was the Faith of the Seven. This was a shocking development, given that Mager's regency had successfully marginalized the faith, stripping it of political power and exacting retribution for its involvement in the assassination of Aenys Targaryen and his sons. To secure the faith's support, Jaehaerys made significant concessions. He promised that the crown would always protect and defend the faith and offered a white cloak to Ser Joffrey Doggett, a former warrior's son who had survived Mager's infamous purges. This reconciliation restored the Faith of the Seven to a position of influence, a decision later criticized as a misstep in Jaehaerys' otherwise celebrated reign. The consequences of Jaehaerys' alliance with the Faith reverberated throughout Westerosi history. His decision to reintroduce the Faith into the political sphere would eventually contribute to the destabilization of the realm during the reign of his great-great-grandson, Baelor the Blessed, known to history as Baelor the Fool. Additionally, Jaehaerys' choice of heir would spark the catastrophic Dance of the Dragons, a civil war that devastated the Targaryen dynasty and fractured the Seven Kingdoms. Another controversial decision during Jaehaerys' reign was his decree to expand the borders of the North by 25 leagues southward, beyond the boundaries previously established by Brandon Stark. Jaehaerys I Targaryen's attempt to expand the borders of the North by 25 leagues southward, beyond the boundaries established by Brandon Stark. While Jaehaerys intended this decree as a reward for the loyalty of the Night's Watch, it sparked fierce resistance from northern lords, particularly Alaric Stark, the Warden of the North. The rationale behind Jaehaerys' decree was to grant the Night's Watch additional lands and resources to sustain their critical role in defending the Wall. However, Alaric Stark and his bannermen viewed the move as a veiled attempt to undermine northern authority and impose greater influence over their territory. The North had long supported the Watch by supplying food, workers, and tax-free land for those who labored to protect the realm's northernmost frontier. Alaric argued that this arrangement had served both the North and the Night's Watch well and that the Crown's intervention was unnecessary and intrusive. The decree also alarmed the Reach and Dorne, the North's long-standing allies, who interpreted the move as a broader assertion of royal authority in regional matters. These tensions exacerbated an already delicate balance of power between the southern and northern regions of the realm. While Jaehaerys' actions unintentionally sowed distrust among the great houses, creating a rift between the North, the Reach, and Dorne that would resonate for generations. In the face of Alaric Stark's staunch opposition and growing discontent among the northern lords, Jaehaerys ultimately abandoned the decree. However, the damage to interregional relations had already been done. Although Jaehaerys' reign is remembered for its prosperity and unity, these early missteps served as a reminder that even the wisest rulers must contend with the unintended consequences of their decisions. Mager's regency, though harsh and divisive, provided a brief era of stability and justice that some historians argue was necessary to maintain order in a kingdom teetering on the edge of chaos. Excerpts from the Regency of Mager Targaryen and the Early Reign of Jaehaerys I by scholar William from North Tower. Chapter 113, Chapter Extra. Mager gave up his regent position after he found Alice was pregnant. He wanted to move away from the poisonous Westeros, so he contacted Sister Lena and his brother-in-law Paul to allow them to live in Qarth. Paul agreed to this proposal. In Qarth, Mager and Alice would have their son, Orion II Targaryen. Mager, before moving, giving up the bond with Balerion, would move with his family to Qarth. The move of giving up Balerion was a strategic decision, since Targaryen still needed Balerion and having him away in Essos was not good point. Even Visenya Targaryen would move. Also, Balerion was very reluctant to leave Mager and even more reluctant to accept Jaehaerys as his rider later. Also, Jaehaerys, although reigned wisely, his mistake with North would prove very costly. As he actually ordered Alaric Stark that he double the land by extending it a further 25 leagues. Jaehaerys Targaryen made a mistake. he forgot the fact Aegon the Conqueror didn't defeat and conquer North, Dorne and Reach. They had an alliance, so he could only suggest North to provide the wall with more land. But Jaehaerys Targaryen after gaining Balerion had become proud and slightly arrogant. That he was ordering the Alaric Stark to give the land to Wall as the gift. Alaric Stark along with Morin Dane and Joyce Gardner, all looked at the Targaryen king and queen with slight anger. Joyce Gardner was the queen of Reach, she was angry and questioned. "You are stepping over the line." Jaehaerys sighed and said. "We just want the wall to have additional land to support it." Morin Day gritted his teeth and cut in. "My friend Alaric has already provided the people with land, support through free food and exemption from taxes for all those who joined the wall. This is enough, and even Merlin comes every decade to check the walls." Jaehaerys wanted to push further by summoning Balerion to his side, and his wife. Alysanne Targaryen summoned Silverwing. Both dragons appeared few miles behind them, it was show of power. Balerion the Black Dread, while Silverwing. Alaric seeing this just held his hand up, as the trident symbol tattooed on his arm lit up in blue, and them from sea few miles away bewildered beast jumped out from the sea with a roar. Joyce Gardner, she helped her hand out as the Yggdrasil tattoo in her arm lit up in golden glow, and suddenly a portal opened up and from it came Laden, a being terrifying, enormous, with 100 heads, like 100 pythons had been fused together. His serpentine body is thicker than Vagr neck, and his bright scales shimmer like copper. Morin Dane held his arm out as tattoo of Set glowed red, and suddenly a cloud of sand swirled and from it came massive cobra-like serpent with a threatening posture. The serpent has dark, textured scales that give it an armored appearance, and its hood flares outward, showing ridges that add to its intimidating size. The head features glowing eyes and a mouth filled with sharp, menacing fangs, giving the impression of a mystical or divine creature. Another cobra spike serpent followed behind. Its scales have a pale, stony appearance, with cracks or glowing veins running along its body, suggesting it may be imbued with divine energy. The texture of the serpent's body gives it a weathered, ancient look, as expression is both regal and ferocious, with a strong jawline and sharp facial contours. Bewilderment roared at Balerion, who saw the challenge. But unlike previous experiences, he was wary and stepped back. Silverwing seeing Laden, Kem is Black Snake and Hedge is the White One. All of them bared their fangs at Silverwing, who also stepped back. Jaehaerys and Alysanne seeing this gulped in fear, they stepped back. For the first time he saw why Aegon the Conqueror decided to go for alliance rather than war. Jaehaerys quickly spoke up. "Okay, we don't want war, the kingdoms are stable and a war will only ruin it." Alaric Stark, Joyce Gardner and Morin Dane snorted at this. But they agreed, but a rift was formed between the Targaryens and the alliance. Alyssa Valerian, mother of Jaehaerys, was so angry that she slapped his son for his foolishness. Mager, who heard about this, was shocked. Visenya was angry that their work with strengthening the alliance between Targaryen and North, Reach and Dorne was all destroyed by this idiot. She was quick to return to Westeros on Vagr and slap the boy. She would later try to mend the broken trust. Though Mager Targaryen served only as regent, history has long debated the potential he held as a king in his own right. Known posthumously as Mager the Impartial, his legacy is marked by both admiration and controversy. While detractors decried his methods as cruel, the prevailing opinion among chroniclers and lords of the realm acknowledged his steadfast impartiality in governance. He was a man who ruled without favor or bias, meting out justice with a cold hand that many believed was necessary during turbulent times. In contrast, the ascension of Jaehaerys Targaryen to the Iron Throne proved far more contentious. The early years of his reign were marred by what many described as recklessness and youthful arrogance. Securing the great dragon Balerion the Black Dread, Jaehaerys appeared emboldened by the power such a legendary beast conferred, often disregarding the wise counsel of his mother, Alyssa Valerion, and his formidable grandmother, Visenya Targaryen. His perceived hubris led to several missteps that cast a long shadow over his reign. Two decisions, in particular, have been scrutinized for their enduring impact on Westeros. The first was Jaehaerys' move to restore the faith of the Seven to a position of prominence and power. This decision was driven by his deep-seated paranoia regarding his uncle Mager and his desire to consolidate a counterbalance to Mager's lingering influence. However, this strategy ultimately proved futile, as Mager's threat had already diminished, rendering the move unnecessary. Instead of strengthening the realm, it rekindled old hostilities between the faith and the crown, setting the stage for generations of tension and conflict. The second decision was the weakening of alliances between the North, Dorne, and the Reach. These bonds, painstakingly cultivated by Jaehaerys' predecessors to ensure stability and unity, were neglected and strained during his reign. This neglect sowed seeds of fragmentation and mistrust among the great houses, undermining the foundations of the Targaryen dynasty's power in the realm. Both decisions highlight the complexities of Jaehaerys' rule, where personal insecurities and misjudgments carried consequences far beyond his reign. In the second half of his reign, Jaehaerys Targaryen underwent a remarkable transformation. Demonstrating greater patience and humility, he began to heed the counsel of those closest to him. Notably, he mended strained relationships with his formidable grandmother, Visenya Targaryen, his uncle Mager Targaryen, and the enigmatic Merlin Emrys, whose wisdom had often been disregarded during the king's earlier years. The reasons for this change have been the subject of much speculation among historians. However, Alyssa Valyrian, Jaehaerys' mother, offered a candid explanation. She credited this shift in her son's demeanor to the humbling experiences he endured at the hands of three influential lords, Alaric Stark of the North, Joyce Gardner of the Reach, and Morin Dane of Dorne. These stern figures reportedly tempered Jaehaerys' arrogance and reminded him of the weight of kingship. Alyssa, known for her sharp wit, would even jest that the transformation might have been hastened by the firm slaps dealt by herself and Dowager Visenya. Perhaps, she once remarked, it was not just wisdom but also the sting of grandmotherly correction that awakened the king to his duties. This combination of personal reflection and external guidance marked a turning point in Jaehaerys' reign, paving the way for a more balanced and effective rule in his later years. An excerpt from The Reign of Jaehaerys Targaryen by scholar Viola Targaryen, Tower of the North. Chapter 114, Chapter 99 edited. The skies above Dragonstone were painted in shades of crimson and gold as the sun descended over the narrow sea, its rays casting an ethereal glow upon the cliffs. The rhythmic crash of waves below blended with the solemn chants of Valyrian priests, echoing through the courtyard where the marriage of Paul Emrys and Lena Targaryen unfolded. Beneath a towering arch carved with ancient Valyrian runes, Paul stood, holding Lena's hand, his expression a mixture of pride and adoration. His black hair shimmered in the fading light, a reflection of his mother's legacy. Lena, draped in a gown of flowing crimson silk embroidered with black dragons, radiated regal grace. Her piercing violet eyes softened as they met Paul's. Merlin stood apart from the crowd, a faint, fatherly smile gracing his lips as he watched his son exchange vows. The legendary mage, dressed in understated robes of midnight blue, looked every bit the proud father. Cassandra, standing beside him in a dark green gown adorned with silver accents, leaned closer. "You're leaving for ET soon, aren't you?" she whispered, her voice almost lost in the sea breeze. Merlin nodded, his gaze still on Paul. "Yes. I delayed it for this moment. A father should not be absent on his son's wedding day." Cassandra's expression softened. She touched his arm lightly, her voice tinged with warmth. "You've done well, Merlin. Paul is grown up to good men." Merlin turned to her, his piercing eyes reflecting gratitude. Without a word, he embraced her. Cassandra rested her head against his shoulder, a fleeting moment of solace. Paul approached them then, his face flushed with emotion. Merlin clasped his son's shoulder, his smile deepening. "I know you wanted to accompany me to ET, Merlin began, his voice resonant yet gentle, but it seems you'll have your hands full for a while." His eyes flicked meaningfully toward Lena. Paul chuckled nervously, his cheeks tinged red. "Next time," he promised. Lena joined her new husband, her fingers intertwining with his as she smiled up at him. Paul looked at her as if she were his entire world, and in that moment, nothing else seemed to exist. As the festivities continued under the rising moon, shadows danced at the edges of the celebration. There, beyond the reach of the firelight, another story lingered in the north. Far beyond Dragonstone, past the wall and into the unforgiving wilds, the snow-covered mountains stood in eternal defiance. Beneath their icy peaks, a figure clad in shadow moved with lethal precision. Zagrus, the unyielding shield of the north, the son of Mandos and married to daughter of Alara Stark, and the protector of the Starks, watched over the frozen expanse. His silver eyes, inherited from his divine father, glinted like blades in the moonlight. Yet it was not Zagrus but his grandson, Manian, who carried the blood of both gods and wolves, that drew whispers across Westeros. His name was Manian, a name unbound by the weight of Stark legacy. He had renounced the Stark name for two reasons, both rooted in his mother's defiance. Helena Stark, daughter of Horik Stark and granddaughter of Zadris, but her heart led her to run away with a Dornish knight in training Griffin. Her elopement stirred outrage in her father, who saw the act as a betrayal to the honor of the North. In time, Horik's anger cooled, his love for his daughter outweighing his pride. He forgave her, yet she chose to remain in Dorne, taking her husband's name as a symbol of her new life under the southern sun. Manian, born of this union, carried the blood of wolves in his veins. He was unlike any Stark before him. A son of rebellion, he had forsaken his family name, choosing instead to carve his path in the south, where the sands of Dorne met the wealth of noble lords. Dorne, with its blazing sun and shimmering sands, had shaped Manian into a living tempest. He moved like a panther through the shadows, his anklets ringing faintly as he leapt from rooftop to rooftop. A master of martial arts, Manian had forged a unique fighting style inspired by the movements of animals, graceful, unpredictable, and deadly. Manian's rebellious spirit extended beyond combat. He had made it his mission to steal from the decadent lords of the south and redistribute their wealth to the oppressed. To the poor, he was a savior; to the nobles, a menace cloaked in mystery. His legend grew with each moonlit heist, his wolf-like agility and divine strength leaving even the most skilled knights in awe. A/N, does anyone need chapters about Manian's adventures? This is during second half of Jaehaerys Targaryen's era. Maybe he could marry Sarah Targaryen or Diella Targaryen. Chapter 115, Notice. Chapter 116, Extra Manian. The field outside Lannisport was alive with the restless glow of torches, their flickering flames casting jagged shadows on the restless crowd. The air was thick with anticipation and unease, the low murmur of voices echoing beneath the dark canopy of the night. At the forefront stood Lorien Lannister, an aging man whose thinning hair and balding crown glistened faintly under the firelight. A golden tooth gleamed every time his lips curled in disdain, and the heavy chain around his neck proclaimed his Lannister wealth as much as his name did. With narrowed eyes, Lorien turned to the gathered crowd, his voice cutting through the tense night like a blade. "That rascal's looting has shamed us. Our reputation, our very legacy, is at stake." His voice rose with each word, his anger palpable. He jabbed a finger toward the crowd. "Tonight, we put an end to that bastard's games. Tonight, the bell ringer falls." He snapped his gaze toward his servant, who stood nervously at his side. "Where are Sir William and Sir Aaron?" The servant bowed low, avoiding Lorien's sharp glare. "They are here, my lord." "Good," Lorien growled. His voice dropped to a low, menacing tone as he addressed the crowd again. "Keep your eyes sharp. He could come from any direction. This ends tonight. If we have to kill him, so be it. Low-life scum." He spat on the ground, his fury radiating through the crowd like heat from the torches. The gathering nodded in tense agreement, gripping their weapons tighter. But then, it came. Ching 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 ching. The sound of a bells echoed through the darkness, faint at first, then growing louder, closer. The sound starts with a delicate metallic jingle, like the gentle clash of small brass bells and anklets, resonating as a series of cascading chimes, sharp yet melodious, with a hauntingly echoing tone that feels almost supernatural in the still night. The crowd froze, their faces paling in the firelight. "That sound." One man muttered, his voice trembling. "The bell. He's here." The others frantically turned their heads, scanning the field, their torchlight illuminating nothing but empty darkness. Then someone shouted, pointing. "There. Look." In the distance, a shadow blurred through the night, a streak of motion far too fast for the eye to track. "He's coming straight for us." A man hurled his torch at the figure, the flaming projectile cutting through the air. But the shadow, now visible as a lithe figure, tilted its head ever so slightly. The torch flew past harmlessly, its embers scattering into the grass. It was Manian. The bell strapped to his body rang out rhythmically as he sprinted, his movements a seamless blend of speed and precision. He moved like a shadow given life, a blur slicing through the crowd before they could react. The only evidence of his presence was the relentless chime of his bell, a haunting melody that seemed to echo from everywhere and nowhere at once. The crowd spun wildly, their torches casting frantic arcs of light, but Manian was already among them. His speed was impossible to track, his form flickering in and out of sight like a phantom. A sudden gust of wind followed in his wake, swirling through the field with such force that it extinguished the torches one by one, plunging the crowd into an oppressive darkness. The chime grew louder, ringing from all directions, a taunting symphony that heightened their panic. Some felt the rush of air as he darted past, brushing against them like a ghostly whisper. Others swung their weapons blindly, striking only empty space. "Where is he?" one man shouted, his voice cracking with fear. Another stumbled backward, clutching at his extinguished torch. "He's here, he's everywhere." The field descended into chaos, the rhythmic chime of Manian's bell now the only constant, an ominous cadence that heralded his unstoppable advance. The crowd erupted in chaos, spinning wildly as the sound of the bell seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Where is he?" someone shouted, panic creeping into their voice. Wind gusted through the field as Manian darted past, extinguishing torches in his wake. The crowd was left in near darkness, disoriented and terrified. Some clutched at their cloaks as the chill of the night settled in, while others swung their weapons blindly, hitting nothing but air. Manian moved like a wraith, unseen but felt, his bell's haunting melody a mockery to those who sought to trap him. The field, once filled with the bravado of men and the glow of fire, now lay shrouded in confusion, the bell's ring echoing ominously in the night. Lorien, his fury now mingled with dread, barked orders into the void. "Find him. Stop him." But even as his voice thundered, the bell's song continued, relentless, unstoppable. And for the crowd that had gathered to bring Manian down, the night suddenly seemed much darker. Two men spotted him amidst the blur, their faces set in determination as they rushed forward, torches raised, ready to strike him down. But Manian was faster, unnaturally so. In an instant, he skidded to a halt, the dust and dirt beneath his feet spraying outward in a sharp arc. Before his attackers could react, he pivoted fluidly, ducking low and slipping between them with the precision of a dancer. Then came the surprise. With one hand, he grabbed the leg of each attacker. With an effortless display of strength, he lifted them both into the air as though they were weightless and flipped them over his shoulders. They crashed to the ground in a heap, their torches flying high into the smoky night sky. Manian's eyes glinted as he moved again, catching both torches midair with an almost casual grace. The firelight danced across his wild expression, his grin spreading wide, a mad, almost predatory smile that sent shivers down the spines of those watching. Without hesitation, he spun the torches like weapons, their flames forming fiery arcs in the dark. The crowd hesitated, unsure whether to advance. One man, desperate and brave, lunged forward with his sword raised. Manian, still grinning, hurled one of the torches with deadly precision. It struck the attacker square in the chest, knocking him backward with a startled cry, his sword clattering to the ground. Manian turned back to the rest of the crowd, the remaining torch spinning in his hand like a baton of fire. The flames illuminated his features, a face of wild exhilaration, as if he were savoring the chaos he had unleashed. Around him, the gathered men faltered, panic spreading as they began to step back, their bravado crumbling under his unrelenting intensity. And then, just as suddenly as he had stopped, he moved again. The torch's flame snuffed out with a flick of his wrist, and Manian disappeared into the night, a blur too fast for any of them to follow. Manian darted through the crowd like a shadow given form, an unstoppable blur that no eye could follow. The air was thick with tension, broken only by the haunting chime of his anklets and the bells strapped to him. The rhythmic ching-ting-ching echoed through the night, a maddening sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "There. He's over there," someone yelled, spinning toward the direction of the chiming bells. Torches flared as the men turned to confront him, only to find empty air. Before they could react, Manian was already gone, the sound of the bells shifting, now further away, now closer again, disorienting the entire crowd. Another man yelled, "He's here. Over here." But it was too late. A gust of wind rushed past them, and the torches in their hands flickered violently before snuffing out one by one. The darkness grew thicker with every second, broken only by the faint glow of a few remaining torches. Manian's bells continued their relentless melody, the metallic ting-ting-ching weaving through the chaos like a ghostly song. The crowd turned frantically, their movements panicked. A man nearest to the sound swung his torch blindly, shouting, "Where is he?" The wind answered with another sharp burst as Manian sped past, his bell chimes fading momentarily before erupting again further away. "Damn him," one shouted in frustration, trying to relight his extinguished torch. But another gust of wind, faster and stronger, snuffed out even more flames, plunging them deeper into darkness. Lorien Lannister stood amidst the disoriented crowd, clutching his torch tightly as his eyes darted through the darkness. His breath was heavy, the tension palpable. From the shadows, Manian appeared, running in a blur, his anklets and bells chiming faintly like a haunting melody. Lorien caught a fleeting glimpse of the figure before him, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Manian was there, mere inches away. Lorien froze, his torchlight flickering as he stared into the cold, grey eyes of Manian, the eyes of a Stark, piercing and unyielding. Lorien's heart pounded as he tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. The torch in his hand sputtered, the flames snuffed out in an instant. Darkness enveloped him. He screamed, his voice trembling, but no one came to his aid. Around him, the crowd fumbled to reignite their torches, their panic spreading like wildfire. When light finally returned, Lorien wasted no time reigniting his own torch, holding it high to scan his surroundings. Manian was gone, vanished like a ghost. For a brief moment, relief washed over him, until he felt the lightness around his neck. His eyes widened as he looked down, his hands flying to his throat. "My ancestral gold chain," he yelled, his voice cracking with fury and disbelief. A servant standing nearby hesitated before speaking. "Master, I warned you not to challenge Manian. Now look, not only did he take the gold chain, but also..." The servant paused, grimacing. "Your gold tooth." Lorien froze, a sharp pain in his mouth drawing his attention. His trembling fingers touched his lips, and his heart sank as he felt the absence of his prized gold tooth. Pulling his hand away, he saw blood smeared across his fingertips. My gold tooth," he whispered in a mix of shock and rage. His face twisted in fury as his gaze darted wildly around the field, the torchlight flickering in his trembling hand. The crowd around him murmured uneasily, but Lorien's anger burned brighter than the flames. He threw his head back and bellowed into the night, his voice echoing across the dark field. Manian. Chapter 117, Chapter 101. The mountains looked like something from a dream. The many layers of sandstone and multicolored minerals had been compressed together over millions of years, creating rock formations both bizarrely garish and breathtaking in their beauty. Beneath the desert sun they glowed in vivid stripes of red and yellow, green and blue. It was an artist's palette of color, a phantasmagoric feast for the eyes. Despite its beauty, though, this was a harsh landscape. People died here every day. The unprepared and the foolhardy expired from hunger and thirst, others fell prey to wild animals or brigands. Vultures wheeled in the sky, knowing that carrion was never far from their hooked beaks. The desert dust beneath the sparse clumps of greenery was rich with the powdered bones of the dead. For now the air was still, the desert undisturbed. A lizard basked motionless in the heat of the slowly setting sun. Then, sensing vibrations beneath its feet, it darted for cover. Next moment a blot of darkness appeared on the horizon, wreathed in a churning cloud of dust. Anyone standing where the lizard had been would have heard, faint at first, wild cries and approaching hoofbeats. They would have seen the blot of darkness emerge from the heat haze and resolve itself into two horses, which had men and women mounted on their backs. They were heading for the range of painted mountains, hoping that, under cover of the coming night, they would find safety in its deep ravines and steep valleys. Merlin squinted, his piercing gaze cutting through the shifting haze, while the desert's grit scraped against his skin. Beside him, Melisandre's crimson robes billowed like fire in the fading light, a stark contrast to the pallid earth. Her expression remained inscrutable, though her eyes gleamed with a strange, simmering intensity. Finally, they stopped at the base of a towering sandstone outcrop. Merlin dismounted, his boots crunching against the cracked earth, and tethered Sleipnir, his restless steed. The horse's dark coat glistened with sweat, steam rising faintly into the cooling night. Melisandre followed suit, her movements deliberate, her every gesture tinged with an eerie grace. Merlin stretched his hand forward, fingers curling as a sphere of flame coalesced above his palm. The fire crackled to life, casting sharp, flickering shadows across their makeshift camp. Its heat pushed back the biting chill, though the desert night closed in swiftly around them. The silence was broken only by the low, mournful howl of the wind as Merlin's gaze lingered on Melisandre. She stared back, her expression unreadable but sharp with curiosity. "What is so special about E.T.?" she asked finally, her voice soft yet cutting through the desert's hush. Merlin let the question hang in the air for a moment, his features shadowed by the flickering light. "E.T." he began, his voice weighted with the cadence of a storyteller, "is more than a land of silk and spice. I forged ties with them centuries ago. helped an emperor secure his throne, earning their debt and their friendship. Their wealth is boundless, their gods, ancient and strange. Melisandre's eyes flickered in the firelight, her interest piqued. Merlin leaned forward, his voice lowering to match the growing tension in the air. Amongst the most revered gods are the Lion of Night and the Maiden Maid of Light. Legends say their union birthed the first god-emperor of Et, the god on earth. He paused, his gaze distant, as if peering into the centuries. But it is their fall from grace that haunts them. The Amethyst Empress, descendant of God of Earth, she was the heir, righteous, beloved, was betrayed and slain by her own brother, the Bloodstone Emperor. His ascent marked the blood betrayal. He practiced torture, dark arts, and necromancy. He enslaved his own people, took a tiger woman for wife, feasted on human flesh and cast down the true gods of Et to worship a black stone that fell from the sky. Thus in its wake, the Maiden Maid of Light turned her face away from the world. The Lion of Night descended in wrath, unleashing horrors upon people of Et. Merlin's voice grew heavier, each word striking like a tolling bell. Every 3 centuries, Et pays the price of that betrayal. Demons spill forth from the shadows, sent by the Lion of Night to remind them of their sins. They call these demons Teoti. Melisandre's lips pressed into a thin line. And the time for the demons is near. Merlin nodded gravely, the fire reflecting a flicker of worry in his eyes. 2 months, perhaps less. The new Yellow Emperor Chai Wang is young and naive, his armies unready. His father begged for aid before his death. He glanced at Melisandre, his tone sharpening. So better be ready. Melisandre nodded with a smile. Merlin more or less knew Melisandre loved him more than just a mentor figure. He knew she even talked about this to his wife Cassandra. Before Merlin could continue, a sudden, ear-splitting scream tore through the darkness. It was a hideous sound. He spun towards the blackness beyond the flickering firelight. His eyes glowed blue for a moment, the darkness dissolved into a radiant, living tapestry. Shapes began to emerge in his vision, not of light, but of auras. The animals in a distance were faint, shimmering outlines of white energy, their forms glowing softly like gentle specters in the dark. A fox darted through the underbrush, its sleek body traced in pale luminescence, while an eagle perched high above, its wings folding in a halo of pure white. But not all auras were white. Merlin paused, his breath catching. In the distance, faint traces of red energy pulsed between the trees. The crimson glow was jagged and volatile, like veins of molten fire coursing through the air. He recognized it instantly, Teoti. Their essence was unmistakable, their aura radiating an ominous, predatory energy. And then all hell broke loose. Chapter 118, Chapter 102. The Teoti, monstrous creatures of sinewy green flesh stretched taut over wiry frames, thundered across the terrain like harbingers of doom. Their jagged crests, etched with cryptic, ancient motifs, glinted faintly under the moonlight. Each was about the size of a lion, but their hyena-like posture and unsettlingly long, slender limbs lent them an alien eeriness. A short, whip-like tail trailed behind them, swishing as they moved with calculated precision. Their glowing, yellow eyes, unnervingly located on their shoulders, shone with primal hunger. Their skull-like heads bore hollow sockets on the snout, exuding an almost necrotic aura. When their snake-like jaws opened wide, multiple rows of needle-sharp teeth gleamed, ready to rend flesh and bone. Bristly black manes ran down their spines, quivering with each motion, while the gill-like slits on their napes vibrated to produce an eerie stridulating sound, half cricket, half wail, that echoed across the battlefield like a grim battle cry. Their four-fingered forepaws, equipped with sharp claws and opposable thumbs, tore into the ground with every stride, sending up clods of dirt as they surged forward. A rhythmic thump-thump-thump of claws striking earth, undercut by the guttural growls that emanated deep from their chests, created a cacophony of dread. A pair of the creatures flanked a larger alpha, their glowing shoulder eyes darting in unison to lock onto Merlin, who had the most aura. Their breaths came in harsh, rattling hisses, steam puffing from their nostrils like a beast forged from nightmares. The chilling scree of their gill-slit communication cut through the night as they silently coordinated the attack. As one Teoti surged forward, its sinewy muscles tensed, a deafening whoosh filled the air as its massive body launched toward Merlin like a coiled spring releasing. Merlin stood his ground, his cloak whipping around him in the gust created by the creature's charge. With a calm yet steely gaze, he thrust his hand forward. A brilliant swirl of emerald light spiraled around his arm before exploding outward in a dazzling flash. A whispering storm of razor-sharp wind blades materialized, their edges glinting like shards of moonlight against the night sky. A piercing whistle rose as the wind blades tore through the air with deadly precision. The Teoti's glowing eyes widened, a flicker of primal fear crossing its grotesque visage. Its momentum carried it helplessly forward, unable to evade. The wind blades struck with surgical accuracy, slicing through the Teoti's limbs and torso in a mesmerizing display of destruction. Each strike emitted a burst of glowing green ichor, misting the air like an eerie, bioluminescent rain. Another two behind tried to dodge, but couldn't as Teoti's guttural snarl turned into a choked, gurgling cry as its segmented bodies fell to the ground in pieces. A sickening squelch echoed as blood pooled, steaming against the cold earth. The surrounding foliage rustled violently, painted red by the spray of its lifeblood. Melisandre saw the last one rushing towards her, so her irises glowed with a deep, foreboding red. Her outstretched hands crackled with power, enveloped in a pulsating reddish aura. The red energy is textured with glowing veins of crimson and darker streaks. The last Teoti let out a guttural snarl, its jagged teeth glinting as saliva dripped from its snake-like jaws. Its glowing, yellow, shoulder-embedded eyes burned with primal rage, locking onto her with unrelenting ferocity. With a sudden burst of speed, the creature lunged, its sinewy frame stretching midair, claws outstretched and poised to tear. But in an instant, it froze. The pulsating wave of crimson energy radiated from Melisandre's outstretched hand, wrapping around the Teoti like invisible chains. The creature's grotesque body hung suspended mid-leap, tendrils of scarlet light snaking around its limbs, chest, and gill-like slits. The energy glimmered and shifted, flickering like embers caught in a fierce wind. The Teoti writhed in the air, its clawed limbs twitching and straining against the magical force that held it. The energy twisted and tightened in violent, jerking motions, digging deep into the creature's flesh. The last Teoti let out a final, guttural screech, its grotesque body trembling as the magic reached its peak. In a split second, the scarlet tendrils pulled in opposite directions with an explosive force. A bone-chilling crack echoed through the battlefield, followed by the wet, visceral sound of flesh tearing apart. Blood and ichor sprayed outward in a grotesque explosion, glowing faintly crimson as they caught the ambient energy. The Teoti's limbs and torso were violently wrenched into pieces, each fragment flung through the air as if hurled by an invisible storm. Glowing trails of scarlet magic lingered momentarily on the dismembered parts before fading into the ether. Chunks of flesh and shattered bones slammed into the ground with sickening thuds, steaming as they hit the blood-soaked earth. The glowing yellow eyes embedded in the shoulders dimmed entirely, snuffed out like dying embers. Melisandre stood unflinching, the pulsating red energy around her hands gradually fading. Merlin observed Melisandre, his expression stoic. He was not unnerved by seeing Melisandre's ruthlessness. After all, her methods were extreme but always reserved for those she deemed irredeemable, slave sellers, demons, and creatures of pure malice like the Teoti. He stepped forward, his boots crunching against the blood-soaked earth as he approached the nearest dismembered carcass. Behind him, Melisandre followed, her crimson gown sweeping over the ground. The two stopped before the mutilated bodies of the Teoti, their glowing yellow shoulder eyes now extinguished, and their twisted forms lifeless. Merlin crouched beside one of the corpses, his sharp gaze scanning the grotesque anatomy with a mixture of curiosity and caution. "They're soldiers," Merlin finally said, his voice calm but edged with authority. "Their sole purpose is to consume anything in their path. We move now. There's no room for hesitation." General Shao turned to Merlin, his steely demeanor softening with gratitude. He stepped forward, inclining his head deeply. "Thank you for coming all this way to aid us, and for bringing the Sky Stone. It could very well turn the tide." Merlin gave a small wave of dismissal, his expression calm but resolute. "There's no need for thanks, General. I am here to help in any way I can." The War Council shared a moment of quiet relief. Strategist Wang, Commander Chen, Deng, and Lin Mei exchanged subtle glances, a flicker of hope evident in their eyes. The weight of the invasion seemed, for a brief instant, slightly less oppressive with a sorcerer of Merlin's renown standing among them. As the discussion turned to strategy and logistics, maps spread across the table and voices layering over one another, Lin Mei couldn't help but let her gaze drift to Merlin. Her stern expression faltered with curiosity as she stole quick glances. Chapter 121, Chapter 105. Lin Mei apologized to Merlin and Melisandre. They were talking with General Shao and Strategist Wang about the incoming invasion. All at once, from outside the doors to the great hall, but approaching rapidly, came the steady pounding of a drum. The discipline of all those in the room dissolved for a moment, and they began to chatter among themselves. Then General Shao held up a hand and they were silent once more. But Lin Mei could not blame them for their momentary loss of control. The drum meant only one thing. It was a warning of dire peril. As the pounding came closer, General Shao ordered, "Open the doors." A couple of soldiers hurried to do his bidding. Next moment a runner rushed down the corridor that led to the great hall, and dropped to his knees before the general's feet. As the pounding came closer, General Shao ordered, "Open the doors." A couple of soldiers hurried to do his bidding. Next moment a runner rushed down the corridor that led to the great hall, and dropped to his knees before the general's feet. "General Shao," he gasped, clearly trying to retain his composure. "Signals from the smoke towers. We are under attack." Though the news was not entirely unexpected, Lin Mei sensed a collective intake of breath among those present, a suggestion of increased tension, of hushed anxiety. The only person who did not seem to be affected was General Shao himself. Calmly he said, "Strategist Wang, take Lord Merlin you." He then turned to Lin Mei and added, "Lin, take Lady Melisandre with you." Strategist Wang and Lin Mei nodded, whereupon the general turned and bellowed, "All stations on full alert." As the runner raced out, continually repeating the general's order at the top of his voice, the room suddenly burst into swift and efficient motion, everybody rushing to their posts. Although those currently manning the wall had never faced a real attack, they had planned and trained for this moment for many years, and now that the reality was upon them, Lin Mei had no doubt that the operation would be carried out with the utmost precision and efficiency. The pounding of drums echoed through the vast interior complex of the Great Wall. Smoke rose in precisely controlled signals from engraved copper vats on every turret, conveying messages far and wide. The corridors rang with shouted orders, and troops rushed in all directions, heading for their stations. They turned to their left, passed through a wooden gate, and began to climb a set of steep stone steps. The steps were divided into groups of 12, at the top of each of which was a stone landing. Gaps to their left offered them brief glimpses of different levels of the wall, and of soldiers preparing weapons and taking up positions, readying themselves for battle. General Shao stood on top of his command tower, his black cape with its bear emblem snapping in the desert breeze. Flanking him on both sides were several of his commanders, resplendent in their brightly colored armor. Though the group stood in solemn silence, staring out at the desert beyond the wall, the air seemed to vibrate with tension and fear, but also with excitement. They all knew that what they were about to face was savage and terrible, but it was a moment they had all anticipated for as long as they had lived. A moment they had trained for, ceaselessly and tirelessly, since they had been children. A moment they had been born for. In the distance, across the valley, a thread of river glistened under the sun. Beyond the river was the jade-green Gowu mountain. At first glance the scene seemed a picture of beauty and tranquility. But beneath the whisper of the breeze was another sound, almost indiscernible at first, but quite definitely there. It was a sort of churning. Or rumbling. Like distant thunder. As the rumbling grew louder, it was accompanied by yet another sound, carried forth on the wind. This new sound was shriller and far more disturbing. It almost sounded like babies. Thousands of babies. Wailing in terrible distress. The group in front of the stockade door suddenly tensed and raised their heads, each of them half turning in the direction of the outer wall. From beyond it, faintly, they could hear a terrible sound, a hideous screeching wail, as if thousands of children were being tortured. Lin Mei was the first to recover. Turning to Wang she said urgently, "Strategist, the Crane Corps needs me. I must go. Please forgive me." Moving nimbly and almost silently for a man of his age, Strategist Wang sprinted up the steps of the command tower where Merlin following him. He and Merlin emerged into daylight to find General Shao standing there alone, staring broodingly at what looked like a dust storm, bowling towards them from the far distant Jade Mountain. Shao turned and nodded a greeting. Wang moved forward to stand beside him, his head barely coming up to the clawed bear paw epaulette on the general's right shoulder. "So General," he said, "it's finally happening." Shao nodded again. 60 years, he said. 60 years spent in preparation for this one moment. Merlin spoke up. "You said you needed more time. Maybe I can get it for you." General Shao and Strategist Wang looked at Merlin with hope. General Shao questioned, "How much time?" Merlin answered. Maybe 15 days. Strategist Wang was happy with this and said. That is plenty of time. General Shao nodded agreeing, while Merlin added. Just give me time to cast the spell, until them hold them. General Shao nodded and replied. We will give as much time as you want. While Lin Mei hurried up the steps of the Crane Corps command tower, followed by several blue-armored warriors. At the top, a nervous but clearly relieved Xiao Yu moved forward to greet her. Commander Lin, she said, the sky rigs are ready to deploy. What astonished Melisandre, who was with Lin as the most, was the fact that the wall, incredible structure though it was not simply a barrier against attack, but a brilliantly conceived war machine. Peering over the parapet behind them, they saw that attached to the wall below was a seemingly endless row of huge trebuchets, like gigantic, jointed arms that were even now slowly straightening, that stretched as far as the eye could see in both directions. They both jumped as the surface of the wall at the bottom of each of the trebuchets suddenly began to crack open. Merlin, what was happening? While Melisandre's first thought was that the wall was somehow breaking up, that the enemy, whoever they were, had launched a stealth attack, which was now undermining the structure. But then Zilthi realized that, like the ceiling through which the sail-decked contraptions had risen, the wall was supposed to break open. She watched, amazed, as from the channels that had been created rose a series of vast iron chutes. This, though, was perhaps only the least of the wonders they were destined to witness over the next few minutes. No sooner had the chutes appeared than, with a further series of cracks, the stone floor in front of them opened in multiple places once again, and what appeared to be numerous nests or platforms rose up from below. As soon as they were in position, rows of red-armored Eagle snipers lined up and began to climb onto the platforms. Some of the Eagle Corps carried handheld crossbow with a robust, aged wooden body, designed for compact, single-user operation. The stock has a polished, dark finish with visible grain, giving it an ancient yet sturdy appearance. Its bowstring is tightly strung between two curved metal limbs, prods, which are reinforced for strength. A trigger mechanism is located underneath, crafted from a mix of wood and metal components, making it practical for rapid use. Some carried ordinary bows, and finally the last group had large ballistae and siege weapons. The ballistae are massive, resembling oversized crossbows mounted on swivel platforms for easier aiming and firing. They are loaded with enormous bolts or spears, highlighting their role as anti-monster artillery. With the archers in position on their raised platforms, the floor cracked open yet again, in different sections this time, and various contraptions rose up through the gaps. There were not just 5 of them this time, but dozens, hundreds perhaps. They rose up into the air like giant spikes, and then, when they were in position, a flood of female crane warriors, fluid and nimble as dancers in their vibrant blue armor, flooded forward to tug on ropes and pulleys dangling from the undersides of the contraptions. As they did so, the contraptions opened up, like vast elegant birds spreading their wings. Immediately crane warriors began to step up onto the bird-like rigs, to buckle and strap themselves into harnesses that were attached to the structure, to become a part of it. As soon as they were in position, yellow-clad tiger warriors came forward to toss the crane warriors' long lances, which they caught nimbly, before taking up their positions on massive winches to which the bird-like rigs were attached. The tiger warriors began to haul on levers and ropes, hauling the rigs higher, causing the great wing-like sails to spread wider, to fill with air. Now the crane warriors looked ready to launch themselves from the battlements, to fly and swoop through the air like gigantic birds. Merlin spotted one of the crane leader's captains or lieutenants clambering atop one of the rigs and strapping herself in, but he couldn't see the crane leader, Lin, herself. And then he did see her, further along the wall, barking orders, organizing her troops. She was perched on one of the rigs, which was being hauled into position by tiger soldiers. As the wings of the rig spread, she stood proudly, stretching her body out as though eager to launch herself into battle, a long lance in each hand, as if she was prepared to fight twice as hard as everyone else. Chapter 122, Chapter 106. And then, from behind a shadowy buttress in the wall close to them, half concealed by one of the trebuchets, a head suddenly appeared, snagging his attention. Beyond the din of preparations, the clank and creak and scrape of machinery, the pounding of drums, the bellowing of orders, the sound that had pulled them all up short in front of the stockade door, the screeching and wailing, as of 1,000 tormented children, had been growing steadily louder. Now it was loud enough to start drilling into their heads, to send shudders of primal fear through their bodies. The river in the distance, which seemed to mark a border between the wall and the Jade Mountain, was seething and churning, as if the water had turned boiling hot. Foam and spray were rising in the air, sparkling in the sun. But there was something in the spray, something dark that seemed to move with a kind of frantic purpose. The creatures now bursting from the smothering cloud of spray, revealed for the first time beneath the unforgiving desert sun, were not animals but monsters. They barreled en masse towards the wall, hundreds of them, thousands of them. And as they came they screamed their terrible, wailing war cry, a sound of rage and hunger and misery. It was as if they had burst from the very depths of hell, bringing the screams of the tormented with them. Each one of the beasts was the length of a grizzly bear, or a great ape, with a solid, muscular body that was nevertheless lithe enough to propel them across the desert sand at an incredible speed. Their skin, plated like armor, was green and crocodile tough, with a ruff of hyena-like fur on their backs, and although it was hard to tell at a distance, each plate seemed to be marked or inscribed with a translucent pattern of swirls. Their heads were massive and shark-like, dominated by huge, blood-red mouths filled with countless rows of sharp, jagged teeth. Their eyes, by contrast, were small and deep-set, and were positioned not on their heads but on either side of their wide, barrel-like chests. These monsters were racing across the desert on all fours, impeded not in the slightest by the fact that their claws were huge, club-like, and inset with curved, black, razor-sharp talons. Up on her sky rig, Lin May gripped her two long lances tightly and tried to stay calm. The wind, which she could feel blowing through her hair, brought the awful screeches of the Teoti, which alone would have turned an ordinary man or woman's guts to water. But she had trained for this. She had been born for it. She took long, deep breaths and tried to find the point of stillness in the center of her body. When it came to the battle she would draw her strength and her focus from that stillness. Whatever happened today, she would not be found wanting. Still standing on top of his command tower, Wang beside him, General Shao silently observed the oncoming horde. He was anxious, though not for himself. He feared for the city of Bienliang, which the wall had been designed to protect, and for the 1 million people who lived there. If the Teoti breached the wall, if they reached the city, he quashed the thought. The Teoti would not breach the wall. He and his troops would not fail. He would not allow it. General Shao looked at Merlin and thought. If he can provide us more time, we will be more prepared. He watched the Teoti approach. He stood silently, waiting for them to get a little closer, a little closer. Wang looked at him anxiously, but still Shao waited. Come on, he thought, come on. And then suddenly he sprang into motion, startling Wang. Wheeling first left, and then right, he bellowed the order, long-distance weapon. As the war drums quickened, and General Shao's order was relayed quickly along the wall in both directions, the Tiger Corps warriors, responsible for engineering and artillery, leaped to the fore. Within the machine-like workings of the inner wall, huge cannon balls were winched carefully from cauldrons of boiling oil and placed on iron chutes. Beside the chutes waited more Tiger Corps soldiers with burning brands, who set the cannonballs aflame and then launched them, trailing flames and heat, down the metal slopes of the chutes towards their destination. The chutes passed through channels in the wall, allowing the flaming cannonballs to roll into the iron holders of the dozens of trebuchets ranged along the battlements. As soon as the cannonballs were in place, a trigger was activated and the trebuchets fired. Once their cargoes had been released, the trebuchets were primed again and the action repeated. Perched precariously on the buttress, their hands still tied behind their backs, William and Pero watched as the sky became filled with massive iron fireballs. The noise as the trebuchets, one after another, launched burning metal death towards the advancing horde of green monsters was tremendous, almost but not quite loud enough to drown out the ceaseless screeching of the creatures themselves. And the effect of the fireballs was devastating. They rained down on the horde, smashing many of the creatures into instant extinction, and creating a barrier of rising flame between the wall and the incoming tide of attackers. Yet unbelievably the creatures kept coming. Many dozens of them, undeterred by the rain of missiles, burst through the flames leaping up around them, as if unaffected by the blistering heat. From his perch William could see that the creature's advance guard had suffered serious casualties. Yet he could also see that the creatures were so numerous that in the long run the death toll they had suffered from the fireballs alone would be so small as to be virtually negligible. Another cry went up from the black-armored general on the command tower, his stentorian voice cutting through even the screeching of the creatures and the din of battle. William glanced up and across at the general, a distant figure whose black armor glinted in the sunlight, and wondered what he had said. Whatever it was, he hoped it would prove effective against the enemy. The drums changed tempo in line with the general's new order, which in turn was relayed swiftly along the length of the wall in both directions. Raise the mirrors. Raise the mirrors. Perched on the battlements at the very front of the wall, effectively standing on the edge of a precipice and peering down at the desert far, far below, Commander Chen of the Eagle Corps gripped his crossbow and waited grimly to be called into action. If all went to plan, it would not be long now. The order to raise the mirrors had been given, and already, leaning forward, he could see bricks in the wall flipping over rapidly, to reveal that on their backs were smooth reflective surfaces that caught the sunlight and deflected it in a shimmering wave of golden light over the advancing hordes of the Teoti. Within moments, every single brick in the wall had flipped around, to create a smooth mirrored surface that stretched the length of the wall. It undulated and meandered through the painted mountains, absorbing the blinding sunlight and casting it back as a white glare. He braced himself on his perch as the first of the Teoti approached the wall at lightning speed and then hurled itself forward. It tried to scramble up the mirrored surface, digging in its talons, but the mirrors proved every bit as effective as it had been hoped. Unable to get any traction on the smooth surface, the Teoti sank back to the ground, its claws making a hideous screeching sound as they slid over the glass. Immediately more of the Teoti hurled themselves at the wall, but they too fell back. Soon hundreds of the creatures were packed against the base of the wall, writhing and squirming over one another in their desperation to rend and tear and devour. Chen smiled grimly. The Teoti were now exactly where the Corps wanted them to be. He raised his head, looking to his left and right, and gave the order. Fire. Aim for the eyes. Immediately a lethal rain of bolts poured down on the mass of Teoti below. Those creatures that were struck in the eyes died instantly, their life force extinguished in a split second. However, those that were struck in other parts of the body only became more enraged, tearing and biting at the bolts, ripping them from their plated bodies and casting them away, as if they were nothing more troublesome than thorns or the stings of insects. Still firing arrows, his hands moving so quickly they were almost a blur, Chen heard Commander Shao, up on his command tower, issue another bellowed order: Crane Corps attack. Now. Watching another of his bolts strike home, he felt like a small but vital component of a great war machine. Soon, he thought with grim satisfaction. Soon we shall have victory. Lin Mei conveyed the general's orders, and watched with pride as the red-armored Eagle Corps drew back, allowing the sky rigs of the Crane Corps to be wheeled forward. The mechanisms and controls of the rigs themselves would be manipulated by the Tiger Corps, each of the different disciplines among the warriors of the Nameless Order working together like harmonious parts of a single entity. As she was moved into position, she looked right and left, and saw that the first wave of her Crane Corps soldiers were as poised and ready as she was. Each of them was standing upright on their rigs, proud and fearless, lances in their hands ready to strike at the enemy. Lin Mei knew how eager each of them would be to do their duty, the exultation they would feel as they launched themselves from the battlements. As a Crane Corps soldier, to fly was everything. To soar was the closest one could get not only to freedom but to divinity. Facing front, she gripped her lances and took a long deep breath, searching again for that point of stillness in the center of her body. As the blue-armored woman on her flying rig was wheeled forward to take her place at the forefront of the battle, they took turns. She yelled out an order, and then without hesitation dived from the battlements, lances extended. Launching herself from the top of the wall, Lin Mei knew that her life was in the hands of the Tiger Corps warriors operating her sky rig. If they made the slightest mistake she would die, but she had the utmost faith that that wouldn't happen. As she soared into the air, she knew they would be operating the winches to slacken the ropes of the rig, allowing her to plunge towards the sea of green flesh and ravening jaws below. Holding on to the point of stillness within herself, she readied her lances and focused on making her contribution count. At the apex of her dive, she felt herself tipping, falling, the desert wind battering her body and the sails of the sky rig with increasing force as she hurtled towards the ground. It was easy to panic here, to lose control, to spin and twist in midair. But she maintained her shape and concentrated on picking out her twin targets and sticking to them. There. The eyes of the creature rearing up towards her, like a dog leaping to snaffle a scrap of tossed meat, were small and black, but as she plunged towards it, they seemed to grow larger, to fill her world. She adjusted the position of her lances slightly, and then, just at the right moment, thrust them downwards. The creature shuddered and died as the lances embedded deep in its eyes, bent in two perfect arcs, slowing her fall. As her downward momentum was arrested, Lin Mei calmly and expertly flipped her body round in midair, from a diving position into a sitting position, at the same time bending her knees and drawing them into her body, tightening herself into a ball. She knew that up above the Tiger Corps soldiers would be frantically turning the winches in the opposite direction, pulling the ropes of the sky rig taut, so that she could spring back up into the air, out of danger. For a couple of seconds, though, she was vulnerable. And sure enough, as she let go of her lances and watched the dead, impaled Teoti sink back into the morass of wriggling green flesh below, another of the creatures surged up from the throng, using the bodies of its comrades to propel itself towards her. Just then, on top of the all, the air above the great wall crackled with a rising hum as Melisandre stepped forward, her crimson robes billowing in the wind. Her eyes glowed with a fiery intensity, and as she raised her hands to the sky, a shimmering red aura enveloped her, pulsating like a living flame. The light around her dimmed, as though the world itself bent to her power, and the glow of her aura intensified, casting eerie, shifting shadows on the stone battlements. With a sudden, explosive surge, streams of glowing red energy erupted from her palms, spiraling upward before condensing into dozens of ethereal arrows. Melisandre stood unmoving, her hands directing the arrow with fluid gestures. With a flick of her wrist, it looped through the battlefield, impaling a Teoti lunging toward the wall, piercing cleanly through its chest with a crackling burst of energy. Before the beast could collapse, the arrow ripped free, its glow intensifying as it shot toward another target. Another arrow hit a second Teoti, mid-roar, barely turned its head before the arrow drilled into its eye, silencing it instantly. As the creature fell, the arrow veered again, darting low to impale a third beast through the shoulder, severing its arm and spinning it backward into the horde. The red fiery arrows moved at blinding speed with streaks of fiery red light that zigzagged unpredictably across the battlefield. Each strike sent bursts of glowing embers and dark ichor spraying into the air, the energy from the arrow leaving smoldering, cauterized wounds in its wake. The Teoti soldiers were helpless against the supernatural speed and precision of the assault. The arrow darted from one target to the next, striking with such rapidity that the creatures had no time to react. It moved like a predator among prey, tearing through flesh and bone with unrelenting fury. Occasionally, it looped back toward Melisandre, hovering momentarily in front of her glowing hands as if recharging before she sent it out again with another commanding gesture. In one breathtaking sequence, the arrow performed a wide arc over the battlefield, slicing through 5 Teoti in a single fluid motion. It plunged into the back of one, tore through its torso, and emerged to pierce the skull of another leaping creature. It ricocheted off a third's armored shoulder, pivoted midair, and drove straight into the heart of a fourth, before returning to slice cleanly through the neck of a fifth. As the final beast crumpled, the arrow streaked back to Melisandre, spinning briefly in her aura before coming to a shimmering halt, poised and ready for its next devastating flight. While Lin May once again held the top of the wall and held out her hands, and one of the Tiger Corps soldiers expertly tossed across 2 more lances. Lin May caught them, and without even catching her breath, but she then saw Melisandre's powers and was in awe, but she snapped out of it and flipped and dived again. Around her she was aware of other crane warriors rising or plunging as they performed similar maneuvers. High up in his command tower, General Shao had been watching the battle with a great deal of satisfaction. Their tactics had been working well. They had thinned out the advance guard of the Teoti with their fireballs, many of which were still burning. They had used their mirrors to prevent the Teoti from scaling the wall, thus causing the creatures to mill about mindlessly at its foot, and now his Eagle Corps, Tiger Corps, and Crane Corps warriors were working together with devastating effect to pick off the rest of the creatures at will. General Shao stood, his eyes fixed on the sorceress Melisandre as she thinned the enemy ranks, saving Crane Corps warriors with her deadly art. A flicker of hope crossed his war-hardened face, and he muttered under his breath, "We have hope." He turned his gaze to Merlin, standing a short distance away. The Merlin was surrounded by a palpable aura of power, his robes fluttering in a wind that seemed to emanate from within. Merlin's hands moved in precise gestures, his voice rising in a deep, resonant chant as a glowing blue magic circle flared to life beneath his feet. The symbols within the circle pulsed with arcane energy, casting an eerie azure glow on the stones around him. As his chant crescendoed, the sky above the wall darkened unnaturally. Clouds churned and gathered, twisting into a massive vortex directly above Merlin. Lightning danced within the storm, illuminating the battlefield in brief, blinding flashes. The soldiers and Teoti alike paused momentarily, awestruck by the ominous display. A sudden, deafening crack of thunder erupted as a chain of lightning formed between Merlin's outstretched palms, crackling and surging with raw, untamed power. The wizard's face was etched with fierce concentration, his eyes glowing faintly as the lightning coursed through him. Bolts of lightning rained down from the storm, striking all around him with earth-shaking force. The ground trembled, but Merlin remained untouched, the bolts seeming to bow to his will. He raised his hands high, the lightning strikes converging into his palms in a breathtaking display of power. The swirling energy intensified, the storm above roaring in response. With a final shout, Merlin thrust his hands forward, and the gathered energy exploded outward. A colossal lightning strike shot down from the heavens, slamming into the ground in front of the advancing Teoti. The impact unleashed a dazzling wall of lightning, stretching high into the sky and spanning the length of the battlefield. The wall roared with electric fury, its surface writhing with blinding arcs of energy that lashed out unpredictably, the lightning wall glowing intensely, its edges flickering and sparking with chaotic energy, the air itself vibrating with its hum. The Teoti soldiers charged forward, their monstrous forms relentless even in the face of such a barrier. But as the first of them touched the lightning, they were struck down instantly. The creatures were engulfed in brilliant flashes, their bodies convulsing violently as the electricity surged through them. Their flesh burned and blackened in an instant, and they collapsed into piles of smoldering charcoal, their glowing red eyes fading into ash. But suddenly Merlin spotted something at a distance, some way back beyond the furthermost ranks of the Teoti. Another group of creatures had emerged from the cloud of mist that now all but shrouded the boiling river. There were around a dozen of them, similar to the Teoti but taller and more powerful looking. Impressive and terrifying though these new creatures were, they were slightly similar, have dark green quadrupedal, carnivorous reptiles, similar in appearance to ceratopsian dinosaurs, and possess elaborate motifs on the crests of their skulls. But these are fewer in number, about 20 or 30 overall, are about the size of an elephant, and are rather ape-like in appearance, with eyes located on their faces and possess retractable frills on their shoulders. They lack tails, have human-like hands strong enough to pick up a small soldier Teoti, and have small, flat-faced heads. Bulkier and more armored. It wasn't they that drew the eye, however. Like a ring of bodyguards, the larger creatures were surrounding a being that was truly monstrous. This one was special and resembles a protoceratops with an elongated, squat body, overlapping plates on her back, a long whip-like tail, and her eyes are located on her face. Her head is rounded with a bulging forehead, and her lips curve upward, which give her a permanent snarling expression. Her most distinguishing physical feature is a two-pronged sail on her head which vibrates to signal her troops. She also possesses elaborate motifs on the crests of her skull. Even though he was some distance away, Merlin sensed that a fierce, unknowable intelligence burned behind them. As he watched, the creature raised its head and opened its vast mouth, as though chewing the air. Merlin saw endless rows of curved, glinting, razor-sharp teeth, each of which looked as long as his forearm. Indeed, the maw itself, open to its full capacity, looked capable of swallowing half a dozen men with a single gulp. He looked on with awe and revulsion as horn-like appendages on the creature's head, linked by a web-like film of connective tissue, suddenly began to vibrate, and to produce a hideous, high-pitched ululating sound, which caused many of the soldiers in front of him to cover their ears with their hands. As the sound drilled into his head, suddenly the swarm of Teoti soldiers that were running right to the wall of lighting stopped it, as she was ordering a withdrawal if she is losing too many for little to no gain. Suddenly they started to running back. General Shao questioned Merlin. "Can fireballs be shot through the lightning wall?" Merlin nodded and answered. "Can." Merlin modified this magic to help against demon invasions. Thus General Shao smiled and watched as the trebuchets were loaded, one by one, with their deadly cargo. "Fire!" he yelled, and the counterweights of dozens of trebuchets were released almost in unison, the great firing arms flipping up and over. His eyes narrowed in grim satisfaction as razored fireballs flew through the air towards the distant queen. Surely nothing could survive such a deadly barrage. Within moments the queen would be cut to flaming ribbons and the Teoti would become mindless beasts once more. Then it would simply be a matter of employing their superior firepower to dispatch the creatures until there was not a single one of them left. The razored fireballs flew up and over the main mass of Teoti, who were still hurling themselves in ordered ranks at the mirrored surface of the wall. Some of the fireballs, Shao saw, would fall short, whereas others would overshoot their target. More than enough, however, would reach their intended destination. He clenched his fists, knowing it would only be a matter of seconds. Already the first of the razored fireballs was beginning its downward arc. But then Wang gasped beside him. One of the larger beasts surrounding the queen had risen to its full height and unfurled what appeared to be great fan-like shields on either side of its head. Shao had no idea what the shields were composed of, but they must have been tougher than steel, because as the first fireball reached the queen and her cortege of paladins, Shao saw it hit the shield in a shower of sparks and bounce harmlessly away. Within seconds the rest of the paladins had risen to their full height and extended their own fan-like shields. Xiao saw fireball after fireball hit the shields and deflect away, leaving barely a mark. Enclosed within the protective barrier, the queen remained entirely unharmed. Directly below, meanwhile, the Teoti continued to follow her bellowed instructions, hurling themselves relentlessly against the mirrored surface of the wall. On the battlements, Melisandre stepped forward, her fiery red aura blazing as she raised her hands. "Let's see if those shields hold against this," she said, her voice low but filled with grim determination. Her glowing energy arrow materialized, its crimson light intensifying as she directed it with a precise gesture. The arrow shot through the air, a streak of blinding speed and with red trail, aimed directly at the nearest paladin. The arrow struck the shield with a sharp crack, its energy bursting outward in a dazzling display of red sparks. The paladin staggered as the shield absorbed the impact, but unlike the fireballs, the arrow didn't deflect. Instead, it burrowed through the fan-like surface, leaving a smoldering hole before embedding itself into the beast's chest. The paladin let out a deafening roar before collapsing, its massive body crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Melisandre, as another arrow materialized in her hand, glowing brighter than before. She unleashed it with a flick of her wrist, and it streaked toward another paladin, cutting through its shield and piercing its head in a single fluid motion. The beast fell, its shield folding inward like a broken wing. But the queen was fast. She used the vibrating web between her horns to issue in another order, and the remaining paladins immediately retreated, raising their shields defensively as they moved. Their formation tightened, encircling the queen once more as they backed away from the battlefield. Chapter 123, Chapter 107. Strategist Wang hurried through the bustling interior corridors of the fortress behind the Great Wall, his mind whirring. He dodged and weaved between the bodies of the injured and the exhausted, between soldiers with dented armor and haunted expressions, between those who were sitting against the wall or groaning in agony or lying down taking rest. Wang knew if not for Merlin the number of dead would have been huge, maybe the Teoti would have crossed the first defense too. He quickly went and found Shen. He was the imperial officer sent by the emperor to watch over and report everything. "Ah, Shen," he said, as if the men had appeared at his bidding, "I want you to do something for me. Could you go and tell Commander Chen to set up the Star Rock arrows? We may need them sooner than we anticipated." Shen looked at first as if he was about to refuse, and then jerkily he nodded. "Thank you." While Lin Mei was in deep thought, she walked around and saw many of her friends or people she grew up and trained with were safe. She knew she should be thankful to Melisandre and Merlin for this. Lin Mei muttered, "I will talk to them," as she rounded a bend in the wall and halted at an unexpected sight. There, sitting cross-legged in the shadows, his back against a buttress, was the large, dark figure of a man, curls of steam shrouding his face. The steam was rising from a dainty china bowl that he held delicately in one huge, gnarled hand. Lin Mei moved closer and the man looked up. Despite the shadows and the steam, she could see that his bearded face looked drawn, haggard. "General Xiao," Lin Mei said gently. "You should be resting." Xiao took another sip of tea. "I've slept enough in my life." He turned his attention back to the Gowu mountain glowing poisonously in the distance. Strategist Wang was right. He told us the Teoti would change. His warnings went unheeded. Lin Mei sat beside him. She wondered about placing a hand on his arm, a touch of reassurance and support, but decided against it. "We were ready," she insisted. "You prepared us well." "We were prepared, we are prepared, for the enemy of 200 years ago. Pray that that's enough." His eyes flickered towards her again. After a moment he said, "You should know, Lin Mei, the Emperor's council has done more than just doubt strategist Wang. Forcing me to fight to keep him as my advisor. Sending Shen to spy on us." His features hardened in distaste. Lin Mei's face hardened too, in sympathy with her commanders. Decisively she said, "We will prevail as we have always done." Xiao smiled at her spirit. Then his expression grew somber again. "We have to thank Merlin and Melisandre for this. We have come out with very small deaths in the first wave." Lin Mei nodded. At the time, Merlin entered the room. Xiao, seeing Merlin, spoke up. "We were just talking about you." Xiao got up and stood in front of Merlin, cupping his hands. He said, "Thank you for helping us." Merlin waves it off and said, "You don't have to thank me. Also, the Thunder Wall will stay up for at least 3 weeks. General Shao was thankful for Merlin's efforts. Also, he noticed Lin Mei looking at Merlin with great interest. Shao knew her daughter figure finally found someone that piqued her curiosity. General Shao gesturing to Lin Mei. Lin Mei here will escort you to your room. She will be your guide till your stay here. Lin Mei was surprised, but agreed. Chapter 124, Chapter 108 edited. Atop the wall the soldiers of the Nameless Order stood like a living battlement, their breath visible in the frigid air. Armor gleamed in the pale dawn, and the rhythmic clanking of weapons echoed across the ancient stone. General Shao, Merlin, and strategist Wang scanned the horizon, their faces grim with anticipation. The mist stretched like a shroud over the battlefield, obscuring all but the faintest hints of movement. While Melisandre stood with Lin Mei and the Crane fighters, their weapons poised. The thick fog writhed ominously as if alive, hiding unseen dangers. A chilling silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the distant, guttural growls of the Teoti slinking through the haze. Melisandre's eyes glowed and she could sense Teoti among the mist, so she whispered an incantation. Her hands arced outward, slicing through the mist with shimmering energy. Like a veil being torn away, the fog dissipated, revealing a horrifying sight, hundreds of Teoti, their green eyes glinting with malevolence. Perched on a craggy ledge, the Teoti queen let out a guttural screech, her vibrating web pulsing between her horns. At her signal, the beasts surged forward as one, their taloned claws raking the ground as they hurtled toward the wall. Some leaped for the battlements, embedding their claws in the stone, while others sought crevices to climb. General Shao's voice rang out above the chaos, "Close combat." His command rippled down the line, galvanizing the soldiers into action. Steel sang as weapons were drawn, and shields locked into formation. Eagle Corps archers unleashed a storm of arrows, darkening the sky. The shafts rained down on the Teoti, some piercing flesh, but many barely slowed the creatures. The beasts retaliated viciously, their claws rending through the ranks, scattering bodies like leaves. The Deer Corps surged forward, their long lances aimed with deadly precision. They targeted the Teoti's vulnerable eyes, fighting with a desperate fury. Meanwhile, the Bear Corps warriors, tethered by lines, descended over the wall like storm-driven shadows. Swinging massive axes, they hacked at the ascending Teoti, their war cries cutting through the din. Amidst the chaos, Melisandre channeled ancient energy, casting spells that crackled through the air. Teoti writhed and disintegrated under his onslaught, their blackened forms tumbling from the wall. Merlin, his robe billowing like living flame, raised his hands skyward. A searing wave of fire surged forth, engulfing the Teoti in a tempest of heat. Screeches filled the air as the creatures were consumed by the inferno. "Keep the queen occupied," Merlin bellowed, sweat gleaming on his brow. "I'll handle her." Shao nodded grimly, his face set with determination. "Catapults." "Fire at will," he commanded. The massive siege engines groaned under the weight of their payloads, gears grinding as they tilted upward. A split second later, flaming balls arced through the sky, their fiery tails cutting against the ash-gray clouds. The soldiers watched in tense anticipation as the projectiles hurtled toward the Teoti queen. The flames illuminated her grotesque form. Sensing the danger, the queen's eyes narrowed. She let out a guttural screech that reverberated through the battlefield, a piercing call that spurred her elite guards into action. With synchronized precision, the guards formed a defensive circle around her, their movements swift and disciplined. Their heavily armored frills, normally folded against their shoulders, snapped outward like the unfurling of iron petals. The frills gleamed in the fiery light, their ridged surfaces as impervious as forged steel. The first flaming ball collided against the shield wall with a deafening impact, sending shards of molten stone and embers into the air. But the frills held firm, deflecting the destructive force. One by one, the catapult rounds rained down, but each was met with the impenetrable barrier of the Teoti guards' frills. Shao's heart sank as he watched the queen remain untouched amidst the inferno. He was hoping to at least take out one of the queen's guards. Queen's monstrous lips curled into a grin of triumph as she realized the flames could not reach her. As the chaos raged, Merlin strode to the edge of the wall, his expression fierce and unyielding. Energy crackled at his fingertips as he raised his hands, drawing in the elemental forces around him. Wind howled in response, swirling debris and embers into the air. Blue light ignited in his palms, growing brighter with every passing moment. It coalesced into a perfect, swirling sphere of energy, crackling with concentrated power. As Merlin's will shape the magic further, the sphere elongated, transforming into a Fuma shuriken-like construct with 4 gleaming, razor-sharp points that spun around the central core. The blue energy shimmered with unstable ferocity, arcs of lightning spiraling off its edges. The entire wall seemed to tremble at the sheer force of the Rasen shuriken. A faint whirring sound pierced through the din. "Get ready!" Merlin roared, his voice cutting through the din of battle. "Keep those frilled guards occupied, I'll carve through them myself." General Shao nodded, barking orders to his men. Arrows and catapult rounds rained down on the Queen's defenders, forcing their frills into a constant defensive rotation. Merlin focused, the Rasen shuriken in his hands pulsating with untamed power. He hurled it with a mighty shout, the spinning blue projectile slicing through the air like a comet. It moved faster than the eye could follow, its edges warping the wind itself. A massive energy sphere, shaped like a Fuma shuriken, hurtled toward the battlefield. Its core pulsed with blinding energy as it vanished momentarily, an eerie calm settling over the scene. When the attack struck, a vortex of wind erupted, shredding everything within its radius. Microscopic blades tore through the Teoti, their hulls of agony blending with the fierce windstorm. Stone shattered, and dust filled the air. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, silence fell. Bodies of Teoti littered the ground, smoldering and torn. The wall stood, battered but defiant. General Shao's voice, hoarse but triumphant, echoed into the stillness, "We won." The soldiers of the Nameless Order roared in victory, their defiant cry reverberating across the blood-soaked battlefield. But their eyes remained on the horizon, for they knew the war was far from over. Chapter 125, Chapter 109 edited. The years following the Teoti invasion forged an unbreakable bond between Lin Mei and Merlin. Their shared battles and whispered conversations beneath Eti's moonlit skies deepened into something more. She became his second wife, though duty tethered her to her homeland. As the successor of General Shao, Lin Mei remained in Et, overseeing its armies and protecting its borders. Yet, time did not touch her as it did others. Merlin had given her the elixir of immortality, ensuring that while the world around her changed, she never would. In Westeros, the rule of King Jaehaerys I Targaryen ushered in an era of peace and prosperity. The 60s and 70s AC were golden years for the realm and the royal family. Jaehaerys' marriage to his sister, Queen Alysanne, flourished with love and numerous heirs. Their children were the pillars of the dynasty: Aegon, Daenerys, Aemon, Balon, Alyssa, Maegel, Vagon, Diella, Sarah, Visera, and finally, Gaemon. But as the years passed, Merlin, ever the observer of history, cautioned Jaehaerys. "Too many heirs can sow discord," he warned. Jaehaerys hesitated, then nodded. He knew the wisdom in the sorcerer's words, but fate had already begun spinning its web. Tragedy struck with the death of Prince Aegon, lost in a Greyjoy raid on Lannisport. The news shattered the royal court, casting a long shadow over their golden age. Even the dragons seemed to keen in mourning. Meanwhile, Prince Balon, the fourth-born, grew into a warrior of legend, claiming Vhagar as his mount. His sons, Viserys, Daemon, and Aegon, carried the future of House Targaryen upon their shoulders. His brother, Prince Aemon, rode the formidable Caraxes, his bond with the dragon as unyielding as his duty. But not all the Targaryen children were destined for honor and greatness. Sarah Targaryen, ninth-born, was a tempest wrapped in silk. She burned with desires unfit for a princess, resenting the siblings who stood before her in the line of succession. She craved attention, power, and indulgence, and when they were denied to her, she took them by force or by cunning. Sarah set her sights on Merlin, mistaking his wisdom for weakness, believing she could seduce the enigmatic sorcerer. But Merlin, knowing the depth of her cruelty, dismissed her with little more than a glance. To him, she was an irritation, a storm with no purpose. She delighted in torment, playing cruel tricks on her gentler sisters, especially Diella, whose delicate mind made her an easy target. Sarah filled Diella's chamberpot with bees, knowing her terror of them, and hid cats in her bed, reveling in her sister's screams. Merlin, however, had no patience for such wickedness. With his magic, he healed Diella's troubled mind, bringing light into a world that had been clouded for so long. But Sarah's jealousy knew no bounds. Seeing Diella happy only fueled her malice. It was Cassandra, his wife, who uncovered the scandal first. "She has 5 lovers," Cassandra whispered to Merlin, her voice laced with foreboding. "The king will not abide it." And indeed, Jaehaerys' fury was swift and merciless. His wrath echoed through the halls of the Red Keep as he declared Sarah no longer his daughter. Even Queen Alysanne, ever the voice of compassion, agreed that punishment was necessary. She pleaded with Jaehaerys to find forgiveness, to remember that he had made peace with his enemies. Could he not do the same for his own flesh and blood? But Sarah was not one to be confined. That night, she attempted the unthinkable. She tried to steal a dragon. She crept into the dragon pit under cover of darkness, her hands reaching for the reins of a beast that would never be hers. The dragon keepers caught her, dragging her before the king. Jaehaerys, humiliated beyond measure, had her locked in a tower cell, guarded day and night. From her window, she was forced to watch as justice was delivered. One of her lovers, Ser Braxton Beesbury, demanded trial by combat. He faced no ordinary knight, he faced the king himself. Sarah's screams pierced the air as her father cut down the men she had given her heart to. The next morning, she was gone. She fled across the narrow sea, disappearing into the shadowed streets of Essos. The daughter of the king became nothing more than a whisper, a name passed between lips in brothels and wine-soaked halls. Yet Merlin, ever the keeper of the future, knew that her story was far from over. Cassandra spoke, her voice distant, as if hearing echoes of what was yet to come. She will birth a dragon rider. One who will claim her father's beast. Merlin closed his eyes, already seeing the vision in his mind. He knew the name well. Hugh Hammer. The bastard son of a runaway princess. The man who would one day ride Vermithor. Soon Balon Targaryen of an injury during a hunting trip. It worsened before he returned to King's Landing, and he eventually succumbed to his injuries. His funeral pyre was personally lit by his father, King Jaehaerys.